Cameron,
Morning, Chair.
Honorable Thopha,
Good morning, Chairperson.
Honorable Mattheys,
Good morning, Chair.
Honorable Vessels,
Good morning, Chair.
Angazitha, Honorable Mwango,
Good morning, Honorable Chairperson.
Advocate Arense, Advocate Mkhize, Advocate Mkhwanazi. Good morning.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, everyone present.
Good morning, Honorable Chair. Good morning, honorable members and everyone present.
General Musikidi. Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, members.
And those who accompany you.
Thank you, Chair. With me, it's from Legal Services, Major General Dr. Van Rooyen and Lieutenant Colonel Parsons from my office. It's only two.
Does Dr. Van Rooyen also wish to take the stand?
Chair, I will
Good
gladly
morning.
participate.
Good morning, General Dr.
Good morning.
Van Rooyen.
Good morning, Chair.
Thank you so much. Miss Delana Hakastali.
Morning, Chair.
Mr. Tejana is not here today. Good morning, Mr. Bonani Ramano. The staff of the political parties. Good morning to you. Members of the media, 1, 2, 3, 4. Good morning, 5. Good morning, how are you? And the other one there at the back in a pink shirt from Parliament Media, we also greet you. Chief Whip, I saw Honorable Mashilo. Honorable Mashilo is a member of the Mpumalanga Provincial Legislature. And I saw Honorable Malema, a member of the National Assembly. I saw them at the FNB on Saturday. And I wonder whether their presence there does not extend to the mandate of this committee. Public interference in the affairs of the PSL. We may have to invite them here to appear before this committee.
Supported, Chair. Fully supported. But behavior cannot be.
Honorable Mattheys, we say that we saw Honorable Malema at FNB on Saturday. And we wanted to check whether his presence there does not extend to the mandate of this committee. Public interference in the affairs of the PSL.
We were sad about the Kaiser Chiefs loss, no? But no, it doesn't. Chair, it's organizational.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair.
We get the explanation. Honorable Raja, good morning. Honorable members, can I check if we have apologies? African National Congress.
Thank you so much, Chair. Honorable Sangwani will join us around 1 today.
Okay.
The Chief Whip will have to be recused at 2 for the business of the House. Thank you, Chair.
The MKP.
Thank you, Chair. Honorable Nomvalo is on his way. He'll join us in the next few minutes. And Honorable Chonge will join us later. He's stuck on the traffic, Honorable Nomvalo.
Okay. Honorable Breitenbach.
Thanks, Chair. I'll go out at lunchtime and I may be back a little bit late, but not much.
Okay. Honorable Mattheys.
Thank you, Chair. As I had said earlier, the absence of Honorable Malema has got nothing to do with the derby. He's not still celebrating the win of the Pirates. It's organizational, so please note that. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah. Chief Whip, our great-grandchildren will live to see the derby. It will come in generations. Honorable Vessels, do you have any apology?
Yes, Chairperson, if I can just be released at about 2:30, on the order paper, there's 2 reports that I have to introduce in the plenary. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. Bonani, do we have apologies for Honorable Sols and Honorable James? We don't have. Okay, thank you so much, honorable members. The apologies are accepted and recorded as such. Today is Monday, the 3rd of March. We have business with General Msikili, and in the second part, we are going to have a presentation from public submissions that were made with us. And then tomorrow, Wednesday, the 4th of March. Did I say today is Monday, the 3rd? It's Tuesday, the 3rd of March. Tomorrow, on Wednesday, we are going to have Advocate Mashucha coming before us, the sole witness for tomorrow. And then on Thursday, we will have two witnesses. That is Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and Miss Sarah Jane Trent, who will be with us at the time we start at 10 o'clock in the morning until we conclude proceedings, whatever time we conclude. And I want to thank the members of this committee for the guidance that they have given us on how we should deal with the matter of Mr. Paul O'Sullivan. Your inputs have been very enriching and have assisted us to reach the kind of agreement that we have reached with him, and then he will return here. I want to thank our legal team, Advocate Arense and Mr. Tejana, for the sterling work that they continue to do for the committee. In some moments when we were coming against difficulties, they have always navigated us through those challenges. And that has not gone unnoticed, Advocate Arense. There were moments when there were uncertainties as to whether witnesses will appear before us. But you aptly used your negotiating skill to have those witnesses appearing before us, and for that we want to thank you so much. And we must again thank you for the role that you played, having to talk to Mr. Paul O'Sullivan and show him the importance why he should return to the ad hoc committee, have a full session with us, and we conclude our business in peace. Thank you so much for that. Your assistants, Advocate Mkhwanazi and Advocate Mkhize, we want to thank you for the support that you are giving before us. Honorable members, I've just got an apology from Honorable James that she may not be able to join us today due to illness. We hope that she will recover and join us for the rest of the days of the week. General Musigidi, welcome. We have invited you here to have a session with us, and we are going to do the administration of oath. And from the experiences of the past week, can I say it upfront that we are going to request you to stay with us until we tell you that we have come to the end of the proceedings. Okay. That is not what I'm saying. I'm just requesting the witness to stay with us until the chair says, no, we have come to the end of the proceedings, and we want to thank you so much for that. Can I check, before we do the administration of oath, are there any remarks that you want to make, Advocate Arends, or any member of your team? Do you have any remarks that you want to make before we do the administration of oath? Honorable Skosana, your hand is noted.
Thank you, Honorable Chair, honorable members. No, just to, in relation to tomorrow, we have two witnesses, Advocate Mashuga and Mr. Fadil Adams.
Go. Go. Okay, that is noted. Can you confirm that the witness that is before us is indeed General Musigidi that you did consultations with?
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, firstly, General Mishikidi. Thank you for your attendance, and thank you for accommodating our schedule. You were scheduled to testify last year, but I think your involvement in the G20 meant that we had to reschedule you. And that is why, Honorable Chair, honorable members, and General, there is a witness statement which had been prepared last year already, and which you have in front of you. It is dated the 24th of November and is properly signed and commissioned by you. And subsequent to that, you've had some consultations with my colleague, Advocate Mkhwanazi, and there is now a supplementary statement from you, but it supplements your original affidavit. And that supplementary statement you have now signed and commissioned this morning, and we've handed it to the chair. So, Honorable Chair, otherwise, if you please swear the witness in, and Advocate Mkhwanazi will lead her evidence. Thank you.
Yeah. Now, let's go through the administration of oath, and before we start, we take the matter that Honorable Skosana wants to raise with us. General Musigidi, let me make the following remarks before we swear you in. That you have been invited to appear before this ad hoc committee, which is investigating allegations that were made by the KwaZulu-Natal Provincial Commissioner, General Nhlanhla Mkhwanazi, so that you can help the ad hoc committee in its oversight and investigative mandate. Amongst others, we are investigating the following. Number one, the alleged unlawful disbandment of the Provincial Killings Task Team, otherwise known as the PKTT or NPKTT, whichever you may be appropriate to call. Number two, the alleged moratorium on the filling of vacancies within the SAPS, the South African Police Services. Number 3, alleged corrupt relationship between senior leadership within the SAPS and members of the public. And lastly, political interference in the work of the SAPS. In extending the invitation to you, the chairperson of the ad hoc committee has indicated that you may provide such information to the committee if you so wish under oath in terms of the powers, privileges, and immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act of 2004. General Msikidi, please be informed that by law you are required to answer fully and satisfactorily all the questions lawfully put to you, or to produce any document that you are required to produce in connection with the subject matter of the inquiry, notwithstanding the fact that the answer or the document could incriminate you or expose you to criminal or civil proceedings or even damages. However, you are protected in that evidence given under oath or affirmation before a House or a committee of Parliament may not be used against you in any court or place outside Parliament, except in criminal proceedings concerning a charge of perjury or a charge relating to the evidence or documents required in these proceedings. General Msikidi, please be aware that in terms of Section 17, subsection 2 of the Powers, Privileges, and Immunities of Parliament and Provincial Legislatures Act, a person who willfully furnishes a House or a Committee of Parliament with information or makes a statement before it which is false or misleading commits an offense and is liable for a fine or to imprisonment for a period not exceeding 2 years. You are required to take an oath or affirm that the evidence you are about to give before this committee is truthful. Which one do you elect? Do you elect to take oath or affirmation?
I'll take oath, Chair.
You have elected to take oath. May you please follow me as I dictate. You shall say I and state your names in full. I
Tibello Constance Musikiti,
say that the evidence I shall give
say that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
And so help me God.
And so help me God.
Thank you so much. You are now under oath. Before I hand over to the legal team to lead you in the presentation of evidence, let's hear what Honorable Skosana have to say.
Good morning, Chair. I just wanted to make sure that we have the right witness because the general is not in uniform, so I was a bit confused. But if you affirm that he's General Msikili, I'm happy. Thank you, Chair.
You are being unfair to General Msikili. When it mattered most, when we were at Khosi Mampuru Correctional Facility, General Dimpani came there and she was not in uniform.
I said that you forgot, and thank you.
Did you really say that? Okay.
For the right person, thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. Just want the witness to relax. Thank you, Chair.
Or you don't know her when she's not in uniform?
Yeah, but now I realize it.
Okay. Today is the day of the women. Yeah. At some point, I'm going to leave this podium and request Honorable Breitenbach to come and preside. It's the day of the women today. Advocate Arendse, How much time do we need so that we know exactly how we structure our business?
I am reliably informed by my colleague that she would take approximately 3 hours, Honorable Chair. So perhaps through to 1 o'clock.
Okay. Okay. Is that what you are saying, Advocate Mkhwanazi?
Chair, just to put the witness at ease and make her feel comfortable so that she can convey her story. 3 hours just for safety, but hopefully we will take sooner than that.
Okay. Yeah, so we are going to run from now until you tell me that we are at the end. But I'm watching with a hawk eye. All the best, Advocate Mkhwanazi.
Thank you.
All the
Chair.
best, General Msikid.
Okay, just as a matter of housekeeping, Advocate Arons has already indicated that there are 2 witness statements. Just to clarify, the purpose of the second supplementary statement was just to amplify the role that General Musikidi or her current position as DNC is, just to elaborate on that. And then also, Chair, there was a mistake in her previous statement where she incorrectly referred to Minister Mkhwanazi as a acting premier in 2018. And in this statement, she just rectifies that mistake as well. General Musikidi, do you have copies of the 2 statements in front of you?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Yes, I do have both statements.
Okay. I will interchangeably refer to both statements as we go along because you do cover some similar topics in the supplementary statement as well. Just as a start, General, we know that you've been in the police services for quite some time, 36 years to be exact. And in your statement, you say that you've been in the police services for an uninterrupted period of 36 years, and you've been in various operational environments at different levels up to command level. Would you just briefly talk us through your experience at SAPS, maybe starting from the bottom to your current position?
Thank you, Chairperson. To be exact, it's 36 and a half, but you don't relate to the half year. So by June of this year, I will complete 37 years full of my service, having joined the South African Police Service as a student constable, rising through the ranks as a police official on the environment of operations, leading up to the level of management, which I think it is the relevant levels that I will want to relate to today. I am currently a Lieutenant General, having appointed to the rank of a Lieutenant General in 2018, the 1st of April of 2018. At the time of my appointment, I was serving in the service as a detective head, the Divisional Commissioner of Detective Service. Prior to me being a Divisional Commissioner of Detective Service, I was the component head, national component head responsible for family violence, child protection, and sexual offenses unit, abbreviated as FCS. Upon my resumption of duty as Divisional Commissioner. For 2 years in that position, I was appointed a Deputy National Head of the Directorate for Priority Crime Investigation, commonly known as the DPCI. In 2022, the 1st of July, I was then appointed to deputize the then National Commissioner General Masemola, who was, prior him being the National Commissioner, was the Deputy National Commissioner Policing. So I was appointed in his previous post as the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policing. At the time, there was no other operational Deputy National Commissioner, as the then Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection has just took a pension. Therefore, I was responsible for both operations or visible policing environment, as well as responsible for the detective, forensic, as well as CI, which is the post that we now know as Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection. In simple terms, I was responsible for both visible policing, which is the uniformed policing of the South African Police Service, as well as the detectives, forensics, and crime intelligence. Added to my position, I also had to chair the National Joint Intelligence structure, the position that I am chairing alongside the South African National Defence Force, as well as the State Security Agency. NAT Joints is the JCPS operational arm that looks at coordinating operations and coordinating all state departments. And going forward, I also have the responsibility of chairing the National Crime Combating Forum, which is the forum that coordinates operations within the service. If I can go into what DNC policing entails, Chairperson, my responsibility as the Deputy National Commissioner Policing includes all the visible policing or uniformed policing of the organization, including border management policing, and all specialized uniform policing such as dog units, mounted policing, to mention the few. Over and above that position, it's me having to also oversee the national operational coordination. This is the component within policing that is coordinating all interventions or operational interventions elsewhere in the country.
And this you deal with in paragraph 6.1 to 6.6 of your main statement, and also paragraph 8 of your supplementary statement. And I just want to maybe, I see there that you indicate that, as you've said, it includes national interventions, which extends to multidisciplinary policing operations on prioritized matters such as task teams and border police. So I'd like General to just briefly speak to your experience in relation to task team interventions and border police interventions, just to briefly indicate what your responsibilities are surrounding those.
Thank you again, Chairperson. As the Deputy National Commissioner responsible for policing, from time to time, there will be identification of pressure points, or there will be the identification of the need for interventions that will require us as the management of the police to step in any other area of policing in the country. Thus, that informs that we need to put together the teams for interventions. That includes sending the teams to, or the example of those, just to be simple, it's the task teams that we are currently having. Operation Vala Umkoti that was working in 7 provinces. The GBVF that is also working in all provinces. Operation Lockdown that is focusing in the Cape Flats. That has been running from Lockdown 1. We are currently standing at Operation Lockdown 3. We have operations such as Operation Bamba in the Eastern Cape, so it will differ from area to area depending on what is the focus area or what the pressure point is in that particular province or area. This includes illegal mining operations. It will include coordinating and managing special and major events. That will also include interventions in a short and in the long term. If you look at my presentation on paragraph 10, what will inform the interventions from policing perspective over and above other departments will be the National Crime Combating Forum that we will also visit or develop plans to visit the provinces, particularly during the upcoming Operation Paseka and Operation Festive Season. So this is part and parcel of coordination that will come as a package for Deputy National Commissioner Policing.
We've also learned that you have been acting as acting National Commissioner, and in particular during the time when the Minister issued the directive. Could you just maybe indicate or speak more about your experience in acting as National Commissioner and how often that happens?
Thank you, Chairperson. Since my appointment as a Deputy National Commissioner to date, I have in different time frames that will be allocated in the absence of the National Commissioner. I have thus far counted 11 occasions or instances that varies from 3 days to 3 weeks in the absence of the National Commissioner. And this started immediately after my appointment as the Deputy National Commissioner in 2022. The last acting was last week when the National Commissioner was out of the country. And this also happened during the 2024-2025, where the National Commissioner was on leave on the 31st of December 2024 until the 14th of January 2024. And I was appointed as the acting National Commissioner. And this did not exonerate me from doing my Deputy National Commissioner policing responsibilities. So at the time that I'm acting, there is no need to appoint another person to act as the DNC. A policing, meaning I will have to undertake both responsibilities at the same time.
Now we understand from what we see in your statement and the annexures that you've attached, I believe it's TCM 14 that indicates the number of times that you've acted. It appears that it's quite short periods that you would step into office, and it leaves one with the question with how much can you actually do during that time, and whether when you do step into that position for that brief period, do you know what responsibilities you should assume, and is there a discussion that happened prior to you taking office?
Prior to the National Commissioner or any commander, even myself, if I will be out of office, it is a norm that you will have to, either in writing or otherwise, inform the person that will take the responsibility to ensure continuity of the work, take him or her through what will be the expectations of the acting, if there are matters that will require attention during the period of the incumbent absence, then those will be discussed. And this is so to ensure that there is efficiency and operational continuity in the service. Whether it is for 3 days or it is for 3 weeks, as I've indicated, the longest will be 3 weeks or more, there is a need for that meeting to happen so that you receive a proper handing over. And the same will happen when the incumbent resumes duty. In this case, when the National Commissioner comes back, the same meeting will happen to brief him on the matters that I have dealt with throughout his absence. And if there are matters that I have signed off, authorized, or approved, that list will be made available and the handing over certificate will be signed between myself and the National Commissioner.
Now, the time that you were acting as National Commissioner in December 2024, when the Minister issued the directive, the period which you were going to act for was from 31st December 2024 to 13 January 2025. And as General Musikidi indicated earlier, you said that you would also be required to attend to your responsibilities as DNC. Now, during the time when the Minister issued the directive and while General was acting as National Commissioner, what else was on your plate at the time? And I know you deal with it in your statement in paragraph 12 of the main statement and paragraph 10 of the supplementary statement.
Thank you, Advocate. Given the gravity of the policing operations, I continued to function my duties. And at the time, it is when we were at the apex of Operation Festive Season. So we were in the period, we segment the times of every operations into before, during, and after the operation. So at the time of the 31st, we were in the during phase of the operation. And prior to the 31st, myself and the other 2 deputy national commissioners, the minister and the deputy ministers and the national commissioner, shall have crisscrossed the country in evaluating the operations, the program which my office often draft to ensure that all the operations in the country are monitored and evaluated as they are planned. Therefore, a week prior to the 31st, myself, National Commissioner of the South African Police Service, and the Minister of Police, we were clubbed together to visit 3 provinces. This is the allocated number of provinces to ensure that we don't run around all 9 provinces for efficiency. Therefore, each minister and the deputy minister will have 3 provinces to visit. I was in the group of the minister and the national commissioner, and precisely because of my position as the person who drafts the operational plans, who draft this particular program of visiting the provinces, I will be with the team that will explain to the minister what is happening. We visited Eastern Cape, we proceeded to Western Cape, and we ended in KZN, the period of which we parted ways with the minister on the 28th after attending a funeral of one of the slain members in that part of KwaZulu-Natal. I came back to Gauteng in Pretoria, where I am stationed, and the National Commissioner resumed his leave on the 31st. At the time, it is the time that we have the heightened operation of Operation Valumkoti. Topical at the time was the Stilfontein issue. We shall have visited Stilfontein on the number of occasions with the minister prior to the 31st. And on the 31st, I had a operational visit in Stilfontein, and there was a media briefing that we had to undertake with the colleagues from Department of Minerals and Petroleum Resources. Upon coming back from Stilfontein, after concluding my tour of duty at Stilfontein, I went back to Pretoria to prepare for the operation in Gauteng, which was to resume at 1700 hours. I must indicate that if the operation is at 1700 hours, it means the parade should be at least 30 minutes before that time. So around 1600 hours, I was in Gauteng in preparation for the parade and the briefing of what will be happening in that evening. The festive period, especially the 31st, poses significant dangers associated in an increase of persons in public spaces, including the violent conduct, alcohol abuse, and exposing vulnerability, particularly of women and children. Therefore, it was important and imperative for me, as not only the acting national commissioner, but as the person responsible for operations in the country. And I often attend either one of the busiest provinces during this time. If I am lucky and the national commissioner is around, we will visit together. So we were in Gauteng. The duties that I undertook from 1700 hours on the 31st until 5 o'clock the next morning. Only reported on duty after receiving all the reports from the National Operational Coordination Center that everything and all the public celebrations have concluded. And I don't want to say the dust has settled down, but at least people are back at their safe spaces.
Just to the period that you were with the National Commissioner and the Minister, you've indicated that that was in December, and the last day you spent together was on the 28th of December. During that time, was there any conversation between either yourself and the Minister or between yourself and the National Commissioner in relation to the PKTT or the disbandment?
Chairperson, not at all. Advocate, as I have indicated, that we are attending a funeral of one of the members. The discussion or whatever conversation that would have been undertaken in my presence, it was general discussion over what was happening at the time and the continuation of the Operation Festive Season. At no stage was the mention of PKTT or any attempts to have any directive on PKTT, neither from the minister nor from the National Commissioner. I think my commander, my direct commander, is the National Commissioner. At the time, National Commissioner did not mention anything in relation to the PKTT.
Now, we know that the minister subsequently on the 31st of December, after your operation in KZN and in the Eastern Cape, issued the directive. You've indicated this happened on the 31st of December. You've indicated that you were busy with your operations or continued with your festive operations in Gauteng province. So at which point did you become aware of the minister's directive?
Thank you, Advocate. I only became aware of the email on the 2nd of January when I was back in the office. And I must indicate here that upon the investigation on the 2nd, and the other thing that has drawn my attention to the directive was the media inquiry that was forwarded to me by the national spokesperson. And I think at the time, all media houses, News 24 already published the directive of the disbandment of the PKTT. It has then required of me as the then acting national commissioner to investigate and to want to understand whether this is the truth of what is on the media space. And subsequent, I have received a WhatsApp message from the national spokesperson on the same matter. It was later in the evening, if I'm not mistaken, it was around 18, if not past 1800 hours. Then the first thing, the investigation of the team resumed at that time, and I was informed when I get into the office the next morning of the existence of the letter. And I also noticed at that time that the letter was also emailed to me as it was sent to the National Commissioner and the staff in the National Commissioner's office.
And you have indicated the list of people to whom the directive were issued. All of this is in paragraph 14 and up to paragraph 17 of your statement. So when you became aware of the letter on the 2nd of January 2025, General, what was your reaction to it? What was going through your mind, and how did you view this directive?
To be honest and frank, I became confused. I wasn't unsure. I was also surprised, and I questioned the authenticity of the directive as I could not believe the content, and precisely because of the tone of the letter. For me, it was unexpected, and in particular, the National Commissioner, we had a discussion on the matters to attend to, and the date was just too close from the time that the National Commissioner was to start the leave and the date of the letter that perhaps the National Commissioner have forgotten to mention this during our discussion. And I took time to interrogate, looking at various other issues that this directive will have, how it was conveyed. And I think most importantly was the fact that it was already leaked to the media when we have not yet dealt with the matter internally. So what I did was to call the immediate staff of the Office of the National Commissioner, which I normally work with in the absence of the National Commissioner. They will serve the office because it is me continuing with the Office of the National Commissioner to interrogate whether it is authentic, whether we have received the letter. And yes, it was confirmed. And I was then made to see for myself that the email was sent on the 31st of December at around 17:20. You shall recall, Advocate, that I said at the time, it is when the operations were already underway in Gauteng. And the addresses of the letter was from the Minister's Chief of Staff, Mr. Cedric Nkabinde, and he has sent the email to the National Commissioner who's on leave, General Masemula, to myself, understanding that he was aware that the National Commissioner is on leave and I am acting, because ordinarily, if the mail is meant for the National Commissioner, it will not come to me. But the understanding at the time was that it is sent to me because of my position as the acting National Commissioner. It was also sent to Major General Sibula and to Brigadier Litoko. Major General Sibula was at the time working in the office of the National Commissioner as the Executive Secretariat, and Brigadier Litoko is the PA of the National Commissioner. This was sent to other 5 people, CC'd to them. The main was the 4 of us, and it was also sent to the minister's advisor, Mr. Vusi Pikoli, or Advocate Vusi Pikoli, Ms. Mkhwanazi, who is the minister's communication director, Mr. Mtembu CU, as well as Mlandu. And then there was the 5th addressee that also received the same mail, which reflected as home13404@gmail.com. So these were the 5 people alongside myself, National Commissioner, and the 2 members in the National Commissioner's office who have received the email.
After you received the email, did you then get in touch with the National Commissioner, and what were your subsequent instructions from the National Commissioner?
As I've indicated that I was concerned about this email, the leak thereof, and the tone, after establishing the correctness that indeed that such email was sent, I then inquire from the office staff of the National Commissioner, which is the Executive Secretariat, how the matter was dealt with, whether they have become aware of the letter on the 31st. And for me, it was because they were aware that I am busy with the operations with the agency of the letter, they could have acted on the letter or not. And yes, the general confirmed that on receipt, they did send a WhatsApp message to the National Commission. The next thing that I did, because I want to reiterate the issue of the tone of the letter. What I did at that point in time was to get guidance and be advised. Normally, when I am acting, I will not unnecessarily contact the National Commissioner, because my understanding is that he takes leave because he wants to rest. Therefore, the matters that he has left me to deal with, I will deal with them unless there is a need to contact him, any critical issue that will require him. With the gravity that the letter will have to the organization, I found it necessary at that time that I need to get guidance from the National Commissioner. I need to also get guidance because at the time there was already a media hype in this particular matter, including the inquiry that General Mkhwanazi and the Chief of Staff were in a telephonic conversation, and General Mkhwanazi might have said some threatening words in that. That is how it was portrayed in the media at the time. So there were 2 issues that instantly triggered me to call the National Commissioner. And the first call, he did not pick up. I continued to establish facts. And when he realized my call, he called back and we discussed the matter, which he then indicated to me that he did receive the WhatsApp, but he did not pay much attention to that WhatsApp because of the fact that he's on leave. And then he guided on how to deal with the matter.
Just before you, General, you get to what you then subsequently did after your conversation with the National Commissioner, you've indicated that the letter of the minister was leaked to the media before you even became aware that you were part of the persons to whom the email was sent. Do you know how the email got leaked through the media or to other platforms? And I also want to maybe hear your view on, you've mentioned in paragraph 16 that there was a foreign email address that you didn't know, which is the Gmail account. Do you know whose email address that is? Have you subsequently discovered whose email address that is? And do you know how it was leaked to the media?
I do not know who the email belonged to, except that the Chief of Staff of the Minister, Mr. Nkabinde, did indicated the knowledge of the email address. This is part of the investigation that I was doing at the time that myself and the National Commissioner was conversing on this matter. As I was struggling to get hold of him immediately, what I did was to establish how, including the WhatsApp that the Secretariat, Executive Secretariat sent, he sent it out as to whom did she send, and there was a proof that it went from her to the National Commissioner only, and she indicated that she could have contacted me, but she needed guidance as well because that was the first day of a National Commissioner being out of office. So part of the investigations that I was doing from the second until this time that now we are on the telephone conversation with the National Commissioner and having the staff in my office was to follow through how this communique went out and what could be the possible leak of the email to the media and who could have communicated this because it was on the News 24 just to follow up and check who will be the journalist that has communicated this. And the spokesperson as well sent me the media inquiry around 1800 the previous day, and she was also in my office. So we were doing those follow-ups just to check how the mail leaked to the media. And I recall previously when I saw emails of the organization being sent to the private emails, I will engage the people who are the senders of the email just to make sure that we avoid this type of leakages. So I still do not know even today who the email belonged to, but I'm just forgetting. I think I did call the Chief of Staff and he did explain who the email belongs to.
Now, in your statement, General, you indicate that in paragraph 27, that you instructed Brigadier Litoko to send 3 emails to various heads that would be affected by the directive. Was that on the instruction of the National Commissioner?
Instruction, I will rather opt to say the advice. Remember, I call him for advice and for guidance because it was for the first time that something of this nature happens when I'm acting. I think I acted 5 or more times before this particular issue came, and I wanted to understand. So the guidance that the National Commissioner gave, I conveyed it immediately with the office of the minister, the PA of the National Commissioner who was assisting me at that time, which is Brigadier Litoko, to then continue after the guidance of the National Commissioner that he will deal with the matter when he comes back, because if you read that directive, it required the initial presentation to be made on mid-January. So it said mid-January. So my interpretation and analysis of that was that it was a calculated period that by this time the National Commissioner will be back in office. So when he said other nitty-gritties in this particular communique will be dealt with when I come back. In the meantime, he requested that I can give the directives to start preparing what the directive wanted. Remember, I said, he said to me, I received the WhatsApp, but I did not pay much attention to it until now that I see you guys are calling me on the same matter. And I was not the only person who called the National Commissioner in relation to the same matter.
In paragraph 25 of your main statement, General, you indicate that General Sibiya also approached the National Commission, got in contact with the National Commission in relation to the directive. And then you also say that he sidelined you. Could you maybe elaborate on what you mean by that?
As I was busy with this junior staff that was in my office, my colleague, which is the norm, normally we will converge at the boardroom with National Commissioner at the beginning of the week. And because we were in the middle of the festive season, it was no surprise as the Deputy National Commissioner walks into my office, and I then release the members because I can't talk with senior officers in their presence. So in our discussion, he was also checking what is it that we need to do. I think it was a Thursday, if I'm not mistaken. I'm speaking under correction. And the matter of the letter then of the directive then came into that conversation. And as I thought I will narrate what needs to happen because it is on the media space, I already directed Brigadier Lutuko that this is what the National Commissioner has directed. This is what we need to do. That is when he walked in. So I was about to tell him, this is how we are going to deal with the matter. But then before even saying that, I was surprised that he was raising the matter and going further to indicate that I contacted the National Commissioner. So I think the issue of sideline for me is the protocol of the police dictates that if the National Commissioner is on leave, there is a person that will resume that responsibility. And there will be a communique that will go to all email users in the police. So everybody was aware. It is the 3rd of the month, 3 days after the National Commissioner have started the leave. Obviously, we have known even days prior to him going that by this time, the National Commissioner will be out of office. This is the person that will be acting as the National Commissioner. So the expectation, particularly at that level, is that you will know that if the National Commissioner is not in the office, because he sometimes acts, and the expectation is that you will respect that office, not a person, but the office. Therefore, you need to speak to the person who is in position at the time. But then the surprise that I found myself in is when he responded to say, I already called the National Commissioner and he said, I must do this. So in my view, that was unnecessarily. And why will you call somebody that is on leave when I'm here? Unless he calls, I'm not available on the phone, he gets frustrated that the matter is getting worse. Let me rather call the accounting officer. There is nothing wrong for him to call the National Commissioner. I must say, there is nothing wrong. But I will expect that before calling the National Commissioner, establish from me if I know how to deal with the matter before you even call the National Commission. But I want to reiterate, there's nothing wrong. If you are on leave and there is a matter that requires you, the office can contact you. But at that level, I was expecting that, Madam, do you know, are you aware of this? It's already on the media space. How are we going? Perhaps me and him could have discussed, and I wouldn't even have called the National Commissioner because we will have at least come up with the ways of dealing with the matter. But saying I've already contacted the National Commissioner, and what National Commissioner told me, it's what he was saying the National Commissioner told him.
Understand. But it could also be that he has a very good working relationship with the National Commissioner and probably felt comfortable to call because of the nature of the relationship they have.
It could be, and I believe it is.
So in paragraph 27, General, you indicate that you then instructed Litoko to issue the email, and one of the people that you have instructed Brigadier Litoko to send the email to was General Sibiya. And so we know when we've heard evidence that General Sibiya then subsequently implemented the directive of the minister, but we now see from your statement that he was following your instructions in the implementation of the directive. Is that correct?
It is correct. I even spoke to Brigadier Lituko prior to him walking in. So by the time that Brigadier Lituko left my office, she was already preparing the emails. And I'm saying 3 different emails because for me, I was cautious of the sensitivity of the email and the fact that it has already leaked. So I did not want to communicate the whole letter to everybody. I cannot perpetuate what, in my view, was a leaking of information to undesired recipients. So the 3 emails is because in the police, the national commissioner will be deputized by 3 people, which is myself in policing, which is General Sibia, and was affected by the email. I was also affected in the sense of the border policing, and there is a acting national commissioner that is responsible for support services or corporate services in the police. That is simply administration. She was also affected by this directive in that there are issues of HR that were also mentioned. I think first point of the letter required the halting of the crime intelligence post, which is the process that over and above the divisional commissioner of crime intelligence, it will affect the administration of the service in terms of filling of the post. So HR is responsible. Hence, I requested that the parts, Brigadier Lituko must send the email with specific directive to each one of us, meaning what will come to my office will be in relation to the border policing, because it was mentioned that I had to also prepare, or my office had to prepare by the time that the national commissioner comes back to office, I should be ready with that report. And there was an issue of PKTT. PKTT in the main, it's doing the investigation, but I think even the national commissioner did indicated or did explain when he was here that all the national interventions are managed and coordinated from national coordination, operational coordination. So it did affect my office as well. It is a multidisciplinary team that involves not only investigators, although they are most of the time carrying dockets, but there are combat teams that are involved, there are intelligence, so where you get the team that is formed with multiple competencies and operatives from different environments, the coordination thereof is done through the national coordination. So my relevance to receive that email as well, although I have received it in my capacity as the acting national commissioner, was to prepare what will then come on the report of the minister in relation to the disbandment of the national intervention teams, as well as to deal with the issues of border policing.
Now we see that you have sent this email to all 3 DNC officers and not just to General Sibia. You've sent it to yourself, as you've indicated, DNC Policing, and this is on page 47. And you've sent it to DNC SS. And then you've sent it to DNC Crime Detection, which I believe is General Sibia's post. And the email is very brief. It doesn't seem to request, it doesn't give a lot of direction. It basically on page 48 of your bundle. In the email, it simply requested that he is required to communicate the deactivation to the relevant team, and that his office is further requested to submit a close-up report on 14 January 2025 for NATSCOM's consideration and sign off to the minister. There's no further direction given other than that which I've just read out to you.
Remember, I said one of the issues is that the email has already leaked, but I did not want it to leak further because you will send it, if, as you can see on page 48, that it was sent to the staff officer or the office administration of General Sibia and himself, as well as General Sibola, who at the end of the day need to coordinate all these reports for the National Commission. So I just extrapolated the instruction as it was on the main letter to the general. Remember, I also said I was with General Sibia in the office. So the issue of the letter was no longer a secret. The letter was there, the directive was there, but on the email was just to extrapolate that information that is required. And on the 14th, when the National Commissioner comes back, we'll present to him and further directive will then be given from there. On the emails that were sent, each one of us received a different email that was specific on the area of the office's mandate and when will the report be required. In my case, it will be earlier so that the team, the divisional commissioner and her team can come and present, preparing that when the national commissioner, I will include that report in my handing over report 1, but 2, this is the requirement that I must also respond on the matters that relates to my office. And in relation to the posts, as well to the DNC responsible for support services to respond to the issues of the holding of the post and what the directive requires.
So General, what I'm hearing is that you looked at the directive and you basically identified which DNC is responsible for each of the issues that were raised in the directive. And then you subsequently issued an instruction to each DNC in respect of their respective responsibilities.
That is correct.
So after the letter was issued, after your email of the 3rd of January, was there any other step that you took or any further steps you took in furtherance of the implementation of the directive?
Apart from working on the reports and engaging with the team, in this case, my team, to deal with the issues that relates to my environment, there is no further directive that or actions that in my case I have undertaken, considering the fact that we're still in the operational mood. And I think at the time it's the preparations for January 8th statement and other programs that follows immediately in January, the reopening of the schools as it is part of Operation Festive Season, post-festive season event. So the work continues as normal, but focusing on the team's preparation for what is required.
So when you requested reports by 14 January, was your understanding that when the National Commissioner is back, that he would take the responsibility to implement the directive further?
As we have discussed with the National Commissioner and the discussion between myself and General Spear at the time that he was in my office, yes, the expectation was all of us will be ready by the 14th. The first meeting when the National Commissioner assumed office will be to table this, and the fact that he was also aware because of the conversation that we had earlier. And the agreement or guidance that he will deal with the matter when he comes back to the office.
Now we know that everything was not finalized by the 14th of January, and that there was subsequently various engagement in relation to what the disbandment should look like. Presentations were made to the minister to propose an alternative, which was considered sort of a gradual disbandment instead of an immediate disbandment. We see in your statement from paragraph 29 that you participated in some of those engagements. What was your view on the disbandment and on the presentations that were made in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT?
Subsequent to the return to office of the National Commissioner, different environments did presented to the National Commissioner on the way forward, and I take it would have been directed to respective environments on what to do. In my case, we had the meeting on the visible policing with the minister that we undertook on the 27th of January, if I'm not mistaken. I do have documents, I will confirm that, but I take it is on the 27th when I presented to the minister. But then subsequent to that meeting, there were other engagements as well with the minister that led to the meeting on the 6th of March, or the meeting which I attended here in Cape Town. I think we were attending the portfolio committee meeting a day before when the presentations were made. And on the 6th of March, the meeting was held at the provincial office of in Cape Town, where the two colleagues joined us. That is the divisional commissioners, divisional commissioner of detectives and forensic services, General Sintumule, and divisional commissioner for crime intelligence, Lieutenant General Khumalo. With them, it was the Lieutenant Colonel that was leading the presentation, which I believe is what went into the discussion between General Masemola and the team that is responsible for the PKTT, because the meeting was specifically to deal with the issues of PKTT. So in that meeting, the presentation was prepared, I take, with the direction, and the discussion was over that presentation. Over and above myself, the National Commissioner and the Deputy National Commissioner Crime Detection, it was the office of the minister, but it was the minister himself, his special advisor, as well as the chief of staff. So those are the only people that were in that meeting where presentation was made. In that presentation, there were recommendations that were tabled before the minister.
Now, my other question that I asked was your reaction to it. In your statement, you indicate that in your role as Deputy National Commissioner, you are also responsible for task team units, including the political task team. This is stated in paragraph 32 of your main statement. So my question was, in your experience, in your work with task teams related matters, what was your view on this disbandment of the PKTT? Did you think it was a necessary and a correct step to take?
We often respond, and when necessary, will establish the intervention teams. So I do not see at the time that we will just move from having this task team and having it disbanded. Particularly because when the team was established in 2018, I was the Divisional Commissioner of Detective Service. I happened to be one of the people that attended the interministerial committee meeting and subsequent meeting in KZN when the team was established. I know, or at the time I was aware of the circumstances that has led to the establishment of the PKTT in particular. But I think your question is around national intervention teams. Even as I am sitting here, I do have teams out to do the national interventions in assistance or augmentation of the provincial team to supplement the capacity that the provinces are having to tackle a particular issue or a particular matter. We had Operation Valumkoti that was in 7 provinces. All 7 provinces did receive a small team that will assist them on areas or competencies that we believe from the reserve teams of medium and high risk teams that are national teams. Remember, I said part of the portfolio of policing is to have specialized operational team or visible policing team. So these teams are there to assist when the need arises to intervene in any province. If the province can deal with the matter, well and good, provincial commissioners in their capacity can establish the provincial teams and deal with the matter. But if the matter escalates to head office, that is where my role come in to coordinate and establish the team. That will either include the NAT joints format. I said NAT joints, it's coordination of other departments that are relevant. And in the JCPS, you will obviously have all the law enforcement, you will have the NPA, you will have DOJ in terms of them guiding and assisting the operational teams in the interpretation of the laws and so on and so forth. So in this particular case of the PKTT, in my view, the manner in which it has to be disbanded, all task team will have to draw up the demob plan. We have what we call demobilization plan that will give step-by-step activities that should be undertaken, including to reduce the numbers if the threat has been minimized. So at the time that the letter came to say the team must be disbanded, consideration should have been taken that it is not only the docket carriers that are involved. There is a combat team that PKTT is working with. There are crime intelligence operatives that are collectors and analysts that have been paid with the PKTT. There are forensic teams that have been paid to assist the team in finalization or speedy finalization of their matters. Then you'll have investigators. You will also have other departments, as I have said. It will either take the shape of internally NCCF, National Crime Combating Format, or the NAT joints format. So in this case, we had to get other role players that will assist in finalization of the cases, the PGIs that will be required in particular cases. That's one. Two, when you coordinate events or interventions of this nature, you will get capacity from elsewhere in the country, depending on the competencies and the experience of the persons that we will want to send to do the interventions. Therefore, you will have people that will be coming either from Gauteng or Free State and so on. And the 31st, we have already concluded the call-up instruction. I think earlier in the committee as well as at the commission, it was explained that the call-up instruction was extended. The request was made to extend. If granted, then you will make arrangements with accommodation where the team should go, the SNT, because as they are operating, they will require SNT. There are resources in the form of physical resources that will be dedicated to the team. So when you have national intervention team, even the province, you cannot just wake up the next morning and say, team, you can go back. We need to consider that there might have been commitments that have been made in terms of booking of the accommodation, the dockets as well. There is a process that the investigator will take, the relationship between the investigator and the prosecutor that is dealing with the matter, the relationship between the investigator and the witnesses, the family of the victims, the informants that have assisted you to solve the case. So you cannot just disband the team without considering all those factors and drawing up a clear plan of demobilizing these teams that we have sent to KZN and to avoid fruitless expenditure if such commitments have already been made.
Now, the cost or the financial burden that comes along with the operation of task teams, was also said to be one of the considerations that the minister gave when he made a decision to disband the task team. It was said that the cost related to the operation of task team is quite heavy. It places a huge financial burden on other policing operations. And the minister was of the view that, maybe task team should be done away with altogether. And I think this is when the conversation around the murder and robbery unit was had, and whether that might be the appropriate intervention tool to deal with matters that the task team is currently dealing with. Do you think that the task teams can be done away with as a intervention tool? Would you be able to effectively conduct police operations without the use of task teams, or is it a necessary tool?
Task teams will remain a necessary tool in my view, in that part of why the task teams are considered, it's because of the challenges that the province itself or the business units, whatever area it is, normally it will be the provinces because crime happens in the provinces, and the task teams that are established most of the time will be to intervene on matters of crime. And I do not see anytime soon that we will completely do away with the task team. That is in my view. And the reason for this being that there are many factors that contribute to the establishment of the task team. One being the local capacity might not be adequate. That's number one. Number two, at times there are issues that we cannot run away from as we are living in South Africa, and from time to time we hear issues of collusions and maybe the reluctance of the local policing capacity to deal with the matters because they are living in the same area and they might be afraid to deal with the matters. The political task team prior to the 2018 team that was established, and when it was established, the majority of the team members were from the detectives, and recall that I said I was the divisional commissioner at the time. We had to take or get people from outside of certain areas, even within the province itself. The then acting provincial commissioner, who is the provincial commissioner of KZN, was involved, and we had to take members from elsewhere in the province and send them. There were initially 4 teams. In that one PKTT teams, it was divided into 4 teams that were to work at different districts where the political killing were rife in the KZN. And subsequent to that, I think there was also a discussion to have a similar approach. We had a problem in Limpopo, in Jerusalem. At the time, we had problems in Tshwane, in Gauteng, on political attacks and elsewhere in the country. So we built that team that should assist, supplement the current formation in a form of a station or in the provincial or district teams. As we speak, we still have interventions elsewhere in the country, including in the Western Cape. So to say that the task teams will anytime soon be disbanded, and I want to also go back to the issue of the work study that was conducted at the time. I think it's communicated from time to time in these commissions as MRA report, which was concluded in 2019 when I was still in the detective environment. And one of the recommendations of the models that the investigator, the organizational development investigators came up with was that the issues of the establishment of the units and the team will depend on challenges of each province or each environment. So you might have the working solution with the establishment of which were established. I think at the time I already have component heads at national office that were overseeing the murder and robbery units because we're looking at various other challenges within the space. But the recommendation was not conclusive that if you establish murder and robbery in one of the options, if you establish murder and robbery, you should do away with the task teams because you will, from time to time, do require the supplementary capacity to what the province it's having or dealing with.
And I see you deal with that in paragraph 37 of your main statement. General, there were other people that were not opposed to the idea of disbanding the PKTT. And in paragraph 30, you indicate some of those people were Lieutenant General Sibia and the Chief of Staff. They were not opposed to having the PKTT disbanded. And they, in fact, were opposed to some of the proposal made in relation to a gradual disbandment of the PKTT. Now, I understand you were in charge of operations and interventions. The objection by the Chief of Staff and Lieutenant General Sibia, would you say those were properly considered, or do you think there's any validity to it? What I'm trying to get to, what was their role or participation in the formation and disestablishment of task team? And why were they so opposed to the idea to having a gradual disbandment of the task team?
The motivation to have the gradual disbandment was coming from the presentation that have been prepared by both divisional commissioners. I will say both of them because they own up to that presentation, and I take these are the meetings that could have been undertaken with the national commissioner from the time that he came back on the 14th of January until that date of the 6th of March, a meeting with the minister. So the opposition that colleagues have and the Chief of Staff was when the gradual disbandment was proposed. And I think myself and the National Commission and myself, I was coming from what I've already alluded to of commitments that would have been made in terms of sending people to KZN, where they're coming from and how the demop needs to happen, the issues of the docket itself. You cannot work the docket that was already cold or dormant. Then when it is a court docket, you just hand over to another person. There is the issues of the trust. There's an issue of having to consult other departments as well. So the gradual was based on that. And they were opposing to say, but the directive of the minister is that it must be immediately disbanded. And I think I do not need to further venture into the immediate. It was explained at length in all the engagements that were undertaken. So that gradual or winding down was based on what will immediate have or the impact that immediate disbandment have on what I have already outlined in terms of the trust, in terms of taking dockets to court. I think I even made an example that it cannot be disbanded because there are combat teams that are assisting, and PKTT's investigation of the dockets that were going to court had an ad hoc cases. Ad hoc cases will be the cases that as and when you go through the investigation of the case, you will either find that it is in a way linked to the main docket. I think that as well needs to be clarified, what was contained on that ad hoc. So you will investigate the case of theft of a firearm, and that firearm is the one that was found used in the main docket. So that is how ad hoc came about. So you cannot separate those cases. Although you have not yet concluded on one or charged a person on the other ad hoc case, but the main docket, there is a process that has been undertaken. Therefore, it was then suggested, can it be done gradually? And I think there we did indicated that from the operations, from the combat team, I will not withdraw all the members because they are also assisting the investigators to collect the suspects when going to court, to escort as well. It is a very volatile environment of investigating the murder cases. So the combat team will be left so that they can continue to assist with the escorts and taking the teams. But in terms of the investigators in that meeting, which I was participating, and I remember very well that the issues were these court dockets will still need to be taken to court. Who takes them to court? If you are saying this investigator Musikidi, who is coming from Free State, must go back to Free State and leave the docket in KZN. So those were the issues that will impact that sudden closure of the team. Therefore, it was not practicable in terms of operations. Hence, that gradual disbandment was suggested, which at some point the minister acceded to, and he said they must go back and rework that plan that was presented to him and consider the facts, give the timeline and the number of personnel that will be left with the PKTT for that gradual. And that gradual could mean when the docket is finalized, and it cannot be a month, it cannot be 2 months. We don't know when the matter will be finalized at court. So if all the cases were finalized, period, you will have to remove. I will be glad to get my combat teams back because I have bigger problems in the country to deal with.
There were a lot of questions surrounding how the implementation was done, and I may even say a bit of criticism into, or rather how the steps that were taken by Lieutenant General Sibiya when he then subsequently conducted the implementation of the directive. We know he sent letters out on the 7th of January. He requested the dockets. So there were a lot of questions asked about the manner in which he's then implemented the directive and whether he did the right thing. I want to know from you, General Mutsikiri, when you sent out the directive, or rather the instruction to General Sibiya on the 3rd of January, do you think he overstepped or he did something outside of what you have instructed in that email? When you said to him, implement, this is the directive I got, I know it's only 2 lines. Did you, what he subsequently did by requesting reports and requesting the dockets, do you think he overstepped your instruction of 3 January 2024?
Not entirely. However, as I've alluded to the fact that you have members that are serving in the team from elsewhere, from other business units within the organization, I think it was very, very imperative for both of us to sit and finalize the issues of withdrawing the teams. Like I say, with every operational plans, when they are drawn, there will be the part of demobilizing. How are you going to demobilize the teams? Therefore, when the directive was given by himself to collect the dockets, he is the custodian of dockets, or the Divisional Commissioner of Detective Service is the custodian of the dockets, the project leader. It was between the two of them to decide what should happen. And I take that can only happen with the direction of the National Commissioner. So overreaching on collecting dockets, it will affect operations in closing up the intervention in terms of the protocols that needs to be followed to demobilize the team as agreed. I think that is one area. Then the second area is to get these members back to their stations of origin. Hence, I'm saying maybe it could have been better that in that we could have found amicable way of getting these members back into their respective areas. And you'll recall that my directive on the 3rd of January was for him to prepare the report. How he prepares the report, we were going to sit together with the National Commissioner to have that report presented. And we should, as the management, especially policing operations, agree on certain issues and certain factors. But in respect of the dockets, detectives and himself are the custodians of dockets, how they deal with the dockets, as long as addressing the dockets will assist the country in deterring the furtherance of that particular matter. It doesn't matter for me, but it will be quite disturbing that the intervention that is meant to deter or to prevent the furtherance of that particular crime or commodity will be affected by the steps that we undertake when we withdraw the resources.
But your instruction, the other steps like the dockets would have been when you are now no longer acting as National Commissioner. Your instruction to him was limited to communicate the deactivation to the relevant team and to submit a closeout report.
As
That's what
extrapolated from the minister's directive, as advised with the National Commissioner that when I come back, we'll deal with the matter. So any further directive was to be undertaken from the 14th of January. And if the National Commissioner will have a separate meeting between himself and General Sibia on how to deal with the matter, it will be in regards to crime intelligence, because the project leader was based at crime intelligence, as well as what should happen with the docket. So for me, it is only on the issues of coordination and the operations only.
Thank you, General. Then I'd like to move on to the part of the directive that affected your responsibilities. And you deal with this in paragraph 23 to 33 of your supplementary statement.
I am there.
Okay. Now, I just also want to go to a copy of the directive. You could just open that as well. That is on page 44. Yeah, 43 of the bundle. You'll find the copy of the directive.
I found it.
Okay. So in the minister's directive in paragraph, paragraph 2, it deals with ports of entry. And the minister in that directive is requesting, well, you've indicated, first of all, that you are responsible for border policing. You deal with this in paragraph 23 of your supplementary statement, where you say that you are responsible for border policing, which is a component of visible policing in operations. So this would have directly affected you.
That's correct.
So my question to you is, the minister in his directive requests a review of personal impact and efficiency in relation to border policing and ports of entry. And he asked that a plan be presented to him sometime in January 2025. Could you first explain to us, and maybe I should just start off by reading paragraph 2 full and put it fully on the record. In paragraph 2 of the Minister's Directive, he says that it is common cause that all South African ports of entry are managed by Border Management Authority, with SAPS playing a critical role in the same space, which cannot be overemphasized. In line with this role, SAPS personnel impact and efficiencies should be reviewed from time to time with an objective of enhancing their role in improving security in the country's port of entry. The Minister says, I, in terms of Section 207, direct you to develop a new plan in this regard and present it to the next Ministry Management Executive Committee meeting later in January 2025. Key reference points to include, but not limited to, the following: a comprehensive analysis of the current challenges of security in the ports of entry and exit, the SAPS perspective, and a comprehensive operational and remedial action plan based on a policy of rotation of staff members, amongst others. Could you maybe first, General, explain to us what Border Management Authority is and what it's responsible for?
Thank you, Advocate Chair. I want to start responding to this area, perhaps to share a little history of where South African Police Service, it comes in operating at the border space. BMA was established or enacted under DHA, Department of Home Affairs, and it started its operations in 2022. Prior to the BMA operating at the space, there were multiple agencies that were operating at the border space, of which South African Police Service was one of them. And in terms of the border control and access, it was performed by the South African Police Service. Upon the establishment of Border Management Authority, the South African Police Service was then required to coexist, particularly dealing with crime prevention and combating and crowd control within the same space of border control. The BMA, I think on my paragraph, now coming to your question of what BMA is. On paragraph 25, in terms of section 4, subsection 2 of the Act, it gives BMA the responsibility of border law enforcement functions, which refers to the facilitation and management of legitimate movement of people and goods at the ports of entry. Section 5 of the same Act of BMA makes it clear that the authority's role is focused on compliance, in other words, monitoring and enforcement, such as verifying passport, the responsibility which was previously done by Department of Home Affairs, inspecting agricultural inputs. There was a Department of Fisheries Agriculture that was dealing with that matter. The enforcement of port health, which is the Department of Health. Section 18 and 19 of BMA Act empowers officers to stop any person, inspect and search, and seize from that particular individual any article where non-compliance is suspected. This provision functions within the administrative framework and is designed to protect the legal movement. That is basically what BMA is doing. And you will have the South African Police Service that operates elsewhere in the country in terms of the Constitution, Section 205, subsection 3, which does not limit any activities of the South African Police Service on the prevention, investigation, and combating of crime and addressing the issues of crowd control at any space in the country. As on the BMA, it will give them the 10-kilometer from the borderline. So with the South African Police Service, you will operate elsewhere in the country, including at the border control. So the discussion went since the plan to establish the BMA up until the time where Section 197 of the Constitution was invoked, which gives powers of BMA to 4 departments, or 4 departments gave power to BMA, with the exception of the South African Police Service, South African National Defence Force, as well as South African Revenue Service Customs, that will operate alongside with BMA at the borders. And this is covered on Section 5 of BMA, subsection, I think it's 1C of the Act. I'm speaking under correction. I will just verify the correct, but I know that in Section 5, there are sub-paragraphs that outlines, and there is a specific clause or provision of the law that these entities will have to coexist and work in the border space, and that is currently the space. So the discussion that the minister required was for us to review and develop a new plan in this regard. I'm reading verbatim from, quoting from the minister's directive, a new plan in this regard, and present it in the next ministry's meeting. So the new plan that was required was to review the efficiency, which I believe at the time minister would have received information that South African Police Service is no longer efficient or it's not effective to operate, and it was then decided by himself that we need to review the operations of the South African Police Service at the borderline. That is what was requested for us to present.
Could you just briefly deal with the plan, briefly discuss what that plan looked like, and you deal with it in paragraphs 30 and 31 of your statement, your supplementary statement. And also, you've mentioned other stakeholders, other agencies that were also involved. Did they participate in the meeting during the presentation that was made to the minister?
The meeting was held with the minister on the 22nd of January to present what the office have prepared at the time. I'm saying at the border, the coexistence or the departments that are operating alongside BMA, it's South African Police Service, South African Defence Force, as well as the BMA. But when we talk ports, we have in 72 land ports, we also have airports, we also have seaports. So the footprint of the South African Police Service and some of these departments that I'm mentioning coexist elsewhere in the ports of entry. When a requirement is made by the minister to review the border policing plan, it will entail all other ports of entry, inclusive of land, sea, and airports. Therefore, in that particular meeting, ourselves, South African Police Service, particularly the Division Visible Policing and Operations component, there are multiple components within Division Visible Policing and Operations, of which border management is one of the 5 components under Division Visible Policing and Operations. We prepared that presentation that was done by the component head and the leadership of DNC Policing. We also had in that meeting, which is the capacity or the entity that was invited by the minister to be in the meeting, it is AXA. And there was also the commissioner of PMA and the team of PMA. They also had the presentation. So I take they have received the same directive I take. It's just that when we arrive there, we find ourselves sitting with all these other entities that are operating. For an example, AXA, it's operating at certain airports, not at the land and seaports. And BMA is operating at the ports of entry as it is established for that purpose. And South African Police Service, over and above the ports, it also operates. Even here where we are sitting, we do have members of the South African Police Service at the key points and elsewhere in the country. So in the main, what the plan that we presented covered as the issues that became the focal area was the rotation of members. We thought perhaps the efficiency and the effectiveness of members are affected by the fact that they have operated in the space for the longest time, which is the process that we undertook even prior to the appointment of the minister into the portfolio. And this was done to address the issues of corruption and collusion, of which we, from time to time, as the leadership, do get the reports of the wrongdoing that our members are doing. So we then suggested, as a focal point for this reviewed plan, to consider the rotation of members. We also look at the investment in tactical teams within the border so that they can rotate from time to time. We have implemented, particularly now in Easter, in Operation Paseka, Operation Festive Season, we do have this rotation teams that will operate at border policing. And the intention is to combat syndicate crimes within the borderlines and also to provide a rapid reaction capability. We also suggested or look at one focal area, which is to revive sea border maritime teams to combat criminal syndicates exploiting the shipping lane and the trafficking of illegal goods, organized poaching and marine resources. We also spoke about the enhanced provincial border policing by establishing operational monitoring and coordination, of course, to curb what I've already alluded to earlier of people making comfort zone and off-ramping at that particular space of operation. And lastly, to establish a national incident monitoring and crime analysis capabilities with the relevant operational coordination. So this way, the focal areas that we've presented to the Minister, of course, other departments, AXA as well as BMA also came with their inputs into the meeting on how to enhance and improve on the operations at the border.
Then generally indicating from paragraph 31 that there were subsequently various meetings on various platforms in relation to, I take it, the respective presentations that were made during the meeting. You also indicate that you sort of formulated your own opinion on what you perceived the intention behind the engagement was. Could you just briefly talk us through that?
The way forward from that meeting was the direction to the NAT joints to go and develop a plan that will address the deficiencies and the challenges on the border management or border policing management space. The directive that prior to this meeting, the JCPS DGs have already given that to the NAT joint structure to deal with. As a chairperson of NAT joints, I was then expected to lead the team that will go and take this matter forward. The first meeting was between myself and BMA because we did not have that much issue with AXA. Otherwise, the NAT Joints Priority Committee include every stakeholder and every role player that is operating in that space. So I have convened that meeting where I met at the NAT Joints Coordination Center with the team of BMA, and we then have to look at amicable solutions to address the issue. And it was not one meeting, there were subsequent other meetings that were held, interministerial meeting of the JCPS ministers, meeting of which presentations were made. And in one of the meetings, after developing a plan, the team came up with 3 recommendations. On the 3 recommendations, after discussing with the principal structure before getting to the minister, which is the DGs, that presentation was withdrawn because it was not approved or endorsed by the DGs. We had to review and revise that particular presentation because it had in it an option that was not viable, that was ventilated before in several other meetings, even prior to the establishment of BMA, and it was found not a viable option of transferring functions. And in that meeting where we presented the other plan other than the one that was withdrawn, the minister then presented an option that was appearing on the presentation that was withdrawn, particularly in that meeting approving that particular option that was transferring the functions, which the legal services, state law advisors ventilated on it, and it could not be a viable option. 1, 2, that it's the matter that was not even in the purview of that particular structure to decide on whether the functions should be reviewed or be transferred. Therefore, in that process of these engagements, I then realized that the issue was not necessarily to have a revised plan of working otherwise or working in another methods of addressing the policing structure that is at the borderline. It was precisely to look at the issues of the functions. That is where I'm coming to say I then established with all these engagements that the bottom line of this engagement on the border policing was in relation to functions and transferring of functions, which could not happen. Hence, in 2022, when BMA was established, it could only coexist with these 4 other or 3 other departments, and BMA being the 4th.
General, so when you speak of transferring of functions, does it mean of what you say here in paragraph 31, which was, in paragraph 31, you said, through various meetings on various platforms, which subsequently took place after the presentation was made to the minister, it became clear to me that the intention was to have the border police removed from the borders and ports of entry and to have BMA solely responsible for border security. This includes transferring of functions and resources of the police to the BMA. So that transferring the functions that you're talking about is having the police completely removed from border security and only have BMA.
That's correct. This is my observation with discussions that went through this particular matter beyond the meeting of the 22nd of January. As we engaged, as the directive were given to the adjoints to prepare the presentation, and I think at some point why I'm saying this was the ultimate perceived outcome of this engagement is where the presentation was made by the BMA that, but we have been requesting the transfer of functions of SAPS. And in that particular one, I was expecting the NADJOIN's presentation, but I was surprised that over and above prepared NADJOIN's presentation that would have developed collectively, there was this other presentation that was made that was solely talking about the transferring of functions.
Just from a layman's perspective, what would the implications be if border policing is removed and there is this transfer of functions to BMA? What would the implications of that be?
Legally, the transfer of functions, it's not possible. It couldn't be an issue. It requires other processes to be undertaken, which was above the structures that were dealing with that particular matter at the time. So the issue of transferring of functions of the South African police members in this regard, that function that was required, which is already with the BMA in terms of section 4 of the BMA Act and the section 13.6 of the South African Police Service. It's the powers that are conferred to the member of South African Police Service, meaning myself as the oath taker of the South African Police Service as a member. Those powers are conferred to myself as an individual. Neither the National Commissioner nor the Minister can transfer such functions. So it had that legal bounds that it cannot be transferred. That's one. Two, the Constitution of this country, Section 2053, warrants or expect of the South African police member to address the issues of crime in terms of prevention, investigation, combating, and the restoring of law and order. And it does not have limitations where the law and order, where the prevention, where the combating, where the investigation should be done. Doing so will then be South African Police Service abdicating its own responsibilities of addressing crimes at that space of the border to another person. And I can imagine what will come from the civil society that the South African Police Service have left the space and left the vacuum. Instead of preventing crime at the space, they have left the area. So the functions of South African Police Service are not limited or confined to a certain space and not the other. Hence, it is impossible, or it was in my view, that it's something that cannot just happen unless certain processes legally are followed, and that were explored as well.
What would the consequences be if there is no border, if police, if SAPS is removed from border security? What would the consequences, or what would you consider the potential consequences would be?
As already alluded, that crime will run rampant and will not be able to contain or respond to crime as it is expected of the South African Police Service. And I think we know how challenging and volatile the borderline is in the South African Police Service, with the limited resources that all these entities that are operating in that space, we still have a challenge. If you are to remove the South African Police Service and put them somewhere 30 kilometers away from the border, the response, if crime is committed, and there are other functions, much as I have related to Section 4 of the BMA Act, they cannot deal with the issues of firearm control. There are issues of the Explosive Act that if it happens, it means members must come. If there are issues of protest, I think in the same year of 2024, if we'll recall that there were issues that were happening in the borderline of one of the sister countries where criminals were reported to have escaped and so forth and so on. So if you don't have policing in that space, it means we have left that space vacant.
Thank you, General. I think just lastly, you, and coming to the end of your statements, you deal with allegations that were made about IPID charges, and you say you deal with this in paragraph 38 to I think it's 63. No, actually, it goes further than that. It's 72 of your statement. You deal with it quite extensively, where you explain try to explain to the committee what happened in relation to the investigations that were conducted by IPID. General, could you just maybe briefly, because that appears to be omitted from your statement, what are the true facts surrounding the events that led up to the IPID investigation against you? As I understand, you were the victim, but it appears that you were then subsequently investigated by IPID. Could you just briefly explain what happened and how you ended up being investigated by IPID?
Thank you. Yes, indeed, the comments that came through these processes last, I think, was made even at the ad hoc committee by one of my colleagues, that I was facing serious investigation by IPID. And it also came from the committee itself, ad hoc committee, I think twice, if I'm not mistaken, as I was following the proceedings, that I will not be involved in the development of the plans because I'm embroiled in the IPID matter. And subsequent to that, I had to clarify on my first submission to the committee what has been the issue or what took place that has led to the investigation of, or me being investigated by the IPID. There were previously social media posts by one of the whistleblowers in this country. I think she also appeared before the committee, that I am rogue, number one, and that I have been implicated in a theft, whereas I have opened a case of theft where I was the victim at one of the macro stores in Centurion, and subsequent to that, property was taken from myself. The case was investigated by the provincial investigative unit, the organized crime team, because upon realizing the theft that happened, I approached the staff at that area, the security staff at my macro, and in some of the engagements, I was told that, in fact, I wanted to check what could have happened in that process, and the security officer advised that I should go open the case and the case will be full. I was going for the case, but I wanted, because I had this property and the cell phone that was taken immediately, so I proceeded to Littleton Police Station to open a case. Upon opening the case, I established that there is a syndicate that is operating in that space. Hence, I gave a call to the provincial investigation team that maybe it will require a broader focus, so that not another woman that will go in that space, because I was told in that a shop itself, there were more than one victims that were affected, and all of them being women. So for me, with my policing intuition, I said, not another woman after this. And after all, I expected to prevent crime in this country. So let me make sure that another woman do not come here and become a victim, and other stores that were mentioned by the security official, including the threats that when they approached this syndicate, they were faced with. So after that, opening that case, then the stories that went into the social media was that I did not, or the stuff were not stolen from me because I was involved with this particular syndicate. So that is how it went on the social media. So subsequent to that, the requests were sent to every investigative body in this country. All the media houses receive such, and I recall very well, I was attending the SONA. In that particular day, I was to do the presentation to the presiding officers here in Parliament. I were to travel from Pretoria when my face was on the billboards that I am rogue. And I proceeded with my duty, but IPID was also sent that particular a clip to investigate. And subsequently, only last year, August, on the 8th of August, 2025, I received a call from IPID that I'm under investigation. And I think it was after a year that the matter was, or at least 8 months or 9, that the matter was on the social media space. So IPID officials came, we set up an appointment, they came to see me in my office, where they presented to me that they are investigating me for perjury. So it was a surprise that when it went out to social media, it was that I'm rogue. And here it's IPID sitting in front of me that they are investigating a case of perjury. And it made it jaw drop that a perjury, what could have happened, because I'm still waiting for my day in court. And the officials presented to me 3 statements without pointing out where these contradictions, where I could have perjured myself. And the indication when such was presented to me was that here are the statements that you have deposed in your docket. And I have never submitted 3 statements in my docket, but they presented 3 statements, which I confirmed that I have knowledge of the 3. 2 of the statements were indeed in the docket, and the 3rd statement was meant for the loss management control. It is the file statement that was supposed to be in the loss management of the South African Police Service. But just getting closer to what could have happened, the 2 statements, the 1 statement I would have deposed immediately after the incident. And as the investigation was continuing, like it happened now that I submitted the statement in November and now I have clarified certain issues, I had to clarify issues with the investigators, so they requested a statement. So both statements were filed in the docket. They were still in the docket. Me running around, going around the statement, trying to establish, because the officials never showed me that these are the areas of contradiction. I had to figure out myself, because they requested that I must go through them and submit the statement on the warning statement. So what I have picked up were issues that I've highlighted on the statement, and I'm reluctant to go blow by blow with them. They are before the members, they are in the statement. I still do not know what will be the end results of this matter, whether it's going to court or not, that I don't know. But I have pointed out the issues of discomfort on some of the issues that would have been affected on my deposed statement without me knowing. And the fact that the 3rd statement was a replica, word for word, of the 1st statement, only that the one it's typed and the other one it's a handwritten document. And the type 1, it's upon the request of the administrators of the loss management, that because of reproductions, when you submit from supply chain management to finance office to admin, the statement started to fade because it was handwritten. Even the writing of the then officer who took the statement was no longer eligible. So they requested my office that if that statement can be reduced in typing. So the statement was typed. So that is the difference, that one statement is handwritten, the other statement is typed, but the content are the same. And the 1st and the 2nd statement, one is short and the 2nd one was elaborative. And that is the account that I gave to my colleagues at IPID. Till to date, since they visited me and I submitted the statement, I do not know what is the status now.
But in short, could they identify from the content of the statements that they had in their possession, could they identify where you perjured yourself, where it was contradictory or incorrect, or where you lied?
I will not talk for them. That was never discussed with me. It was not pointed out with me. I think I even made the example with them that you cannot, with my policing experience, you can't come to me and say, you have killed a person. Where is the person? Who did I kill? You must point out where are these contradictions. So those contradictions were never explained to me. So till today, I don't know where I would have contradicted or perjured myself. I don't know because all statements were commissioned.
General, I think this is my last question. We have heard evidence from Lieutenant General Khumalo and Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi, and they have alleged that members of the PKTT were targeted by organizations such as IDEC and IPID. Do you think that this was that you were a target, or do you think the charges raised against you were well-founded?
I'm tempted to reserve my comment, but I will say I would not know. However, with the social media posts that I became aware of and that were sent to me directly by the social media activist, Ms. Mashale, the last post that he sent to me or that I came across, which will not be far from that insinuation that you are coming up with, is that I want you to quote it verbatim from the social media post that I think I do have copies somewhere. I will trace them now. That I was encouraged to go after Lieutenant General Musigidi. Later on, I was requested to withdraw as if I am a child. So I'm just quoting what is there, but I think if I get hold of the article, I'll be able to articulate what was said in that article. It's what I can remember. And later on the same article, the reference is made that should I be taken to court, I will expose the general who encouraged me to do this. Hence, I'm saying what you are saying is not far from what is happening. However, I decided to deal with the matter on my own, not even thinking that it is correct, that it is a page from other quarters, because we know it happens. And the fact that after it was mentioned here and Ms. Mashale came, I listened to Ms. Mashale as far as I could with my schedule. When I get time, I will go back and check what was said. I didn't hear her mentioning, but it came at the commission that I was exonerated on the charges against me, and I'm treated with kids' stuff, which it's not what other colleagues are experiencing. So yes, I will say the mentioning and the persistent mentioning without facts, for me, it says, and I don't know if there is a position that I should fight for, but yeah, that is how it came about, and it is what it is.
General, do you have any closing remarks? We've gone through your entire statement and your supplementary statement. Do you have any closing remarks that you wish to make?
No, I think I'm covered with the questions. I've responded to the best of my ability as I have been requested to give account of what could help the committee in regard to addressing the issues, particularly the fact that I was the acting national commissioner at the time, and what other processes unfolded after that letter to date. I think I am sufficiently covered, and I want to thank you for giving me the opportunity to come and clarify certain issues, and I hope they will be assisting going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, General. Thank you, Chair. That is the end from my side as well.
Good. Thank you so much, General Tebello Musikit.
Thank you, Chair. You remind me of my father. Only him used to call me by that name. Others are English people. They either call me TC or Pinky. Thank
Yeah.
you, Chair.
Chief Whip is not Tebello, it's Tebello. Yeah, Tebello. I know there are some people, when they say Mello, they say Melo. When they must say Tebello, they say Tebello. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Advocate Mkhwanazi. It's now 12:32. We must break at 1 o'clock. Can I check if there is any member who is ready to start engagements? Okay, let's do this. Let's take a 10 minutes break, and then we will come back and break at 12:15. 1:15. We take a 10 minutes break now, and then we will come back and run until 1:15. We will take a longer break, so that the speakers who are coming next can prepare themselves. Thank you so much. You are now on break. Yeah, we'll come back at 12:45. It will be until 1:15. And then when I say stop, we all stand up and break. We will come back at 2:00. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon.
Thank you very much. General, the first question that I would like to pose to you relates to the matter that you and Advocate Mkhwanazi were dealing with about a copied email on the letter of the directive, an email that was written or is written as home 1340, well, home13404@gmail.com. So really my question is that I think earlier on you said that you were not aware of who is this other person. And really what I would like to check with you is what has been done about this, because you are part of the top brass of our police, and an email coming to you, which is coming from the minister's office, but also you've got other people who are copied here, whose identity is unknown to you. So what has been done to ascertain who might have been these people?
Thank you, Chief Whip. I did investigated or check around, and I also spoke to the Chief of Staff immediately after speaking to the National Commissioner on two aspects. One was the leakage of the information that the Chief of Staff was indicating that General Mkhwanazi called him and they spoke about other matters. I was establishing the facts in that regard. I was also checking, because he is the sender of this main email, to whom was this email that is marked home belong to, and why did he send to a Gmail address when the matter relates to official matters that should be confined. And me making that establishment was because I suspected that if there is a leak to the media, what if it is this address that we do not know? And if my recollection, it happened long time ago, I think he did indicated who the email belonged to. According to him, it's one of the staff in the office of the minister, which I then advised at that moment that maybe for going forward and next time he must refrain, because we don't know who this Gmail belongs or will be intercepted by the cloud of the Gmail, hence there is a leak. So to avoid further leakage of information, he must refrain from using private addresses on official matters, and particularly the sensitive matter of this nature.
Thank you, but you can't recall who the name of the person was and maybe their responsibility in the department.
I can't recall a chairperson, but I think it is one of the staff that was in the minister's office, and I know the name, but I don't want now to indicate the name, and it is not that wrong person. I don't want to give a wrong information, but at the time that I made a call, I think my mind also focused on dealing with other issues and dealing with this matter, but the name was given by the Chief of Staff at the time.
Thank you. When General Spear appeared before us, we asked him a question as to, I think I'm the one or one of my colleagues posed that question to him, as to why did he not see it fit to talk to you when he receives the communication from the office of the National Commissioner. And I think we asked a question to him, why was why did he omit that, talking to you because you were acting at that time? And his explanation, as far as I can recall, was that, well, if correspondences are coming from the same office, I just made an assumption that these correspondences are occasioned or as a result of the directive of the National Commissioner and by extension, the acting National Commissioner. But in your opinion, because it sounded a bit strange to me, that when the National Commissioner is away and somebody is acting, a major decision like this one can be conveyed to a Lieutenant General in a position of Sibiya, and he takes certain steps without any direct verification with an acting person at the time. I mean, I don't know how things work in the police, but where I am, it would be expected that either a phone call or whatever that says to a direct person who's in the office, I received this following information, and therefore I'm expected to act accordingly. What is your comment on that?
The reason why I also highlighted it in my statement is because for me, by far, the law will dictate that if a person is appointed in a position in writing, he assumes the same responsibility as the incumbent in the post. Hence, when General Sibiya indicated to me that I have already called the National Commissioner, my surprise was, why do you call the National Commissioner when I'm here? But because there is nothing that will say, do not talk to the National Commissioner or do not talk to the person that is on leave. I mean, if the person picks up and responds to the call, you can't say, I did not call. So what he was indicating to me is that I have already called the National Commissioner and I've accepted what he has done, but I did indicate that I will give the directive. As you are entering my office, Brigadier Letuko is going out to give now a formal directive on how to deal with this particular issue at hand.
But what could be, I mean, have you had any, what do I call it? Have you had any major disagreements or, for the lack of a better word, fights with a Lieutenant General Sibiya? I'm trying to understand, why would, in a normal environment, he behaves like that? Because when we were asking him that question, some of us were led to believe that that conduct was occasioned by his intention to do certain things with a particular degree of speed so that some objectives are achieved, whatever objectives that he had set for himself. But in your own view, I mean, why would a colleague of yours suddenly behaves like that? Is there anything in your view that explains that conduct?
I will not know why he acted the manner in which he acted, because like I say, me and him are appointed deputy national commissioners, irrespective of the period, because he was appointed a year later and took some of the responsibilities that I was doing. But general expectation, when there is a person in the position, you will first verify information. And that was my expectation, that why didn't you verify the expectation and this particular communique with me first, and you engage a person that is on leave? What will the National Commissioner do? Because even signing off, he will not sign off anything. He is on leave and there is a person appointed, unless the minister recalls the National Commissioner that I know you are on leave, but I am cancelling your leave, which often happens. Even myself, if I will be on leave or away, the National Commissioner will say, I'm recalling you, and that will be in writing. So it is the unfortunate conduct that was undertaken at the time, but it is not a practice in the service that you will skip the level that is a leadership level and go to a person that is not there. It's as much as having a direct contact with the minister when the national commissioner is in the office. It's as simple as that. But it did not bother me much at the time, although it was a concern immediately as it happened. But in terms of the speed that he wanted to achieve the objective, we have 13 days to compile, or at least 10 days, because it is already on the 3rd, and we are having to produce a report on the 14th. So there was still an ample time for him to do that. Considering the fact that the minister's directive did not say come and present on the 7th. The directive said mid-January, and the final or the second bite of this presentation will be done towards the end of the month. So there wasn't any objective or any speed for me. It was just the unfortunate position that he took at the time to contact the National Commission.
On your statement on paragraph 30, I think you are pointing out that you are pointing out that Lieutenant General Spear and the Chief of Staff were opposed to the proposal that Lieutenant General Kumalo had presented, or maybe in a way, if I understand it very well, they were not happy with the processes that were outlined by Lieutenant General Kumalo on how to handle the issues relating to the de-establishment of the PKTT. In your own recollection, what were the arguments they were advancing? What was their views in relation to that matter? The second question would be, and we raised this question, I think, to one of your colleagues, whether in terms of your convention or practice, it is normally that the Chief of Staff of the Minister will participate in that kind of a discussion to the extent that he is alleged to have done. So those are the two questions I have. The reasons they were advancing and the involvement of the Chief of Staff.
Thank you, Chair. What they were advancing, I think is the matter known to them, but the specific words that were said in that meeting, because I participated from beginning to the end of the meeting, is that, but the minister gave the directive that it must immediately be disbanded. So I think from the Chief of Staff, and he even said, it means you are disregarding, or you don't want to implement that the minister have directed. It must happen. I think specifically it was the issue of saying it's like you are defying the minister's instruction, because the minister says it must be disbanded, and this winding down or this gradual demobilization, it's not the directive, and both of them were in agreement. But eventually, I think the minister understood what we're saying, although not well taken, but the minister understood that the processes can be undertaken. Hence, in the conclusion of the meeting was that the team that prepared that presentation must go back and revise, especially to look at that matter of winding down. On the issues of the participation of the Chief of Staff, particularly in this matter, one will expect that is assisting the minister in taking notes, but not getting involved in the discussion. Is the secretary of the minister, the highest secretary of the minister. So in my view, my own personal view, which it can otherwise be disputed, but I don't think it was appropriate for the Chief of Staff to get involved in this type of discussion unless it is the matter of reminding the minister or advising the minister. But we have seen it happening from time to time with Chief of Staff, perhaps with the advantage that he is a trained police officer and he knows I suspect that he knows what is happening in the environment. Hence, he will be assisting the minister in indicating what must happen. But for me, this was overreach in terms of him being the chief of staff and responding to the national commissioner in the manner that that happened with the two deputy national commissioners. For me, it was a no, because the position of the chief of staff is a chief director in the civil rank or a major general, which is a rank below that of the DNC or the divisional commissioner.
In your experience, since he was appointed as a chief of staff, has Mr. Nkabinde participated in other meetings at that level, in terms of discussion, and to the extent that you will express an opinion that may be contrary to you or others in the higher leadership of the police? Or from your recollection, this was the first time that he engages in a meeting to the extent that he did on this matter?
He did participate in all meetings that we'll have with the minister, because as the chief of staff, there will be directives that the minister is giving into the meeting that needs a follow-up, even to prepare the brought forward system for the minister. I do not recall participation in this manner, but I know he sometimes do participate in some of the meetings, and giving the opinion to a certain level, not to the level. And I think for me, it was the tone that came into that meeting. I'm very sensitive observing the tone that is used when we are engaging in meeting, particularly at the strategic meeting of this level. Hence, I will be able to point out that, but the tone that you are using, it's way too much. And I must say, my first engagement, I think it was in relation to the email that he would have sent himself. That is not related to this matter. I am just recalling backwards, engaging with the chief of staff. And at the time, the reason why I even call him immediately on this one is because it was for the second time when I'm acting that the email of this nature will come, although this one was signed off by the minister. The first one was not signed off by the minister, but the tone of that email was not correct. So what I did in that instance as well, I picked up the phone and called him that, but you don't write this type of emails. You are even keeping evidence if we are sending it on email, and you have emailed to more than 5 people, keeping evidence that any one of us cannot say we did not miss this. And this, I take it, is the communique that was meant for the minister and the national commissioner. So you cannot be writing this type of communique. And the attitude and response in that particular one, he said, if the national commissioner is going to delay in the reports, I will send this type of report again. And I told him that I'm giving up, I'm washing my hands. I was just advising, but I'm taking that you direct this type of attitude every time when I'm acting. I'm wondering if when the national commissioner is in office, you will behave the manner that you are behaving. So if it's meant for him, now that he's not in office, you could have kept that to yourself and only communicate to the minister. Like I say, to the national commissioner, it's not related to this, but I'm just making reflection of the attitude that I have personally experienced with the chief of staff.
Be that, could it be that the reason why he acted in that way? Well, firstly, let me say, it was a bit abnormal, as well as we're listening to what had happened, that a correspondence from the minister would be copied to other people below the national commissioner, because the minister is writing to the national commissioner. And the fact that the email was copied to many other people, 3, 4, 5, whatever the case may be, was a bit abnormal in a way. because under normal circumstances, the rest of the people who report to the National Commissioner should have received the correspondence from the National Commissioner, at least in my own view. What do you think could have been the motive behind that? I mean, this argument that he says, no, I'm passing it over to more than one person beyond you as a National Commissioner because well, we want to see this thing happening expeditiously, whatever the way he explained it, for me will not hold water because that can be done if the National Commissioner after certain days seem not to have entertained what in his opinion as a Chief of Staff was an urgent correspondence. So what do you think is the motive behind that? Why would the Chief of Staff act in a way that suggests that he has a low trust on the part of the National Commissioner's office, whether it's you acting or General Masemula was there himself? But why would he behave like that?
It was not that much of an issue for me if it was confined to the office of the National Commissioner, because they should, the PA of the National Commissioner and the Executive Secretariat are assisting the National Commissioner in ensuring that the work happens. And in this case, they will be assisting to make sure that if the National Commissioner misses this email, at least the office will pick up and it will be actioned. And precisely because they should have a level of secrecy in the office of the National Commissioner. So it will be start and end with the office of the National Commissioner. I think the only concern here is any other person other than the office of the National Commissioner, which is the staff in the minister's office. If the minister wanted it to be a ministry issue, I think even the deputy ministers could have been copied that email, but if I have followed the discussion, even the testimony of the minister, he said, I needed him to communicate with the office of the National Commissioner, not others. So I would not know why the other people were copied the same email, but with the explanation that the special advisor, I guided or assisted the minister in the compiling of the note. That is what came in the discussions in the commissions and in the committee. I take that the advisor, perhaps, but that could have been done in other ways than to send the email to, I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's 4 in the office of the National Commissioner, it's 5 people. So already this email is all over the show that is meant for the National Commissioner, and with the sensitivity that it has, if I were the Chief of Staff, I could have confined the distribution of the email only with the office of the National Commissioner and send the copy to the minister that I have undertaken that instruction that you said I must do. Unlike giving the PAs, the secretaries, even the communicator. I don't know what are the protocols in the office of the minister that will make him to even talk to the communication officer.
In paragraph 6.1 of your statement, General, you indicated that you, as part of your experience, you have managed, oversee the implementation of strategic directions across components and secretariats within SAPS. Now, given what you said on that paragraph, I think it would be fair for me to assume that you are quite knowledgeable about the laws and policies that govern SAPS. So in your understanding, I'm assuming that you would say yes to the statement I've just made. So in your understanding, what is your understanding of the strategic direction in relation to SAPS? You might know that this issue has been very central to the discussion between us and your colleagues, including with the minister. But in your own view, what constitutes strategic direction in relation to SAPS?
There are matters of strategic importance of every organization, which I believe SAPS in its shape and form requires distinction between operational and strategic direction of issues. That will include some of the matters that you need to guide, only to give guidance in terms of strategies to attend. I want to come closer to home on the issues of crime that is happening at certain areas and what are the important pointers that we need to pick up at the strategic level to assist and guide. But because we have national office, we have provincial office, you expect that at provincial level, it will be where policies are now getting to be implemented. So you develop the strategy or strategic direction at national level, and it will be disseminated to provincial office where crime is happening. And the operations will then be undertaken at the provincial level, either in a form of district teams or in the form of station teams. So you have all these levels, and all of us cannot be operatives. Others need to give guidance, hence the issues of strategic direction. The mentioning of also managing or giving direction to component and secretariats. I have secretariat in a form of not joint secretariat that from time to time, when there are issues that requires a particular focus, will develop what we call not joint instruction that will be communicated with departments that are affected, as well as the policing prof joints in the provinces. The other secretariats will be on the National Crime Combating Forum, which I'm also a chairperson by virtue of the office that I'm occupying. So the direction that is given from the Crime Combating Forum, for an example, what we are currently working on is on the organized crime strategy or organized crime plan. So there will be the NCCF instructions. When we do the operational plans, Operation Paseka, as well as Operation Festive Season, which are the simplest ones that will be understandable, there will be national instruction or national directives that will come, NCCF instruction. They will indicate it's national instruction 34 if it is the 34th order of the year. National instruction 34 that you must submit your Operation Paseka operations that will be consolidated at the national office. So this is the type of direction that I'm giving. For an example, if there's a need to convene a meeting, which we had yesterday, to unpack I know that media will want to hear the deployment of the SNDF as directed. It will come from that structure to the provinces that this is what needs to be done. So that is the strategic direction that I'm referring to. And with many other issues, including the binational meetings that we'll have with other countries.
My last question, General, have you ever found yourself in a position where you must carry out what you deem as an unlawful instruction?
Yes.
Are you please share the examples and also how, we don't have to share all of them. You can choose 2 or 3. And also how were you able to determine that this is essentially an unlawful instruction? And if you carried it out, why did you carry it out? Those are my last questions to you.
I'm trying to think of specific examples of any other instruction other than what we are currently dealing with. But yes, the culture of policing, it's that I was taught you comply and complain later. However, there are instances where I am an expert in an environment. I know what needs to happen where I am operating because I shall have been trained. I shall have undergone a various training. In this case, there is operational coordination. There is a course we call OCT that we train the operatives on how to develop plans, how to mobilize resources, demobilize, where to put those resources. So if the instruction is coming to take the detective to undertake the function that is outside of the detective scope, that will be an unlawful instruction. And in my view, I will not carry out that instruction. I will explain why the instruction cannot be undertaken. So it's simply no.
No, the chair is not a caring man. Even if you are not done with the answers, he will stop you. Otherwise, thanks, General. Thanks a lot. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah. No, it's not my intention to rub salt to your wounds. Honorable Breitenbach, you have requested to leave. Can I check if you have some questions that you quickly want to run with the witness before we release you?
Thank you, Chair. Our first question was hijacked by the Honourable Nhlanhla. General, good morning, good afternoon, I guess.
Good afternoon, Honourable Member.
In terms of section 207(2), the lawful chain of command of policing work is placed under the command and control of the South African Police Service and within the lawful policing chain of command. Was the decision to disband or restructure the political killings task team taken strictly within that chain of command? And if so, could you please indicate who authorized the decision and under what written directive or policy framework it took place?
Can I request to clarify the question? I hear the 207 and...
Yeah, don't worry so much about 207.
Okay.
Just tell me whether, in your view, you're an experienced member of the South African Police and you have a long history and you've served over a wide range of different policing units. In your experience, in your view, because you must be viewed as an expert.
I must?
You must be viewed as an expert.
Okay.
Was the
Experienced.
decision... Huh?
Experienced.
An expert. If you've been in the police for 36 years, please believe me, you're an expert.
Okay.
There are few people who are more expert than you. Was the decision to disband or restructure the PKTT taken within the chain of command of the police service? Who authorized the decision and under what written directive or policy framework was it taken?
Okay. I don't believe that it was taken through the proper chain of command, as I've indicated even in my statement, that I think should a proper consideration have been done. There are different environments that were affected, especially at the operational point of view, particularly the coordination of the operations. It could have been best that we were convened and those that are affected and expected to deliver on this particular key performance indicator are aware of what will happen and what the repercussions will be. I think with every operation, you need to evaluate what will be the impact of it. So in short, it was not properly communicated in my view, and it could have been done better.
Okay, and given that that's your view, and I presume you held that view from the moment the instruction was issued, is that correct?
Is correct.
What did you do to communicate your view?
The first point of departure was sitting, sitting back, picking up the phone, contacting the National Commissioner that I'm here, I'm acting. I know all the powers conferred to the National Commissioner are now vested in me as acting, and I have signed to be here. But this one, because of the repercussion and implication that it will have, I don't think it can be undertaken in the manner in which it was communicated. So that is the first step that I took, and to convene the meeting with the National Commissioner that I think we need to talk about this, because if you have known about it, why did you not tell me before you go on leave? And he was also surprised.
Thank you. Then, Section 195 of our Constitution, the South African Constitution, requires accountability, transparency, and professional ethics in public administration. I'm sure you're aware of that. Before the PKTT was disbanded or altered, was a formal assessment conducted on how that decision would affect ongoing investigations into political killings?
No, and that was my view in that particular meeting, that can we do the impact analysis with every operation. We had Valumkoti for 18 months. Before the end of the 18 months, what the team presented to me was the impact study or impact analysis, and to do the recommendation, what will happen should we have to stop Valumkoti. That is why even today, Valumkoti is still operational. So it is just an example of one active operation that even PKTT, it should have taken the same form. That can we look at what implication it will have, particularly on the issues of dockets. I think I have indicated on the statement that there are too many players in one case docket that should be considered before you are saying this case docket must be taken to the next person to proceed, whether it is a court docket or is a docket under investigation.
And then, in general, given that that was your view and that you are the one of the deputy commissioners, was such a study ever conducted? Was such a formal assessment ever done?
No, it was not done.
Why?
Before the directive, that is why the directive requested that there must be a close-up report. So the request was that it must be done. However, before the extension it's requested or it's granted, it needs to be clarified on the application for furtherance of that particular project to continue that, looking at the gravity, looking at the challenges, looking at 1, 2, 3 gaps. We feel that we cannot stop with the operation at this point. But in terms of consolidating and putting one report to say now we have achieved the objective, that was still underway. Hence, the extension was requested and it was granted as such.
What I'm trying to determine, General, is was such an assessment ever done? Is there a document that sets out what the political killings task team set out to do, what it did, how much it achieved, and what it still needs to achieve sensibly before it reaches the end of its shelf life? Is there such a document?
The quarterly reports are meant to, with the development of the plan, you need to have timelines of the reporting. So those reports were done. And they will continue to be done, including the recommendation in terms of whether to stop if all objectives have been achieved or not.
And to whom are those reports submitted?
To the National Commissioner, who is the accounting officer. And if the minister requires that, he will summon the National Commissioner to do the presentation. In this case, there was an IMC that was to evaluate the operations of PKTT. In my days when I was still in the detective, we used to have those quarterly meetings. We'll go to KZN and presentations will be done. How many people have thus far been arrested, how many cases were resolved, how many cases have been closed. So that is part and parcel of the report to evaluate the objectives of the team.
And those reports are available?
They should be available, yes, because they were done. They are on our system.
And how would I go about accessing them?
If requested, I think the team leaders and project manager can get all those reports.
Well, I'm
And some were even presented to the portfolio committee when the request was made that we need to know what PKTT is doing, even to account on the finances and the personnel, because as I say, some of the personnel are coming from other units and I will not manage people if I don't know where are they and what are they doing.
Oh, thank you. I'll request the reports via the Secretariat. Thank you. Then, given that the police investigations underpin prosecutions, can you confirm that after the PKTT was disbanded, in whatever form it was disbanded, were any ongoing investigations halted, reassigned, or deprioritized? Particularly those involving politically connected suspects?
What I know, what came to my attention, is what is now widely known, where dockets were taken to head office. They were, I don't know, inspected, evaluated, or audited by the team. Attempts were made to take them back to KZN, and that is where the whole discussion of the PKTT happened. I think in that period where the dockets were collected from the task team, handed over to the head office team for evaluation, obviously when it comes to the issue of the investigation, it will affect the process flow. If there were other warrants that were to be implemented, effected, or further statements to be taken. So if the dockets were not in their possession, they would not.
Please don't stand right in front of me and the witness. Thank you. Just repeat that for me. I couldn't see you. I still can't see you.
In the period where the docket, which is now known that dockets were taken to head office, I believe in that space, if there were witnesses to be approached, if there were warrants to be served, that would have affected. I'm not sure of how long were dockets at head office, but all that I know, because I'm sitting at the same floor as my colleagues, yes, dockets were taken to head office, and I was a detective. I speak to detectives, although they are not reporting to me, but I know that there is a team that collected the dockets from KZN, and they were inspecting those dockets to determine whether to take them to provincial task team or elsewhere.
And then, General, can you confirm that, or not confirm, that no member of the executive, no political office bearer, or no intermediaries acting on their behalf communicated with you regarding the PKTT or any politically sensitive investigation?
No, nobody have communicated the issues of PKTT with me, or any political investigations with me.
Just as a matter of interest, if they did, what would you do?
I will not entertain. I have taken the oath. I am having the top secret, and investigation is for the police. It's not for any other person, unless his duty, like the Minister of Police, want a briefing. That is the Minister of Police, but any other person does not have any right to demand to be informed of any investigation, and I will not do it.
Thank you, Chair. I'm done. Thank you, General.
Thank you so much. Can we pass the microphone to Honorable Thapa?
Thank you, Chair. I appreciate. Good day, General. You confirmed that during your acting period, you exercised full constitutional authority as a National Commissioner. Is that correct?
It's correct.
And as acting National Commissioner, were you legally entitled to question or refuse the implementation of a directive that you believe to be unconstitutional?
I beg your pardon?
I said, as acting National Commissioner, were you legally entitled to question or refuse implementation of a directive you believe to be unconstitutional?
I believe so, yes.
General, in your original statement, you confirmed that you preceded the directive and issued the internal instructions. It was around between paragraph 21 and 27. In your supplementary statement, you describe the same directive as political interference affecting the constitutional mandate of SAPS. That was paragraph 20 of the supplementary. Can you explain how you reconcile implementing a directive you now describe as a political interference?
I have indicated earlier that before implementing the directive, because of the nature and the gravity that it will have on operations, the first point of my departure was to contact the National Commissioner to get the directive on how to deal with the matter. And the advice that I got is that in the meantime, we can continue to prepare the reports that will be dealt with, because the minister is expecting a presentation mid-January. And mid-January for me, if I were to put a date to it, will be after the 15th of January. So the implementation of the directive was in preparation to have the meeting that the minister is requesting. And yes, in its form and nature, from the time that it was issued, I took for me that this is an operational matter. And I'm basing this argument because when the minister assumed office, we had several meetings where the introduction of the management, including the minister, was done. And with his own words, he indicated that I will support the National Commissioner and the team on the endeavors to fight against crime in the country. I have full confidence in the work that you are doing. I will not interfere on operational matters. Mine is to give policy direction, and I am going to do that. So this was said by the minister in more than one occasion. Hence, I'm saying now to give this instruction that for me, it was operational. It was entering into the space that the minister himself said he will not do.
Right, ma'am. So just to see if I understand what you're saying, you knew it was political interference, but you continued with the preparation thereof. Is that correct? Just shortly, yes or no? All right. Do you at any stage have formally record in writing that your concern to the directive constitutional or political interference, was it ever put in writing?
No,
So you have no proof of that,
no,
that you've done that?
no.
Did you seek legal advice before implementing the directive you believed interfered with constitutional policing functions?
No,
Why did you not seek legal advice? You were the acting commissioner. Did you not have legal advice, or you chose not to use it? And I question this specifically because we are sitting here to see how do we strengthen the institution. So understanding the recourse or the reasons of your actions would better enable this committee to make recommendations that actually bolster the institution as a whole.
I think for me, it's because of the directive that I have sought from sought from the National Commissioner that prepare, we will deal with the matter when I come back. So collectively, we will have to take a stance on how to move forward. Because he's the accounting officer, he's not in office, the report is requested mid-January. By that time, we will get a further directive in how to deal with the matter. Personally, I agree, I did not approach the legal service simply because of that phone call that I have made with the National Commission.
General, in hindsight, do you think you should have done that? Do you think you should have consulted legally, considering the situation we find ourselves in now?
If I were to turn back the clock, I think I would have said at the time with legal service, contact the National Commissioner or even request. And I must indicate, this is the first day that the National Commissioner has to take leave. That is the 31st, the first day I must start to act. And on the handing over, no mention was made on the outstanding matters that need to be attended to. Hence, I took guidance that how do I deal with this matter going forward?
General, on that point, do you think it was coordinated that way purposely?
I think it was coordinated.
And for what reason do you think it was coordinated that way? Who was trying to achieve what? In very short, please, my time.
I think with what came to now the discussion up to this point, there was a mention of back and forth of this particular directive. Hence, I believe there was a coordination, 1. 2, the meeting of the 6th, what turns out in that meeting, particularly where you have the ministry and you have the police management, you will think that we need to be on the same page as the police management, particularly because my colleague, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, and the National Commissioner have engaged in this matter. And them speaking from different pages of the book was to say, maybe my colleague knows something that we do not know as the management of the police.
General, when you state that the Chief of Staff and General Sabia was adamant about the disbandment, I think it's in paragraph 30, were you in a disagreement with him?
Yes, I was. I was in support of the gradual or winding down of the team.
Did you-
Simply because I said it in the meeting, yes.
Did you formally oppose there at the meeting, and did you give any written opposal to this recommendation?
Not written, but we were in the meeting discussing like we are discussing now, and I take every meeting needs to be minuted. But because there was no secretary considering the high-level meeting it was, I don't know if there were somebody that was tasked to take the minutes. And in this case, I would have expected the Chief of Staff to have taken the minutes, but yes, it was said in that meeting.
According to the word you used, the Chief of Staff was part and parcel of the meeting. He was actively engaging, if I can understand, because you said the Chief of Staff and Sabia were adamant. So he can't be player and referee, he can't be taking notes and being part of the minutes at the same time.
My expectation, because he's the only administrator in the minister's office, he was supposed to take notes so that he can advise the minister that you have given these orders, it is a due date and the report has not yet been forwarded.
Yes.
And him participating in the meeting, I said earlier, it happened, but it was unusual.
I just wanted to ask, so you're saying that his involvement in the meeting was unusual, there's no one taking minutes, and you're describing it now as a very, high-level meeting.
That's correct.
That sounds very out of the ordinary. Did you question it at the time that something's out of place?
It was out of place because expectation from me personally, is that as a Chief of Staff, if I am with the Chief of Staff or the PA in my office or the staff officer, because in my level I have staff officer, I'm not expecting the staff officer to participate, but to take notes for the directorate so that there is a follow-up and implementation of orders.
General, I think we're in agreement there, definitely. What I do want to ask you, General, if immediate means instantly and out a delay, and we've had many engagements on this, who authorized the gradual demobilization process instead of the instant implementation? Who was the person pushing that agenda with the gradual demobilization?
Project manager and the project office, and in this
Then-
case, it's NOC. General Kumalo was the project manager. He was supposed to draft the new DMOP, and that will then come to the National Operational Center where all operations or interventions are being managed.
Sorry, I just need to get to my next question. You questioned the authenticity of the directive. And you, again, previously alluded to your 36 years of experience. Before issuing the internal instructions in relation to the directive, did you formally verify its authenticity? As you state, you questioned it. Was there a verification process?
Yes, I did.
And when you state that the chief of, sorry, I apologize. You state it became clear that the intention was to remove SAPS from the borders and transfer functions of the BMA, and that you had serious reservations and that the proposal could not be implemented. Excuse me. You mentioned various meetings and platforms, but who specifically were communicating the intention to remove this stuff? So you were having these meetings on all these platforms. Who is communicating the removal of SAPs on the borders as you state in paragraph 31 of your supplementary?
I
Again, who is
believe-
the main driving force?
Okay. I believe my reference there is that my observation of what went into the discussion as and when the issue was gaining momentum with the subsequent meetings where I was directed to compile now the plan of finding solutions between border management authority and border policing, which is the a component under the division under my directorate. That is where I have
No,
this-
General, that I understand. I'm asking who specifically
the form of meeting, the way the discussion that went into it, and the fact that in one instance where I was presenting the plan that was done, consolidated plan between multiple agencies that are involved. There was another plan that was presented, and precisely in that one, it was talking to the transfer of functions.
Right,
So
who
if you are
presented that
saying you
plan?
transfer functions and the budget that SAPS is having at border management must go to BMA, it simply says to me in my own observation and experience that it's because you don't want the police to be here.
No.
So it must not have been said verbatim, but
No, that I can
acted.
understand, I can agree. Who submitted that plan and under whose
BMA?
authority?
BMA,
Did you formally record any serious reservations in writing to this plan?
yes.
And if you believe that such a proposal could not lawfully be implemented, what concrete steps have you taken to prevent it?
Prepared the presentation, we consulted the lawyers, I think Dr. Maga that is sitting here with me, I was working with her as our head of the policies in the police. We presented in different structures, including the ministers and portfolio committee on the same. And that stance was very clear that it is not going to be viable option to be taken. And the work study that was conducted as well was presented to me as the directorate holder that this is not a viable option.
Thank you, General. I'm going to close now. In your supplementary statement, and I'm giving a brief overview, you characterize the directive as a political interference and it affected SAPS and it affected the constitutional mandate. Yet in the original statement, you confirmed you processed and implemented the directive, or at least the planning thereof. While acting as a national commissioner, and it's just a simple yes or no answer, do you believe it was lawful at the time?
It was unlawful.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm concluding.
Thank you so much. Honorable Skosana, your hand was up.
Thank you, Chair. I just wanted to raise the matter that it looks like now it's a norm, Chair, that people are asking to leave. And when we started with an oomph, you know, that we stay here, all of us as members, because we have other matters as well at the party level. But we dedicate our time here, Chair, that we're going to stay in this committee. And indeed, I was not even aware that the honorable member after Honorable Brettenbach is going to be the next one, maybe because I was outside, Chair. But indeed, I think we have to really revisit this issue of excuses, or whether it depends who the witness is, I'm not sure. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Nomvalo.
Yeah, no, thanks, Chair. I just want to echo what Honorable Skosana is saying, but also we want to express our dissatisfaction in the manner in which you are choosing to approach this thing, because there is an established practice in this committee. And the honorable members who have taken our time in terms of rotation know that, because Honorable Breitenbach usually approaches us. She comes to us when she wants to leave early. She speaks with us before she comes to you. Now, today we are seeing a new thing where we're being ambushed. People are just coming in like flies.
without even making an indication to us that they would want to speak first. So you are breaching your own practice that you established for this committee, Chair, and we're not taking that lightly. I'm saying this not with an intention of undermining their schedules or their commitments. I know for a fact that myself and Honorable Klopper and Honorable Breiterbach sit in one committee, and today we are having declarations in the House. But I managed with my party to make arrangements because I prioritize the work of this committee. So if people, when it suits them, are going to prioritize the work of the National Assembly and compromise this work on the basis that they are going to be given preference in terms of rotation, then it means we are also entitled to do that. So, Chair, we don't like how we are treating this. You have a discretion as a chair, but we think you have exceeded your discretion. We must be approached as parties in terms of rotation to say there are speakers who have requested to come before you, or even direct those parties because they know to say, go and speak to your colleagues first, and we agree or we don't agree, not to be just ambushed like this. So we're expressing our dissatisfaction. We hope it does not happen in the near future. Thank you.
Except to say that they come like flies, for sure. You could have said it in a better way. The point that you make is valid. The honorable members, unfortunately to us before you arrived, they have recorded apologies and the apologies were accepted. But I agree with the point that be that as it may, the honorable members could have informed you. Because I have said that, you see, I act out of benevolence where I'm sitting. And when a member requests to leave, I exercise my benevolence. But my understanding is that there is a customary practice that members talk amongst themselves, and I want to apologize on behalf of Honorable Klopper. He wouldn't have spoken if the chairperson did not allow him to speak. So do not shoot at him. If there are any any shots that must be fired, let them be fired on me. The honorable member has not done anything wrong. He requested the chairperson, and in line with the apologies that were recorded in the morning before you arrived, Honorable Nombalo, we accepted their request, but that does not take away the point of emphasis that you have made. Honorable Kolabanat.
Thank you very much, Chair. Just to point out that the two members who are absent had arrangements during what they believed would be the lunch hour, not to disrupt any of the proceedings. Obviously, our lunch hour was disrupted somewhat with the early ending of the evidence leaders' time. Neither of them are presenting anything in the National Assembly, and of course, we have made alternative arrangements for their motions and statements to be presented. We would never disrespect this committee like that, as has been proposed. That's simply incorrect. I would like to just correct that. Thank you very much.
Yeah, look, let's not make it a point of debate. The chair has taken full responsibility on behalf of all of you. I'm carrying the cross. I'm the Simon of Cyrene. So let's accept that the chair will carry the cross on our behalf. It's now 13:50. Are you able to finish at 5 minutes past 2, Honorable Sokanyile? And then we will break at that time. Just to apologize for the slight delay, General Msikid.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I've got some flu, man. General Musikidi, in paragraph 44, you indicate that there are items, some of your items or properties that were stolen in macro. They include cash that you had with you. Is that correct?
Yes, it's correct. Thanks,
How
Honorable.
much is it? The
10
cash?
10,000.
That was the only amount of money that you had with you on that day.
Yes, it was the only amount.
Then the other items that we're talking about, the cell phone, the Pro Max, the bank accounts, they were taken at macro. How were you carrying them?
They were in a purse.
So you haven't written also a purse or a bag, that it was also stolen.
Yes.
It seems as if someone picked the iPhone, a Pro Max iPhone, picked the access card, the bank cards, and the money. So you haven't written it in your statement.
Apologies if that is confusing, but it was in one small purse.
Okay.
I think I might have explained the type of a bag purse or the cosmetic bag that you'll get in flight if you are flying in an aeroplane. They will give you smaller nyana purse. So everything was in that small purse, not in the whole handbag.
So it was not in the whole handbag.
It was not in the whole handbag. It was in that purse.
So it means that the money that you had, the 10,000, it's a lot of money for me. You prefer to use cash instead of a bank card.
I
when you
normally
pay at macro.
No, I normally use the bank card, but I have traveled abroad a week or two before I went to macro. I have taken the S&T because I arrived late at the airport. I was unable to deposit the money nor to change it. So I had that money carried with me. When I came back abroad, I thought that is the 27th and I need a grocery. Before I consolidate all the claim that will indicate how much money I must send back to the department, I still have this one. I can use it. If I have shortages, it's month end, I will be able to pay. And I must say, when I was abroad, because I needed to use money and I can't use South African rands, I have requested a friend that I have cash with me, deposit when I come back, I'll give you this cash that I'm having. On my arrival back, she had a bereavement at home. And I said, I still have your cash. She said, if I get that money, you know how families are. They will think I have money. And after the funeral, I will not have anything because it's towards month end. You can use the money, then you'll pay me later. So I use that money because I know it's the 27th. In few days, I will get my pay and I will pay back the money that is required. That is how the cash ended up in that amount.
With you.
In that amount. I will have cash, but 10,000, I don't normally withdraw 10,000. It's a money that was coming from the trip that I undertook overseas. So normally I take cash and I will deposit in the account or exchange it to dollars. I was going to US.
So when did you withdraw that 10,000 amount?
Money was withdrawn as S&T, a brace and fair play in Africans. subsistence allowance. So the office, when they process what we call in the police a memo to travel, there will be an indication of the amounts for the hotel, the amounts for taxi, if you are to use the taxi, the amount for spending, because you must eat. You are presumed to be on duty because you are not at home. You are not expected to use your money to buy the groceries. So it is the amounts that you will get. It was more than 10,000, but I exchanged money and I was late to catch the flight. So I kept that money with me, hoping that when I come back, I will finalize the claim and see how much, because most of the time you will have either a shortage or you will have to get more money from the state depending on the spending. So what I did was to request a friend that I was not able to deposit. In US, you can't use rents. I had to use the card or a credit card. So they deposited into my account, and coming back, I was going to reimburse either the state or the person who have given me the cash. So that is how the 10,000 ended up with me. I kept it when I came back, and my colleague said, I've got a bereavement. Don't give me this cash because I have claimed the insurances. If they see that I have this one as well, by the time the funeral finishes, I'll still be having money. So I was that day, because I don't get enough time because of operations, I took advantage. And I must say, one issue that might have disturbed me is because I went to macro, I was still on the virtual meeting. So I took the small purse to put everything that I will need so that I am not overburdened in my hands when I'm doing my groceries.
Then you were unlucky because the money was taken.
I believe so, yes. I became the victim, yes.
Who became the victim? Okay, in paragraph 49, you talk about IPID being in possession of not yet finalized docket. What legal action did you take about that?
It's not about the legal action, but if the matter was reported to the police, and in this case, when they came to me, I then became aware that they are in possession of the primary docket, which is the docket where I opened the case, where I am the victim of theft. So they were in possession of that docket, plus the docket that they have registered when they received the complaint. So the mention of this docket on paragraph 49 is on the primary theft docket, which is not on the mandate of IPID to investigate. This is solely investigation that must be conducted by the police investigative unit. And IPID, in pursuance of their complaints that they were following up, they took that docket. Hence, they were able to finish me with the statements that are in the primary docket.
Why I'm asking why you didn't take a legal action towards IPID, because you are saying that that was unconstitutional, unlawful, and unprecedented for them to have that unfinalized docket. To me, I thought you should take action against them.
I did not take action against them. I only complained. I think now that you are saying it, I think one will have to look at it. But I take their also investigation body. They are authorized to investigate, but this is not their mandate of investigating a theft docket. So having the docket that is not in their purview for me was depriving me of the right to have my matter being finalized. But yes, I agree that I should have dealt with the matter otherwise, even to complain to the head of IPID that your officials are having the docket. I did not do.
So did the National Commissioner direct Major Sibola to oversee the investigation in your matter. That one of your things being stolen at Macro, whatever.
I don't see where the National Commissioner or General Sibula are coming in this case, because investigation is at the investigation unit. IPID is doing the investigation of the case that they are pursuing. There is the process of loss management. It's not the investigation, it's a loss management, and it's done by other body. There is administration that is dealing with that. So in my case, in my experience in the police, the Office of the National Commissioner will not get involved in the investigation. At the end of the day, he's the final. He is the final arbiter. Why will he even begin to have or entangle himself in the investigation of any matter? It's unfortunate that fact. It's not the National Commissioner, it's IPID, and IPID has its IPID head. Their investigations are supposed to be done and concluded at IPID. They are independent to the National Commissioner. That is why there is a head of IPID.
So there was no investigation that a National Commissioner gave General Sibula to investigate.
Maybe National Commissioner will indicate, but in my view, National Commissioner will not summon any investigation. It's not in his right or in the right of that office. As the final arbiter of any other matter in the police, why will he in his office investigate? What will happen? It's the office that is discharged with the loss management, and loss management office, it's not Sibula as well.
Then the issue of the three statements that you made, that in fact, why is the IPID would allege that you made three contradictory statements?
It's IPID saying that, and I said earlier, I dispute three statements. I did not make three statements. I deposed the statement immediately after the incident. Investigators requested me to give a clarity on the statement. I submitted a supplementary statement. Both statements are in the docket and they were kept in the docket. The third statement they presented is the copy of the first statement and is the statement or the report that was meant for loss management. It was not the statement. So them saying its allegations are incorrect to say I have deposed three statements. I did not. And I will dispute that I have given three statements. I did not.
Themselves that are regarding as three statements.
It's allegations that were said, yes, that there are three statements. I know of two statements in the docket, in the main docket, only two statements, not three.
But why should they want to pursue a case against you if the information before them was inaccurate?
I will not know. Maybe IPID could explain that.
Don't you think their action raises eyebrows? It had an ulterior motives. Don't you think so?
That is what I am thinking, because even finalizing the matter is not getting to finalization. So for me, it's the card that somebody is holding. So should I want to move, they will say, but.
You have got this.
That's how I am feeling. I don't know, but how you said how what I think that is what is happening, because if I have a case, it should have been investigated. I mean, we have timelines in finalizing cases.
Thank you so much.
That
Thank you so much. Yeah, it's now 5 minutes after 14 hours. Yeah, 15 minutes have ended. Well, it's now time to break. 5 minutes past 2. We are going to break for 35 minutes. And then we come back at 22:03. The next speaker there will be either Honorable Skosana or Honorable Nomvalo. They will indicate. If he's not here, we pass. We call the next speaker. How do you like it? Where we, and Matthias is not here. So it means Bangazita is the one who will start. And if there is no speaker, I can call the meeting off. Yeah. I mean, if there is nobody to speak, I'm calling off the meeting. He's not here. He's not on his seat. Honorable Skosana, can you start asking questions? You can't hold us at ransom, Honorable Number. But the one who ran away from the unity of the MKP delegation here. Honorable Skosana has gone everywhere looking for you, even including calling your name. Your time starts now. It's not beyond 30 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable Member.
So am I correct if I summarize, if I make a summary that your conclusion is that the directive of the minister in relation to the disbandment of the PKTT was wrong, but it was not only wrong, he also acted ultra vires, if you understand that term. In simple terms, it means he acted beyond his scope. Am I summarizing your version that you have tendered so far correctly?
Correct.
So that summary is reflective of what you have told us.
Yes.
Okay, so that letter of the 31st of December had 3 directives. The first one was about halting the filling of posts in intelligence division. So what is your assessment on that directive? Did he also act ultra vires in relation to that directive?
Perhaps what was needed or what I meant, it's the engagement prior to deciding and deciding in the manner in which the decision was made, including the closing of the posts, because in the service, in the public service, if the posts are vacant, they have timelines for them to be finalized and appointments to be done. That's one. Number two, I look at the environment of crime intelligence that it's serving even myself to be able to undertake operations in a space that has been evaluated and analyzed. Not that everything went to a halt or stop, because there are other intelligence bodies, but in so far as the South African Police Service in itself is concerned, and the complaints that one would have received in meetings, BOC meetings, in relation to some of the critical provinces that do not have posts, I believe a different approach could have been used, but I think there is a reason that a minister could have advanced why the post should be halted.
And then with regards to the second directive, post of entry, What is your take on it?
We prepared the report that the minister was requiring, hence on the 22nd of January, we were able to present and explain to the minister what are the
No, I mean
challenges.
before the decision was taken. The question is, was it also ill-conceived, the decision of, the second directive, was it also ill-conceived, according to your perspective?
The second directive wanted the report, only not to remove or anything on the ports of entry. So it's different, cannot be used or viewed the same way as other matters.
Yeah, no, I understand. So your take is that the first and third directives were ill-conceived and the minister acted beyond his scope. And then you are saying there was a meeting that was held on the 6th of March 2025. General Sibia and the Chief of Staff were against this plan. Yourself and the National Commissioner agreed to this plan. Now, the first question is, does the Chief of Staff feature in these discussions as the first point?
Yes, he was in the meeting and he did.
No, I'm saying ordinarily, leave what happened on that day. Does he feature in these discussions?
Not in discussion, in meeting, yes. He will be part of the meeting because he is the support staff of the minister. And in his position as a chief of staff, he always should be in the minister's office, because if that do not happen, administratively, the minister cannot recall what directives he have given in the meeting. So for me.
Yeah, no, I'm asking this based on what you have told us here. Was his participation permissible? Because he participated to an extent of disagreeing with a proposal that was made by General Khumalo.
That is what was problematic for me.
Yeah, that's my question. My question is it ordinary for the Chief of Staff to go to that extent in his participation?
With the previous chiefs of staffs of the ministers that I worked with, it never happened that the chief of staff will raise the view in the meeting other than taking notes or reminding the minister on the issues that the minister was supposed to get from management. So
Yeah.
it was all in essence, it was the matter that was not always happen, but with Mr. Nkabinde, I think he normally sits in the meeting, but to give his view, that is the part that I said it was.
Yeah, because my question is, discussions were advanced to what end? What was the ultimate goal? Were they advanced for you to take a final determination on the matter, or you were just discussing for the sake of discussing?
It was to get a way forward, which the minister have given, that the plan that was presented will have to go back. The people that were compiling the plan, General Khumalo and General Sintumule, were to go back and consider that was discussed in the meeting.
So was his decision informed by his or by submissions that were made during the course of discussions, both qualitatively and quantitatively, or the minister just used his discretion to make a final determination?
It was based with what was discussed during the meeting.
So it was based
recommendations.
on submissions that
Yes.
were made by people who were present.
Yes.
I'm asking this to make a determination of what was a motive of allowing the chief of staff to discuss in discussions of this nature. Because if you allow him to discuss with an ultimate goal of taking a determination, relying on discussions, it means we are making him a participant also in a decision-making process. So the conclusion here is that the Chief of Staff was made a participant in a decision-making process. Is that your take?
And he made only that one comment. My own assessment and view on the matter, when he will raise the hand, perhaps to want to talk, Minister will not know what the Chief of Staff is going to say. Like I say, normally he will advise the Minister on the directives that he would have given to the management or the meeting, that Minister, on this date, this is what you said must happen, and it's not here. But this time around, he participated in the discussion in that his indication was, but you are now defying the minister's directive of disbandment. So that is the thing that stood out to say, but why? Because the minister already said, I hear you, General Masimula, I hear the presentation, I hear the recommendations. So why will the Chief of Staff now come and say, but if the minister is agreeing to the recommendation, it means we are defying the minister. And for me, if it is the department, remember, it is the National Commissioner that is presenting to the minister. Even if we are there, the accounting officer of the department is the National Commission. Whether the presentation is done by the Lieutenant General, or whoever, but at the end of the day, National Commissioner will not present to the minister what was not presented and agreed with him.
Yeah, somewhere in your statement, you are saying a decision to establish a component of murder and robbery predated the establishment of the PKTT. Am I correct?
The PKTT was already there, if you'll recall even the previous discussions on the matter. In 2018, the current team was replacing the team that the ones that were there before found it ineffective.
What was the name of that component which was already there?
Not the component that was already there. There was already a task team.
Or a task team?
Yes, there was a task team that was dealing with the same matter.
Leave that one. I think, yes, there was a task team and it was ineffective. But I'm saying now the murder and robbery, a unit, or the murder and robbery component. Somewhere in your statement, you are saying that a discussion to establish the murder and robbery unit predated the current events. I'm quoting you verbatim,
yes,
even though your statement is not in front of me, but I read it, Dara. That's what you are saying. Am I correct?
You are correct. Murder and robbery was already in force.
The discussion, because I think you are saying it started between 2016 and 2017, the discussion of a murder and robbery unit.
The work study was concluded in 2019, but yes, the consultations, because it's a process to finalize the work study investigation. And the business units that are going to be affected will then be consulted. And I said at the time, I was serving as the divisional commissioner.
Yes, yeah, that's what we are saying. Yes, correct. Now, my question is, here now, in this meeting of the 6th of March, 2025, General Khumalo is making a presentation. He talks about a transition from the PKTT to the murder and robbery, a component. So is it the same component that was initiated before the establishment of the PKTT that he talks about?
That's correct.
Now, my question is, why is now General Sbiya, if this thing started a long time ago, the murder, the discussion about the murder and the robbery component started even before the establishment of the 2018 task team, why is now General Sbiya opposed to it?
It will be difficult for
And,
me.
I'm asking a twofold question. The first question is why, if it's a concept which was already there? And then the second question, in line with the first question, is what was the alternative plan which they were proposing? The alternative plan, because remember the plan presented by General Khumalo here is that there must be a transition from this task team to that component. Now, when they disagree with this one, what are they providing as an alternative?
The discussion in that meeting was that can this particular investigation of PKTT be either assigned to the provincial investigative unit or to the murder and robbery. Of course, murder and robbery, I think until to date, is only functioning at provincial level, or the dockets be redistributed back to the stations of origin. I have also indicated earlier that when the team was formed, there were 4 sub-teams that were reporting under one commander. The initial commander of the PKTT in 2018, when it was established, was a Major General who is a component head of General Investigation at head office, who took pension later that year, in September of the same year. Because of the nature of General.
I'm sorry, General. I've got to cut you because also there's an issue of time here.
Okay.
And there are many questions I want us to talk about. I want to pose to you. May you please confine yourself to my questions? The question is, what alternative plan were they suggesting as opposed to the plan that was presented by General Khumalo? And 2, when they were in disagreement with this, does it mean they were opposing a plan which was initiated in 2017? Because the evidence that we have tendered is that this component predated the establishment of the 2018 task team.
I will not say it's them who were suggesting. The meeting suggested either provincial teams to take over the dockets or dockets go to the station. So we were still in discussion when General Khumalo on the recommendations was that can we then have a gradual disbandment as these dockets are currently being decided whether they should go to PIU or they should go to the stations of origin, of which it was going to be a transitional process, even to decide whether we'll want to take them back to the stations of origin where they were collected from. Hence, they were centralized to PKTT.
So they were opposed to this with no alternative plan which they suggested.
It was either or.
Yeah. Maybe let me help you by reading what you have written here on paragraph 29, page 11. Okay. You are saying here, Lieutenant General Khumalo made a presentation on the PKTT at the meeting. The presentation proposed that the disestablishment or disbandment of the PKTT, if considered, will take a form of a transition from National Political Killings Task Team to the component. Serious violent crimes, brackets, open bracket, murder and robbery unit. That's what you are saying. And that's where my question arises.
Maybe the confusion is if that proposal was made by General Sibiya or the person that was opposing the recommendation that General Khumalo was presenting. It was not them that were saying it should go to murder and robbery. It was the proposal on the presentation itself that was done in consultation with the head of the detective, in this case, the divisional commissioner responsible for detective and forensic service.
Okay. Let's go to charges which were preferred against you by IPID. Evidence which has been tendered so far before this committee is that IPID was weaponized against certain members of SAPS. That is the first point I want us to talk about. Do you agree with that?
I will not agree if I don't have facts, but that is what
No, I'm
IPID
saying
was doing.
as an allegation, I know that you are not making conclusive statements here. But as an allegation, would you say really there is an inference that points you to that conclusion? That there was an outside, not necessarily political, an outside or political interference, which, Chair, can I be protected? I mean, Honorable Breitenbach is disturbing me.
Honorable Breitenbach.
I'm truly heartbroken, Chair, so sorry.
So, would you agree with that assertion that at some point IPID was infiltrated by external forces, the consequence of which it was weaponized to deal with certain individuals within the institution of SAPS?
I'm afraid that I don't want to talk and make allegations if I don't have proof. However, I've indicated earlier that their investigation was directed by the complaints that were on social media. So I will not know if that was an attempt, or with my colleagues, other colleagues, it's because they were used.
Because a follow-up, had you given a different answer, was going to be, do you think that the charges preferred against you? Because what you have told us here is that these charges are spurious. They have no basis because there are no contradictions in your statements and so on. So you did not commit perjury. Now, a follow-up question was going to be, do you now think that these charges are in line with this characterization of IPID, or are in line with this unethical conduct of weaponizing IPID against certain individuals? Are you also on the receiving end of that, or they are genuine?
They are not genuine because they cannot be proven. And I believe the time frame that have been spent, it's the one that will confirm to me that if there were charges, and I said earlier, when I was approached, I was told that these three statements are contradictory. The question was, where is the contradictions? And that was not finished to me until this date that I'm sitting here. Nobody has ever came to point to me that paragraph 7 and paragraph 8 of this statement are contradicting with paragraph 6 and paragraph 5 of the statement. That I do not know. On my own, I sat with the three statements, having to find out what are the things that are being attributed to contradiction. I was not told what contradictions are. I made an example earlier that when you come and approach me as a law enforcement to say you have hit a person with the vehicle, there should be a person and there should be a damage on my car. That you are saying, look here, they are, so that I am able to respond. Okay. So coming to me and saying you have contradicted yourself here, where here?
I hear you, General. The National Commissioner comes back, he takes leave on the 31st of December and comes back for duty on the 14th of January. Is there anything he did? Because in your statement, in terms of the chronology of your statement, you spoke to him after the directive was issued while he was on leave. That was in January, on the 1st of January.
On the 3rd.
On the
3rd.
on the 3rd of
January,
January, yes. And then he comes back on the 14th of January. You are not making any indication of him raising a concern between a period when he arrived and a period of the 6th of March when you held a meeting wherein General Khumalo presented a plan. So between those events, there is no reflection of him raising a concern to the minister about a decision which he took on the 31st of December while he was on leave. Following that, am I correct if I make a conclusion that says after the National Commissioner came back from leave, he did nothing to engage or contest the decision that was taken by the minister in his absence? He only acted in compliance with the directive in March on the 6th when you had a meeting with him. Is that a correct narrative?
It will not be a correct narrative, particularly directed to me, because I do not know if the National Commissioner and the Minister met.
No, I'm saying I'm getting here you have written what you know. No, I'm saying in terms of what you know, we can't suffocate you for what you do not know. But in terms of what you know, because you have written what you know. In terms of what you know, the National Commissioner came back from leave. He did not do anything to contest the directive. He only spoke about the directive in March when he was complying, receiving reports from General Khumalo.
That is the point where I'm saying I cannot confirm that he did nothing, because the fact that the plan was prepared, I don't know the communication between him and other deputies.
Yeah, no, I'm saying in terms of what you know, you can't account for what you do not know.
Definitely, Chair, I don't know whether he engaged other deputies, whether he engaged the minister, but what is in my knowledge is that the next time we discuss the matter over and above different environments and business units presenting to him, I was involved in the meeting of the 5th with Portfolio Committee and the 6th with the minister.
Okay. Briefly, in a nutshell, I just want you to give an explanation of your duty vis-a-vis a duty of the National Deputy Commissioner. I think crime detention, General Sibia. That's how he is called, correct?
Correct.
What is the distinction between your responsibilities?
General Sibia is responsible for detective services, forensic services, and crime intelligence. These are the 3 divisions that are reporting to General Sibia. This is only the investigation, follow-up investigation, and support. Policing involves all other units that are operational in the police, except the 3. So every other unit that you will get in the police, from the police stations, within the division visible policing and operations, you will have different components. There is a component that is dealing with firearms and liquor compliances. You will have a component that is dealing with frontline police, which is the police station and all members in the client service center and all operations that are happening at the police stations. You will have the component that is dealing with border policing. You will have the component that is dealing with emergency services. That is all your flying squads. And you will have protection and security services.
So between the 2 of you, with whom does the buck stop between the two of you in relation to the PKTT affairs?
It will stop at NOC, which is the component reporting to me. But in terms of the investigations, the dockets themselves, the buck stops with General CBA.
Chair, am I running out of time? Should I stop now? Oh, okay. Lastly, since you are dealing with policing, what is your final assessment on the effectiveness of the PKTT at the time when it was dissolved? Was it still needed? Was it effective? Did it make any practical positive or practical paradigm shift in KZN where it was established?
I believe it was, yes. The decline in cases.
So there was a need for its continuation.
Safe to say, I'm mindful of your time. There are other task teams that were established or were undertaken in that tenure of the minister. Example of those: Lockdown 3, as well as the taxi violence that was in Port St. John's in the Eastern Cape. So there was a need to still, murder and robbery, it's in existence, but where there are interventions that were to be undertaken, those teams were established.
Thank you so much. Take the microphone, Honorable Matthews.
I was still teasing Honorable Souls, and here I am. Chair, how much time? 45? Plus my 15 minutes? Okay, let me put my timer on because I know how you are, Chair. Okay, Lieutenant General, good afternoon. I trust you enjoyed Parliament lunch as I did. These questions I'm about to ask Lieutenant General, they not necessarily directly related to the PKTT team and what you have put in your affidavit, but it speaks to your 38 history within SAPS, which is in your affidavit. So the disclaimer here is that you have access to a lot of information in SAPS, whether you were directly involved or directly responsible, but you have information. And you will be able to direct us as a committee where we can also access this information, if indeed that there is. So we want to remind you that you are under oath, that we are here in this committee, and this committee has been established to investigate what is going on in our criminal justice system. So we are pleading with you that whatever information you have outside of what you have specified in the contents, but it speaks to your 38 years of history within SAPS, that you please assist us. Because it is be struggling here on this committee. So these questions I'm about to ask, some of them are on the background of that. Are we together?
We are together, Honorable Member,
Thank
to
you.
the best of my
No, I agree. And when you, of course you can say things like, this is what I've heard, this is what I understood, and you can direct us to people who will be able to provide us with evidence. So we don't want to do a podcast or a gossip session. But when you are able to say, no, then maybe you can go, there's this case, or go to that department and be able to get that. So that's where I'm coming from. So the first person I want to deal with is Paul O'Sullivan. So he's been operating within our SAPS in particular since 1990. You've been in the service since for 38 years now. So do you have any knowledge or experience of any of his dealings or operations within the criminal justice system, even if it's not necessarily SAPS, because you've also worked with with DPC and with defense, etc. So anything.
The first encounter with Mr. O'Sullivan was when I started to work in Gauteng as the Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for crime detection. In that, he was assisting with some of the investigations, and I know the first encounter is when Paul O'Sullivan was providing information in relation to other matter that was under investigation that was involving one of the convicted criminal, Rotherham Krecher. So that is when I started to know Paul O'Sullivan. Even came to my office with other files or the personnel of his office, but I received a call from him that they want to hand the dossier on another investigation.
So
So
how-
I did interacted, and I know that Paul O'Sullivan was interacting, or Ndade Paul O'Sullivan, because he is older than me, and I'm taught to respect and call him Mr. Paul O'Sullivan.
So you entertained him based on his age. Did you do any investigations into him? Because, I mean, there's a lot of people, let's just be honest, that would send you messages, that will email you, say that they have information. Why was Paul O'Sullivan the one that you are okay to accept dossiers from, besides his age, given your experience in that?
I did not say I accepted. I said he called my office because I was the deputy responsible for crime detection in Gauteng as a province then. And he had that dossier. So
And what did you do with it?
it will go to the investigators, not
But so you met with him?
I met.
and he spoke
Paul,
to you
I
for
will
how
not-
many hours?
I can't recall how many hours,
It was
but
long, hey?
it was very short.
Oh, okay. Are you aware of any investigations that have been conducted into Paul O'Sullivan? Even if it was just that he was listed as a person of interest, you were not curious how this person came across a whole dossier of information on a very high profile matter?
It was not, I can't recall what the case was. At the time, he wanted the pursuance of, he should have submitted the dossier to investigate General Munu. I think he came to me that General Munu, who was the divisional commissioner at the time, he wanted him to be investigated. So that was my first encounter. And he submitted that dossier that was booked out to the investigators to continue the investigation, because my role was to manage and ensure the work is done, not to do the work myself.
So more or less, how many times when you were in Gauteng did Paul O'Sullivan contact you directly and not the investigating officer to come and hand over information?
I think that was the only encounter, and other times where I would have seen or heard about Paul O'Sullivan, because I was the deputy responsible for detectives. General Sibia was the provincial head responsible for the Hawks. So I take most of the matters that Paul will have, will be at that level of DPCI, and I got to know him from General Sibia's point of view.
So did you and Lieutenant General Sibia think that he was actually a forensic investigator? So it was you and, well, from what I'm saying, let's just say you for now, that allowed this man into our criminal justice system at the level that he was, because any ordinary South African private citizen, Lieutenant General, cannot even get hold of a police officer. This man is having meetings with you, and he just calls you and you make yourself available. Why?
Any citizen of this country who's having information on the case, who is inquiring about certain matters or any case, does have access to me. So it's not only
Many other normal South Africans, just private citizens, have come to you to hand you over information.
In my career, a lot. I can't count. I cannot
Paul
count.
O'Sullivan-
Even now, I do receive emails from the people that I do not
that
even
come
know.
and you have meetings with.
A lot.
And you don't refer them to the IO, you
I
actually
will
take
refer
it in.
them.
So he wasn't unique at all in that way. And you trusted that this man was not trying to infiltrate our criminal justice system, that he was actually a forensic investigator. Did you, that being the head of detectives, do any investigations into him?
No.
Okay. So who does South Africa trust? Because the job of SAPS is to protect our criminal justice system. You and your colleagues are the most senior leaders in this country. So if you can just go and get information from random citizens, allow them to have meetings whenever and however they want, who protects the ordinary South Africans from people who now we can see has been trying to capture our criminal justice system? Because it started off there. That's why he can come here into Parliament walk out when he wants. He even threatens members of parliament. So it started off there. And that's your responsibility, you and your colleagues' responsibilities to protect us, protect the nation, Lieutenant General. What happened? Why was that not done? Because everything, pretty much everything we know about him wasn't, that we thought we knew. We have evidence that says otherwise.
I don't think for a person to come and share the information or to present information, it's untoward if you don't know where he's coming from or if he is not or she is not doing anything wrong. Any person can come and present the case and he or she will be, listen, that is what happened. And I can put my head on the block that South Africans with the 38 years service that I had, I have been assisting people and I'll continue to do that as long as I am in office. And you can trust me in that. But one person that has done wrong or that was established afterwards that but it's having other ulterior motives needs to be investigated from that point of view. It cannot be correct that if a person just walk in your office, you don't know, you don't have a background, you just decide not to listen to that particular individual. But if there is an indication and evidence that shows that there is an ulterior motive, it will be taken from there. And again, it doesn't mean everything that he presents, it's having an ulterior motive. Hence, it must be interrogated and be investigated. And with the facts, then we can indicate that, but here you are overreaching. So at the time, it was not present.
So the question wasn't whether he provided true information or not, etc. The question is that we have someone who has direct access to you, a very senior official, you and many others, right? There has been for the longest time, you can just go and part of your job is crime intelligence. I mean, as SAPS, is to keep abreast of what's going on in the nation. So at some point, as our highest ranking officials there in SAPS, what is the story with Sir Paul O'Sullivan? Is he let's not talk about the evidence. What is the story with him? None of you ever sat down with each other and say, who is this man that has all this information? Because that is your job, is to protect us as the nation. It's not our job. So I'm not speaking directly to you, but it's you and your colleagues who are tasked with this, Lieutenant General. It's not us as ordinary citizens in this country. So I'm saying at no point amongst you and your colleagues did you all ever question who is this person, because he's been going around in media for the long time. I mean, the highest point was in 2019, where every single media outlet was reporting about, it was IPID showdown with him and Mkhwanazi, our acting national commissioner at this time, and SAPS. During that time, you in that senior leader position, was there any discussions about who is this person, what should happen, anything?
Discussions could have been there individual, but the investigative authority and the intelligence communities, I believe, were doing that they were supposed to do, and they will provide the feedback and their investigation or analysis to the relevant authority. So it's not like we were folding our arms.
That's what yes. So you are saying that as a committee, we must go to those relevant departments and ask them about if they did any investigations and what those investigations were around Paul O'Sullivan's involvement. And I'm not speaking specifically about the IPID investigations, but about him being a person of interest here in this country. So you are saying that as a committee, there were talks about it and the relevant departments within SAPS did take up, whatever the outcomes on the investigations are, you might not know, but we here as a committee must be able to access that information or request to access that information.
I think if it's available, if there was a report that was...
You don't own.
I don't know. It can be made available. I think this is the committee and the purpose that it was established, it's to pursue matters like this. If that information is available, I don't think anyone in the service will refuse.
But there was conversations among senior officials about this, and from what you understand.
Yes, they
They
were.
were.
They were because
We're
of
very,
some.
you were worried about the nation and our criminal justice system being captured by private individuals that we don't know.
Perhaps not specifically or in simpler terms that he has infiltrated, but to have him being the forensic, I think he was the forensic investigator, and nobody presented that this is not a forensic investigator. He might have not acquired those forensic investigation authority and
Might not
lawfully.
have.
I don't
Okay.
know.
So our evidence leaders, Chair, we're just requesting that we write to the relevant authorities to find out if there have ever been any reports or investigations. Yeah, our secretariat has disappeared, but we have some of our senior legal person is here. And if we can do that speedily, so we are able to get if there are any reports. And even if there were just investigations, even if it didn't amount to something, but it can't be that we have senior SAPS officials who were part of this country and part of our nation and who are responsible for protecting us from individuals who possibly were trying to do exactly that. And they were just sitting with their hands folded, actually even just accepting information and making access to them so accessible more than any normal person in the nation. And Lieutenant General, you must know that the average South African right here is sitting and looking at you and they're gonna say, don't even know who my IO is. And they have to get money to go even to the police station just to get a status of their case. And they don't even have money to do that. Then they can get to the police station and the police officer can just say, we don't know, the detective's not here, we're just waiting. That's the reality of what your average South African is dealing with. While some of these Paul O'Sullivans can just make a phone call and come and drop off a dossier. Okay, let me allow you to respond, sorry, because I'm talking.
It's not correct that South Africans will inquire about their cases and they will be told that the detective is not available. There are processes, there are systems in place where we can follow up. Even myself, I'm no longer in the detective. When complaints come, I divert and revert them to the relevant authority that will assist. And if they give me feedback that they shouldn't, because I'm not in the detective space, but because I'm a senior manager, if I get feedback, I will communicate it back to the person who's making such an inquiry.
Lieutenant General, South Africans are going to drag you because I'm telling you that it's not. We understand that there are systems, we get SMSs, they're not. Sometimes you can get an SMS, it'll take forever to get one. Who has been allocated to, you can go. And that is the reality of the majority of South Africans here in this country. We know that there are systems. We don't dispute that. Very functional systems, well, at least if they function properly, we will all be able to be well serviced here in the country. Let's talk about your IPID case. I'm confused. So you opened a case of robbery.
Of theft.
Theft, right? Then IPID gets a hold of this case because someone went to lodge a complaint that this case that you opened was perjury.
They open a perjury.
Okay, so, but anyway, there was a case there at IPID for perjury based on the theft. Is it theft robbery case that you opened, right? Okay, now I understand. So they opened that case whether someone complained about it or whether they didn't. So IPID's core mandate, from what I understand, is to investigate serious police misconduct, custodies in death, torture, brutality. Does perjury qualify?
I don't know, but they're investigating.
38 years, you must tell us. I mean, they'll come and say otherwise if they disagree with you.
I don't know, but they're investigating perjury against me.
Maybe because you're a senior official. Anyway, they'll tell us. So you don't understand how they took the case, and I'm assuming it's based on the fact that there was a perjury case. So no, that they opened the perjury case. So, and the perjury case, the evidence is on the docket that you opened, right? So they still have both these files, which means, are they going to investigate from what you understand, or what should happen in terms of processes in SAPS? Is it their responsibility also to process the theft case?
No.
So that case should have gone back to the relevant police station or investigating officer to continue the investigation because they already have the information they need to do a perjury investigation.
That's correct.
And that hasn't happened.
I don't know. I haven't checked if the investigating officer has or got hold of the case. However, after engaging with them around September, the investigating officer did call me, but he called me on another case requesting that I should be a witness on another case that I believe had the similar modus operandi as my case. And I said, with all fairness, I will assist in any case, but they must remember that I still have a case. So I don't know if the docket is back with them.
Okay.
That I can establish because yes, it's my case. I should know where my case is.
You see? Do you see? You're also a product of the rest of South Africans. You don't know what's happening with your case.
I have not followed up. I have not followed up.
So I think, Chair, also let us also request to get a report on IPID on what, because that will speak directly whether there's unnecessary interference or whether our whole criminal justice system has been weaponized by senior officials in our criminal justice system. And this is not to say that you didn't purge yourself and that IPID shouldn't investigate, but just speak to us understanding what is going on and why something like that would take so long. In paragraph 58 of your statement, you say that you made amendments, right? Or you say that there were amendments were made and it was in a pen handwriting and it was done without your knowledge.
That's correct.
Yeah, so have you formally requested authentication of it, or because the file is still with IPID, it's just parked for now?
I did not want it to interfere
Okay.
with IPID's investigation, so I received what they have presented to me and I allowed them to do their work.
So in your experience, how would that happen? So someone would, because generally if you do any amendments to a statement, you have to do your initials next to it. So were your initials next to it?
It should be done in the presence of the depositor of the
Yeah,
statement.
that's
You
what I
can't amend the statement
Without-
that I have deposed if I am not present. One. Two, it should be signed by both the deponent
Yeah.
and as well as the person who have disposed the statement. So it cannot be one person sitting
Yeah.
in his office amending somebody's statement
Yeah, we
without.
agree. So what is so you're saying that it was amended, but there's no signatures on it?
No, I did not sign. I did not know
you
of.
didn't? Okay.
Yes.
So I just wanted clarity. Then you said that you submitted, you did a typed statement because it was requested because the ink was fading on your original statement, or did I misunderstand that?
No, you understand it correctly. However, the type version was for the file that was at loss management office, not part of the docket, because the docket has the original statement. It also has the supplementary statement.
Okay.
So the file, it's done, it's at the police station, Littleton or PIU that was investigating. Immediately when I finished with my statement to open the case, I had to submit documents for the loss management for the purposes of the state property that was lost in my possession. So in that, the loss management office was requested that the statement, because it was a copy
Okay, I got it.
it's fading.
Okay. Good.
So they had to have it typed. So they said, as loss management, I think procedurally as well, they will not do it themselves. Can I type the statement? So the officer in my office typed the same statement verbatim as is, just to deduce it in typing for the purposes of the file. So it is the statement that was meant for loss management, not for a case document.
Why didn't they just go to the police station and get the original copy? Because it seems to cause a lot of confusion. Why would it not go to the SAPS printer or make a photocopy that is proper, because it seems very like we here because of a type statement, or not here, you're not here because of that, but the situation is here because there's also a type statement when you could. Littleton is not far from the headquarters of the SAPS.
I think because it was the submission from myself, they will want it to be typed at least. So the same statement was just typed to have a clearer version of the same statement.
But do they generally ask for statements to be typed, or would they just use the original statement that you gave when you opened the case at SAPS? Because you're not really answering the question why they didn't just go to the police station, what is it, Littleton, and ask for your original statement in the docket.
The main docket of theft have the original statement. The copy was then made to submit the loss management. So it's two different processes. First process is the docket, and you can't take out the original statement from the docket because there are processes that docket must still follow. Then when I submit the documents for loss management, I submit. So I take the copy of the same statement. After some time, because the incident is 2024 and the statement or the type statement was requested in 2025. And subsequent to that, I established—
It's such a long time. Why did you re-register it such a long time later? It's 2 years or not? Am I miscalculating?
No, it was not re-registering. It was just to make—
No, register it.
It was registered immediately in 2024. Loss was finalized because I got the replacement phone. The loss management file was finalized and closed. Finalized, buried. I learned later that why loss management office requested a type copy is because IPID requested the file and they said the statement is no longer eligible and it needs to be typed.
So
Hence
you've
the loss
clarified that,
management
Lieutenant
request.
General. I'm saying, why did they want you to type it? Because it wasn't a standard practice. They could have just went to the police station down the road and went to ask for a copy.
Safe to say they were having the original statement and they still wanted it to be typed.
So they specifically said they don't want to go to the police station. They want it typed.
The file was with IPID when IPID was requesting the statement to be typed.
The original file, I thought you said it is still at the police station, just IPID has a copy of it. I've misunderstood you.
They came to me in August with the file, with the same docket.
I got you. The then Chief of Staff, Nkabindi, when he was here, he said that he was not involved in talks when you were having, or when the National Commissioner was, when the Minister was having meetings with the officials of SAPS, etc. His job was pretty much minutes and to give clarity. But in your statement, you say that he used to give input, and I think there was one meeting in particular, I think it was on the 6th of March, 2025. Did he get involved in operational issues outside of giving clarity on minutes or not, and have opinions on matters that he shouldn't?
He gave opinion in that meeting. I will not sit here and lie to the committee that he gave opinion if he did not give opinion. He spoke in that meeting.
Was it something regularly or something regular that he did, or was it that meeting in particular?
He will give input in the meeting, either to advise the minister on the directive that was given that he is following up. But I think the tendency is that he will say something in the meeting. And I said, with the other chiefs of staffs that I worked with other ministers, it was unlikely that they will give opinion in the meeting.
And then what did the officials of SAPS do about that? That we now have a chief of staff that is getting all muddled up in operational issues of SAPS?
It's the office of the minister, which is the senior office to that of the National Commission.
Did any of you raise that with the minister, that we have a chief of staff that is acting outside of his duties as a chief of staff?
I did not, because I don't report to the minister. I don't know if the National Commissioner has raised.
But did you, as colleagues, have those discussions amongst each other that we now have a chief of staff that is getting involved?
No.
No. Okay. The sense of me, any case, your name comes up a lot there. Were you at the scene on the day? Did you attend phosphorus?
I was, this acting of me. I was the acting provincial commissioner on the day of the incident. I made several calls to the operatives after receiving a report of what happened. Because it's a high profile case, the practice will that you will contact the relevant office, General Sibia being one, General Taiwe, the late Brigadier Ndovu, he was the head of the detectives in Gauteng at the time. These are the three colleagues that I personally contacted to get the reports, because I will not go to the investigator at the police station at my level at the time as the acting provincial commissioner to get reports. So I contacted the senior leadership of investigation in the country. General Brigadier Ndlovu, the late Brigadier Ndlovu, indicated that he is awaiting Colonel Paho to call him, who was the detective commander at Vosloorus police station. So I said to him, you cannot be getting reports and reports.
Honorable
She
Mkhwanazi,
wants to know about things.
Honorable Mngango,
You're just cutting.
Honorable
away.
Mngango, your time starts now.
Thank you.
Well,
Chair.
thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Good afternoon, Madam.
Good afternoon, honorable member.
My question actually would emanate from 6.3 of your statement, where you are actually saying that part of what you do is actually to be responsible for operations such as SONA, national and local elections. And also you go on to say you are also responsible for maintaining international bilateral relations. I just want to, out of curiosity, whether the national events will actually include, party political events, national party political events such as conferences, etc.
Yes, honorable Ngango, it will include them.
Are you also part of the senior police officers that would attended conferences such as the 2007 Polokwane conference? Because some of your colleagues who were here actually said that they actually had their own desk in that particular conference.
I did not attend it. I was in the Free State at the time.
Okay. I'm asking this question because many of your colleagues who actually have been here actually say that the major source of the present problems actually emanated from that conference, because when the generals came back from that conference, the whole atmosphere, working atmosphere, especially in the crime prevention, environment changed. So that is the only interest I have. The second question actually has to do with paragraph 6.4, where you say you are actually also responsible for bilateral international talks, especially in SADC region and beyond. I'm interested in the beyond. What do you mean by that? Where is that?
There will be bi-national meetings outside of the regional bilateral meetings with within the region where you will have the SADC countries having bilateral meetings. For an example, there will be a binational that one attended recently in Vietnam, where the president was attending. So that is one of the binational talks that I'm referring to. I think there are other binationals. I just could not recall them on the cuff, but the office is responsible for those bilateral. If the national commissioner is not attending, I will be leading the team.
You, in paragraph 6.6, you say you also liaise with regional and international counterparts. Are you comfortable to disclose the counterparts that you liaise with?
That will be the police cooperations. Lesotho will have, the bilateral will have cooperations internationally, as I've indicated, with Vietnam and many other countries that will have interest. If we attend the Interpol meetings, there will be a site meetings that will be held. If National Commissioner is not there, the senior leadership that they will attend.
In your deliberations in those forums, do you ever discuss issues of cross-border crime, such as the theft of our vehicles along the Mozambique-KwaZulu-Natal border, the issue of the Zamazamas, insofar as it relates to the people from Lesotho who are actually participating in these criminal activities?
That is the intention of these bilateral meetings. And yes, the issues of vehicles will get discussed. And I think I was also in Emanguzi with the meetings that we had with Mozambique at Emanguzi and other meetings that followed after that with regard to the issues of the vehicles. When I was the Divisional Commissioner, Detective Service, the position that is currently occupied by General Sintumule, we participate in the forum of the police chiefs in the country. And in my time, yes, there will be discussion on the issues. Currently, if there are issues with Lesotho, which I flew to Lesotho at some point to discuss the issues of illegal mining, yes, those falls squarely within this. And perhaps to even expand, I'm also serving in the forum, the committee that looks at, that is not police related, but it is looking at overall Crime Stoppers International. I'm a board member of the Crime Stoppers International, and this is where some of these matters are being discussed, and many other engagements with the country, including attending the UN meetings.
Thanks, General. Now let's go to the 31st of December, 2024, if I'm not mistaken. When you were acting, I know that the National Commissioner went on leave and he left you in his office. Was the minister aware that you were acting?
Yes, he was.
Because if so, was there ever any communication between you and the minister whilst you were acting, either telephonically or otherwise?
On any other matter?
On any other matter?
Yes, there was.
I'm asking this because I fail to understand why would the minister fail to communicate with you his intentions to actually dissolve, to disestablish the PKTT because you were in office. And I'm also failing to understand why he would actually address his directive, his letter or the email to the National Commissioner when he knows exactly that the National Commissioner was on leave and you were in the office. That is why I'm asking, was he aware that you were in office?
He approves the leave of the National Commissioner, and he will not approve the leave of the National Commissioner. I think the law dictates that he will then need to know and appoint the person that will be acting or confirm consensus needs to be reached with the minister on who will be acting in the absence of the National Commission. And when the email was sent, which I took, that is because the minister was aware that National Commissioner is on leave, it was sent, the first addressee was to the National Commissioner and the second was to myself, precisely because he knew that I am in the office. And perhaps to also contextualize why to be sent to the National Commissioner, because National Commissioner, much as is the National Commissioner, but that email, it's the state email that you will send. So the office of the National Commissioner should undertake any directive that will come. It is a common cause. Any department, even when National Commissioner is out, they will send the email to the office of the National Commission, because they are sending it to the office, not to the individual.
The hindsight, have you been able to actually raise that with the minister? That, Mr. Minister, I was not happy that when I was in the office of the National Commissioner as acting National Commissioner of SAPS, you actually continued to sideline and communicated directly with someone who was on leave on a matter which he had actually designated as urgent. How on earth was a person on leave going to be able to actually act on a matter, on an urgent matter when he was on leave? Have you actually been able to?
I will not have raised it because I said earlier the email was addressed to the National Commissioner in the capacity of the National Commissioner and to myself. So not even copied, I was the main addressee as the National Commissioner. So the email follow one another. So the minister did address, or the chief of staff was mindful of the fact that in case the office of the National Commissioner's chief of staff and the PA are not in the office, because there is an acting person and he knows who the acting person is, the email was directed to me. So the minister's office did not sideline my office. They did send the email to me.
But the email was addressed to the National Commissioner.
To the National Commissioner and me.
Was not to the acting National Commissioner.
There is no office called acting National Commissioner. Hence, my explanation earlier is that it is the office of the National Commissioner, but it was also sent to Musigidi TC email, which is the Deputy National Commissioner who is acting at the time. So it was sent to me.
So in what capacity did you deal with that correspondence? In your capacity as acting National Commissioner or as Lieutenant General Musigili, who is the Deputy National Commissioner?
Lieutenant General Musigidi, who is the acting National Commissioner. Because if I was not acting, another person was acting, it could have been copied or sent to that particular individual that was acting. But in this case, it was sent to me as the acting National Commissioner.
Thank you. Is it standard operation procedure for SAPS that sensitive internal, SAPS matters or even correspondence are shared with, private citizens or private individuals, like what happened with this particular directive, where a private, email address was sent this kind of correspondence? Is it your standard operation procedure?
It is not.
Okay. If it is not, then what steps have you taken or did you take to deal with this matter? Because it's most likely to happen again.
I inquired, I engaged the chief of staff in the office of the minister and he explained who the email belonged to. The fact that I'm raising it is that of the addressees of this particular email, there was a private email, not a private person. A private email was used. I do have my private email where I'm receiving my private stuff.
if it is the official correspondence, I do not receive them on my private email. But if an individual knows my private email and send it there, I will then raise it to them that please do not use my private email for official stuff, because again, I was worried about the leakage of information if the private email is used.
You know, why I'm asking this is because when we were talking to Brown Mkhwanazi, one of the WhatsApp messages he sent out to some other people was about the directive itself. And looking at your statement, you only actually came to know about this on the 2nd of January. But already, Brown Mkhwanazi had actually, you know, communicated with other people to say, hey, that group that came to invade your house had been actually disbanded, which was already around the 1st. So have you actually made any effort to uncover who this one is? You know, who the owner of this address is? Because we want to know who exactly, you know, disclosed that, shared that information with Brown Mkhwanazi, because Brown Mkhwanazi is not within SEP's structures.
With my investigations with the chief of staff as the person who sent the email to all these people, he did confirm who the email belongs to. Yes, I have done that.
So you would not be prepared to share the identity of that individual with us?
I think I said earlier, he did at the time, told me who the email belonged to. I'm just forgetting, but it was somebody in the minister's office, one of the staff in the minister's office.
Interested to know the procedures and processes when the national commissioner wants to go on leave, who actually, you know, approves his leave, his absence of leave.
It's the Minister of Police. It's the Minister of Police, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, well, it's a question that I've already asked, because I'm asking this because the minister ought to have known that the matter which he had dubbed urgent was not going to be actually, you know, implemented urgently because the national commissioner was away. Because some of us believe that it was deliberate, it was timed. You know, the dissolution of the PKTT was timed to take place at the time when the national commissioner was not there. Would you agree with that?
That is why my
I'm saying that because on the 28th of December, you were also present in Etskawini where there was this funeral. Did he say anything about the dissolution of PKTT to you?
No.
No.
To me, no.
But he was already in his mind. He has made up his mind that the PKTT will be dissolved. And then on the 31st, on Monday, 31st, boom, he actually dissolves that. Knowing full well that the national commissioner was away. Would you agree with me that the minister deliberately actually did that, gave that directive, knowing full well that the national commissioner is not there?
He knew that the national commissioner was not in office, and part of the directive or directions that he gave on the directive is that the first report should be presented to him mid-Jan, which for me is the time when the national commissioner will be back in office. I'm just trying to go to where I've attached it. to qualify that statement that the minister indicated in that directive that the first report should be done in mid-20th of January, and the final closing report must be submitted on late January. So for me, the 20th of January, it's the period that the National Commissioner will be back in office, and late January, it's the period that the National Commissioner will be back in office, and late January will be towards the end of January that it's been referred to in the minister's directive. I think it appears on the last paragraph of that directive. And the fact that the Chief of Staff did send to my office was for me as the acting National Commissioner to take cognizance of the directive that was given so that it can be actioned.
Did it surprise you, General, that the Lieutenant General's Beer took so much interest in the matter, even though he was not CC'd the email, to a point where he immediately contacted the National Commissioner at home and, bypassing you? Did it surprise you that Spear did all of that?
With investigative mind, one will wonder, why did you do that? But at the time when it happened, I thought it's undermining the acting, hence he went straight to the National Commissioner himself at the time. But on the 6th of March meeting, when he was saying the directive is to disband, not to have winding down, then it raised other alarm that, but why is it this push that the PKTT must be disbanded? And one will digest that on your own to ask yourself, but why is this happening? Yes, the concern was there. And I think with the incidents happen afterwards, it's when one will conclude to say maybe there is something that we don't know that my colleague know.
You're in the meeting of the 5th of March, where you attended the portfolio committee meeting and where Lieutenant General Khumalo actually presented a report. Did he actually include in his report the successes of the PKTT?
Yes, he did.
What was the reaction of the portfolio committee in that regard?
There were mixed reactions. I believe I will not be specific. I don't even have the minutes, but it was welcomed by some members. It was interrogated to some in the concerns that were raised, perhaps some were the time lapse between the investigation and that report, and whether it is viable to have that. And I think I will recall one Honorable Adams, who also voiced his concern about that presentation that was made. So like I say, it was, as usual, a mixed reactions.
Thank you. No, I'm asking this because obviously in Lieutenant General Khumalo's report, there would have been something about the dissolution of, or the disbandment of the PKTT. So I was asking that question in that context, that what was the attitude of the portfolio committee when they heard that the PKTT actually, the minister has directed that the PKTT must be dissolved in spite of its all the successes that Khumalo had presented.
Some members accepted, some members did not accept it, the progress that the PKTT made. And I think very sharply in the meeting that, however, it must be disbanded because of the number of complaints that would have been received pertaining to a PKTT.
Well, I'm sorry that I'm going to go back to the issue of Mr. Nkabinde. I know that my colleague actually has asked you about the Mr. Nkabinde, and you have responded that it is not normal for chiefs of staff to actually actively participate in the deliberations of the subs, operational matters. Now, Mr. Nkabinde's decision that you actually took in that particular meeting.
The status was implemented as a way forward of the meeting was that the team needs to go back and include the proposals that were made in the meeting.
Including Nkabinde's inputs.
No, the chief of staff's input was that it must be disbanded as the minister has directed that way that it must happen. And the way forward of the meeting was that go back, National Commissioner, with your team and revise with the recommendations that are coming from the meeting. So I take the chairperson of the meeting is the minister, and the minister said, go back, revise with the inputs that were given.
Again, with hindsight, have you been able to, you now have a new minister who is in the office.
Acting minister.
Acting minister, I'm sorry, thank you for correcting. Have you been able to actually warn him about these discrepancies? That because he might also be tempted to bring the chief of staff to meetings and allow the chief of staff to participate in the operational matters of the police to a point where he or she participates in the decision-making processes.
I think the decision to participate will differ from one minister to the other. Like I said earlier, there were other ministers that I may, in my position of leadership, have engagements where the meeting will be held, where there will be little or no input that they will make pertaining to the discussion of the management, other than to take notes for the minister and guiding the meeting on the matters that minister will want us to give feedback on. So whether the minister will continue with that, it has not happened up to this point that the minister is in office. So I don't know if it will happen at any time soon, but advising him, no, I did not. Personally, I did not. I don't know if the National Commissioner, who is the person that is reporting directly to the minister, has done that.
Well, my last question, Madam, has to do with discipline within the police service. What would you say about that? Because as an outsider, I can see that discipline has actually abandoned our police service. It doesn't seem that the standing order is actually holding anymore. What would you say to that?
Standing orders still hold. They're still very strong. Policing, it's still very much efficient and effective in my view. And where there are wrongdoing, it is a responsibility of a particular commander to correct the situation on the spot. Where it is challenging is where members will behave otherwise and the commander is aware and it's doing nothing. So it is still the responsibility of the leadership to correct and bring the South African Police Service to the standards that it requires. So in the main, I think 80% we still have law-abiding or abiding members of the South African Police Service, including myself. I still respect the police, I still respect and I expect the same from my subordinates. If they don't, I call them to order to correct the wrong situation.
Now, in your view, General, what would it take to actually restore the trust of the South African people to the South African Police Service, given all the problems that actually have actually surfaced during this process?
It's the unfortunate circumstances that we find ourselves in as a country. But the assurance that I want to give to South Africans is that there are still men and women in blue out there that still respect the oath that they have taken, and policing is continuing and it will continue. One rotten apple cannot spoil the whole police force. And it is being dealt with. This process that is undertaken, I have full confidence that it will bring back the order that will require and the respect that will require. I wear my uniform. I think some of the members, when I walk in, could not recognize me in private clothes because I'm always in uniform. And I will wear that uniform with pride, especially after this process that I know it is going to bring that dignity and respect in South Africa. This is the only South African police service way.
Is how Honorable Skosana knows you. The microphone passes to.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Honorable Matthys.
Mine is just clarity, please.
Yeah, no, not now, later.
Oh, okay. It was just on the email,
Yeah,
that
yeah.
private email. Okay, you'll let us do clarity.
Let's get Honorable Sols. We will come back to you at the end of the speakers list.
Thank you.
Honorable Sols, your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair.
She is not in uniform, but she remains General Msikiti.
Indeed, Chair. Good afternoon, General.
Good afternoon, Honorable Sols.
General, as an official who was in a senior position in the police in Gauteng before, based on your experience, is there a drug cartel or drug cartels that has infiltrated Gauteng SEPS?
In my time in Gauteng, I have not experienced, and there were no presentations that were made to me as the deputy at the time of the Provincial Commissioner on the Drug Cartel. Infiltration of the system, we now know we had, but I want to say from time to time when there is a collusion and corruption incidents that were picked up will be investigated. I take Honorable Sols, it's reflecting on this matter on what was presented. If it comes to the intelligence operative at that level, that is the person who's advising the operational arm of the service on the intelligence challenges that are prevailing in our ranks. And I take that requires to be investigated by the relevant authorities.
As a general now, you have sight and access to information with regard to safety across the nation. In your position now, is there drug cartels that has infiltrated SEPS?
Presentation was made here. It did not come, I think earlier, I did explain my role, which is in the file, that over and above overseeing, I also oversee the operations in the country. And before that happens, there is a committee on the phases of implementing any operation, either at NatJoins level or at National Crime Combating Forum level, where crime intelligence will come and do the presentation on the challenges. So far, sitting in those as the Deputy National Commissioner now for 3 years, there hasn't been a presentation directly to me or to the forum that talks to the cartel in Gauteng. But yes, that there are members of the police and other law enforcement agencies in Gauteng that are involved in criminal activities, including the reports that you will get from the community complaints. Yes, that was presented, that I know, and that is actioned as it is reported.
If I understand your response correctly, you are saying you cannot say that there are drug cartels that has infiltrated SAPS because you have not received such formal presentations. But what you can say is that you do know that some officials are involved with these syndicates. Is that what you are saying?
Now I know that there are officials that are involved, but I cannot with certainty say they are involved with drug cartel. I think for me is the issue of defining the cartel and knowing that there is an existence of cartel in the country and who are the members of this cartel and who are the members that are involved with the cartel. So it's from that premise that I'm saying I cannot with certainty sitting here today in front of South Africa and say, I do know that Musikidi X is involved with Mutaung, who is the drug cartel. I do not have that information.
Yes, that's not my expectation. My expectation is, as South Africa, we want to know, is it true that drug cartels has infiltrated SAPS?
I do not know.
All right. Based on your experience with senior officials as well, is General Sibia corrupt?
There must be facts that is correct, and there should be an investigation that will point to that corruption. So I will not again say General Sibia is corrupt if I don't have facts.
Based on what you've heard
Based on what I've heard,
in the testimonies and the things that has come out, just like you've spoken now about, you are hearing about drug cartels now, and so based on that, you get that information. So based on receiving information now, what is your position?
if investigated and proven, yes, that will be corruption.
But what should we as South Africans say? Should we also say we will, all the allegations that are made, we must just wait before we determine whether or not?
Maybe I'm coming from the premise of having a small glimpse into the law. That law says he who alleges must prove. So if I allege that somebody is corrupt, I need to have a proof that is corrupt.
I agree. Is Minister Mkhwanazi protecting drug cartels?
I do not know.
When you look at the allegation is that December 31st letter was given to protect drug cartels. What's your position on that allegation?
They are allegations, they need to be proven again. And if they are proven to be true, then it is a concerning that, yes, it can be proven that it is the protection. But as of now, it's still allegations that needs to be proven.
Yeah, it's just very frustrating because it is senior officials that is very experienced in investigation, such as General Khumalo, General Mkhwanazi, and others, who makes these allegations. And to date, we have not necessarily received proof of this. Now, you also come to testify, and you have been the acting national commissioner at the time. What do you think then was the motivation? Because clearly you're saying that what is alleged, you are not sure of that. You're not sure whether the motivation for the letter was to protect drug cartels. Is that your testimony, that you're not sure that that allegation is the motivation? Is that your testimony?
Yes, if these are allegations, and allegations are allegations, you can't allege and you make a statement of fact on the allegations.
That's true, but we're investigating those allegations because one of the allegations was that the letter that was sent and the reason why the word immediate was used was to protect drug cartels. That's the allegation that we're supposed to be testing here. So I don't have anybody else to ask. I must ask yourself, do you understand? So that I understand what is your position on that allegation that we are seeking evidence on now. You have to help us in this exercise for trying to find confirmation of that allegation. What's your response? Do you think the allegation has substance or it doesn't?
With every allegations, there must be findings and there must be recommendation based on comparison or comparative analysis that you'll have with the evidence that you have or information that you have. I have not sat down and looked at all the allegations that were made, all the facts that were presented. If at the end of the day, one will be for certain, say, if you add A, B, and C, for sure, you will have this. So I have not done that. And because it is still a process, I believe at the end of the day, when the matter is concluded, with all facts that were presented or are presented, we will be in the position to know whether there is a protection that was made to such. But as of now, I don't want to commit and say, yes, it is, because I have not done that analysis myself.
All right. You gave us a supplementary affidavit to your main affidavit. Paragraph 38 of your supplementary affidavit. You change paragraph 33. What do you mean by you made inquiries after this submission and your supplementary affidavit? Paragraph 38. You there?
Yes, I am.
General, you say, I made inquiries after this submission and established that the then Premier of KZN was the other Mr. Mkhwanazi. What do you mean by you made inquiries after the submission?
I consulted my notes because I was in the 2018 meeting and I realized that it is not the same person that I made reference, and this happened after I have given committee the statement.
But you're not saying that it was a spelling error.
It's not a spelling error, it is a reference that was incorrect. If you read paragraph 33 of my initial
Yes, we're going there.
statement.
But I'm trying to go step by step to say that it wasn't a spelling error. You confirmed it's not a spelling error. It is a matter of recollection of a person. You say this is the person, and then after inquiries, you do another statement and say, no, it was not that person. But it wasn't a spelling error that you are correcting. It was you saying a material thing that you said about a person is changing. Paragraph 33, you say, I recall attending a meeting of the Interministerial Committee looking at political killings in KZN on the 12th September in my capacity as the divisional commissioner. You then say Minister Mkhwanazi was the acting premier of the province at the time. Then you say during the discussions, he raised a concern. Now, what you're saying to us is you were at a meeting. You saw a person. And that person you saw was Minister Mkhwanazi in paragraph 33 in your main statement. You say, the person I saw is Minister Mkhwanazi. Then in your supplementary, you say, the person I saw was not him. You see, that's not a typo or what. That's you saying, I saw somebody, it's him. Then you further say, that person I saw, whom was Mr. Mkhwanazi, said the following. Then you supplement and say, I went to go think about it, it was not the person I saw.
Hence, I have acknowledged. and
Let's first
corrected.
agree that's what you did. Is that what you did?
It's what?
Is that what you did? It's you saw the person
Yes.
and testified the person you saw was Mr. Mkhwanazi. Then in your supplement, the Minister Mkhwanazi. Then in your supplementary, you come in to say to us, the person I saw wasn't him.
I took the notes as I was preparing my submission. I came across Premier Mkhwanazi and I submitted my statement. But recollecting now the figure that was before me, I then realized that, hang on, let me go back and check and verify. And that is when I requested to amend that wrong reference that I have made.
I saw your notes. When you say Premier Mkhwanazi,
Yes.
your recollection should have the face of the person.
I did not.
So
I did
they-
not have the face.
So they look the same.
They don't look the same, but
And in your recollection, you can recall the date of the meeting. You can recall what was discussed. Can't recall the face.
I could not recall the face.
You only recalled the face after testifying under oath who it is first, and then afterwards, you recalled it wasn't the person you thought it is.
I have corrected that because I realized I made a mistake.
Of a face.
Yes. I made the mistake. I considered, acknowledged my mistake.
You see, if it was somebody else, I would have been convinced it's a mistake. But because it's you, General, a senior police official, you don't have the luxury to make such a mistake. But what it does point to is it seems to be a habit of you. Make one statement under oath and then change it later. The same with the macro incident. You have 3 statements. The only consistency it shows is that you do a statement under oath and then change it again. That's why it's a case of perjury.
Can I respond? I think the two comparisons are not the same. The perjury charges, I have indicated that to date, I still do not know the pointer specifically of the contradictions. And in my view, if I can conclude, in my view, I do not see any contradictions. I want to correct again the 3 statements. I did not, and I've been saying since I responded on the matter, including when I submitted my statement in November, that I did not, and I vehemently deny submitting 3 statements. I did not submit 3 statements. Statement 1 and statement 3 is the same. The only difference, one is handwritten, the other one is typed.
You're talking about the content of the statements, but you did submit 3 statements. What?
I did not submit.
The first one-
Apologies.
The first one was a
Apologies.
written one. The first one was a written one. Correct? It's in your affidavit where you say the first one was a written one. The second one was tempered, the first one was then tempered with. And there was a second one and the third one was typed.
No, that is not what I said.
What?
That is not what I'm saying even now.
Okay, what are you
The
saying?
third statement, it's not the docket statement. It was the file statement that was taken immediately after the first statement was deposed.
Okay, who drafted it?
Who typed?
Yeah.
Who typed? It's my office.
Okay, so it's your statement.
It's my statement.
What
I
the-
agree. It's,
Now what-
but it's not the statement that was meant for the docket.
Yes, I understand, General. What I'm trying to get at is the consistency of your actions, of what you did here and with those statements. You testified here, the consistency of your actions. You testified here about a person you saw. Later on, you change it and say it's not the person you saw. And that's what I'm getting at. But let's move on.
Can I respond?
You're gonna have to be very brief on that one so that I can touch on the other.
I don't know the meaning of testified here because I'm appearing before you for the first time on the same matter. I submitted the statement and before confirming it, I realized the mistake and I corrected that mistake.
That's what I'm trying to say to you. And when I say testified here, I mean here. You have on your main statement a face that you say you saw under oath. Make reference to that face in your notes. Then you come and you supplement that statement and say, when you went to think about it, you realize it's not the person you saw. And so it's hard to believe that someone in your position sees a person in a meeting and then can say that person said so. It's Minister Mkhwanazi. I saw him saying so. Then you come and say, no, it wasn't him that said so, it was another person. That's the inconsistency. But it's okay, General.
I will respond quickly.
Okay.
It's not about the position of you being a senior person. It's a human error. It's a mistake that any other person can make. It's just a mistake that I thought when I go through my notes is the same person.
No,
and I
will make-
realize it's not the same person.
No, I won't make such a mistake. If I see you, like if someone had to ask me who testified, I'm gonna say who testified. Then I'm not gonna come later and say, oh, I remember. It's not that person that said so. Because under oath, what you said, the Minister Mkhwanazi said, is material to what we are talking about.
Okay.
What was your position on the Senzo Myiwa when he was murdered? What was your position that time? We're gonna have to go fast now. My time is almost up.
I have just responded that at the time, on the date of the incident, I was the acting provincial commissioner in Gauteng.
So is it true that it's you who called General Sibia and others about the shooting?
Yes.
Is it true that you were at the hospital when Senzo Myiwa arrived?
Yes. I found him in hospital, not when he arrived.
Why did you, as a high-ranking officer, find it necessary to be physically present at the hospital?
I did not go to the crime scene. I went to a hospital so that I can give a report to the National Commissioner at the time as the senior police officer and the acting provincial commissioner.
You went to go do a statement.
Not a statement,
What did you go and do?
to report the incident of a high-profile case that has just occurred.
How does being at the hospital assist you in reporting that?
To verify facts.
You wanted to
because colleagues-
verify whether it was him that was shot.
The reason why I went to the hospital is because the hospital could not function at that moment and all other police officials were busy with the crime scene itself. So I went to the hospital to assist controlling the crowds When I arrived at the hospital, I can't recall the time exactly. It was full like FNB Stadium.
So you went to control the crowd.
I just assisted to control the crowd and gave the report to the National Commissioner and the then Divisional Commissioner. And acting as National Commissioner did not take away my responsibility as the Deputy Provincial Commissioner responsible for investigations.
All right. Did you go to the house afterwards?
Yes, I went.
That's where the crime scene was.
With the permission of the investigators. I will not go to the crime scene if investigators are not permitted, including which area of the crime scene I can go into.
So you went to the hospital to control the
And
crowd.
spend some time, yes.
Please allow me to finish the question.
Okay.
You went to the hospital to control the crowd and then left the hospital and then went to the house, scene of the crime. What did you go and do there?
To get the report.
You had report you needed at the hospital?
Yes.
And report at the house?
Yes.
Take us through what you did when you got there, step by step.
I called the then provincial head of detectives, which was Major General Taiwe, if it is safe for me to get into the crime scene, because the incident shall have happened the previous day around 7:30. It was almost in the morning of the next day when I made my way to the house just to check, is it safe? What can you report to me so that I can update the National Commissioner? I shall have called the National Commissioner at the time, General Piecha, and I have called the then Divisional Commissioner, General Munu, both are not in the service, and gave them the progress report on what is happening on the matter. I was briefed and I left everybody at the crime scene, called the National Commissioner, give feedback, and I left.
So you just got out of your car, looked, called someone, and your report was fine. You have all the information for what you needed for your report.
At the time, yes.
Just get out of the car, call the person. You didn't do anything on the scene.
No.
You just called somebody.
I called before. I wouldn't go to the crime scene if I was not permitted.
And then when you got to the crime scene, you what did you
received the
do?
briefing.
From someone.
Yes.
That's it.
Yes.
You drove all the way just for someone to brief you on the scene.
Yes.
General, can you confirm under oath that that crime scene was not tampered with?
Crime scene happened around 7. I got to the crime scene around 2 a.m. I cannot confirm under oath that the crime scene was not tampered because I don't know why the report came only around 10 p.m. when the incident happened around 7. So I do not know whether it was tampered or not. I cannot under oath here today, after everything that went into the investigation, for certain say the crime scene was not tampered with. But at the time when I received the report, already it was hours after the incident.
Do you know whether the murder weapon was moved?
I don't know.
It has been stated that Commissioner Piecha at the time ordered the case to be taken away from local detectives and given to other detectives. And apparently it was moved about 10 times. Is this true?
General Piecha's involvement, I think, was days after the incident, immediately, like less than a month after the incident, that the reason why calling General Sibiya, General Taiwe, and the late Brigadier Ndlovu was the magnitude of the case itself, the high-profile matter that the establishment of provincial investigative units, PIUs, was to intervene on matters of this nature. So immediately after realizing the challenges that the case is having, it was moved from the local detective to PIU immediately. So the 10 times, I think we need to qualify the timelines and who would have ordered, because it happened over time, over years, to move from one investigative unit to the other. It's not something that was summoned immediately. Today it's here, tomorrow. No, it's something that happened over time, and with the challenges that would have been highlighted at the time that this is happening. Can General Munu oversee this investigation? And when General Munu did that, apologies if I'm taking long, he adopted the same provincial team that was working under him as the divisional commissioner responsible for detective services.
So this reshuffling was so that the more experienced people can deal with it because of the nature of the case.
That was the motivation, yes.
After so many times.
Yes.
Not one was then found to be the one to deal with the case so it can be concluded.
I think at the time, the current investigator was at the province. And it was allocated to other team and it went back. That is where it is still now. What I do not recall is before going back to Brigadier Gininda, how many times did it go back? Because with the decision to take it over to the provincial office, then it means it goes to my commander, to the higher level. And whatever decision that will be taken, it's beyond my control. I can't control that. My commander, you cannot take this docket to this person and not that person.
It's just that it has to be shuffled so many times and still it is not sorted. Did you have a problem, General, with the case being moved out of its jurisdiction?
I did not have a problem because what was important was to solve that particular matter and to get the apex of the investigative capacity that we have. Hence, we have put together that task team. At some point, I was at the division when the meeting was held, and we have collected some of the members or recall some of the members that were elsewhere to form the team, and they were tasked with different responsibilities. So I did not have a problem. Yes, at first it was taken away from my control as the Deputy Provincial Commissioner Crime Detection at the time to the Divisional Commissioner, but Divisional Commissioner is my commander. And it happens even today. If there are challenges with any matter, it will be escalated to the next level.
It being taken away from you, is that indicative of the fact that the feeling of the National Commissioner at the time was that you couldn't handle it?
It was taken away from me with my members. So it was not completely taken away from me because my members were to report progress to the Divisional Commissioner. So it was still the same team of the province.
Just a different commander.
Just the different, but if we are to go and present, it means I will go with the team. I'm still responsible because I will go with the team to present to the Divisional Commissioner.
Is it solved now?
The matter is at court.
I know it's at court, but the part of the SEPs.
It's still with SEPs.
Is it solved? Do you have some conclusive, after investigation, after reshuffling, is there a conclusion?
Yes.
Honorable Sangone. Honorable Sangone. Is it you or Honorable Nhlanhla?
It is Honorable Nhlanhla, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Good afternoon, General Mosegedi.
Good afternoon, Honorable.
I said Mosegedi. That's what I said. I suspect you're waiting for me to make a mistake, so to correct me. So you say you were the primary recipient of the 31st December letter.
The two of us are primary. Myself as the National Commissioner and this, okay.
You were supposedly the receiver in chief.
as the acting national commissioner is.
Are you aware that Mr. Brown Mkhwanazi and Mr. Kate Nhlanhla had the letter before you saw it?
I had during the testimonies over time that they have received.
How does that make you feel? A letter addressed to you because you are busy in the operations on the ground, which is good. A letter that was directed to you and the National Commissioner is circulating among civilians when you have not even applied your mind on it so that you are able to brief the National Commissioner properly.
It was concerning and it is still concerning. I'm not sure if it was not received simultaneously between myself and the two persons that you are referring. I don't know at what point did they receive the email, but I think I have clarified that the email can be confirmed that I did receive at 17:20. It's just that I did not see that email at the time that it was sent. What time did they receive? It might be that we have received it at the same time because it was sent from another source, which is the chief of staff.
Yeah, when you were busy on the ground on the first day of 2025 and us busy, we're enjoying New Year, Mr. Nhlanhla and Mr. Mkhwanazi were sharing the directives on WhatsApp.
It will appear.
That's evidence that we have here in the committee. Now, let's I want to get your thinking. General Masemula takes a leave effective from the 31st of December 2024 and is likely to return on the 14th of January 2024. The letter is written on the 31st of December, the day General Masemula departs. And the instruction is that the report must be brought to the minister on the 14th of January 2025 for signature. That's what it said here yeah, you said on paragraph 11 that the leave is 31st to the 13th of January. And the report is expected to be signed off on the 14th of January. So in the eye of a layperson like me, it would be seen that this matter was rushed to be completed within the time General Masemula was not in office. What's your take on that?
The 14th is the date that the National Commissioner will report back to office. So it was to be presented to him when he comes back. Not to action the letter, but to prepare the report. I did indicate that I engage him immediately looking at the gravity of the letter and seeking his advice as the accounting officer. And he said he will deal with the matter when he comes back.
On the 3rd of January, a letter is sent to, amongst others, General Spear to prepare a report. What date was the report prepared for?
14th.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
When the National Commissioner is back in office.
That's what I'm saying.
To prepare the report, not to action the directive.
To prepare the report to
the National Commissioner on the 14th.
For
the report.
For the actioning of the directives. What was the report for?
The directive of the letter was prepare the report that shall be presented to me on the 20th of January.
Yeah.
In order for the National Commissioner to prepare for the 20th, remember it's 3 issues that were highlighted on the directive. So 3 reports that were to be presented to him. 1, border policing, disbandment, and the freezing of the post. So the directive was prepared specifically with General Sipia because General Sipia said to me, I also have contacted the National Commissioner and he directed that we prepare the report. So that email was to prepare the report. And it was specific on General Sipia prepare the report, not disband. On the email, it says prepare the report that shall be tabled before the National Commissioner on the 14th.
Okay,
I'm just trying to track.
please explain to us the relevance of Major General Sebola Letoko Mlandu SA on the contents of the letter.
My reference to
I
the
like how you explain that the Mkhwanazi you are talking about is not that other one.
anticipating this question. Anticipating the question that it must be clear
Yeah.
which Mkhwanazi received the letter. So I think the relevance of that paragraph was just to give account of who received the email. Hence, I have mentioned all the names of the
Yeah,
people.
but the point is, what are their relevance to the contents of the letter? Remember what Mwango was speaking about, why was the letter not sent to the National Commissioner, which is the acting National Commissioner, in this case yourself. What is the relevance of the other recipients to the letter?
I would not know the discussion between the Chief of Staff and the Minister to whom should the letter be sent. But when I received the email, it was also addressed
But in their scope of work, is there anything that is related to the PKTT or the unit or the task teams?
other than they are in the office of the Minister.
Okay.
And Letoko, and I think you ask about Sibula and Letoko, they are in the office of the
And
National
Mlandu?
Mlandu and any other person other than the first 4 recipients are in the office of the Minister.
Okay.
15.1.2.3 and 15.4.
Okay.
As well as paragraph 16, all those members are in the office of the Minister.
Okay. Let's go to paragraph 16. You say the Chief of Staff said the email reflected the email address reflected is that of a staff member in the office of the Minister.
At the time when I was compiling this report, I did not remember on the 3rd of January whether he said it belongs to Mr. Mlandu or any other person that is not here, because there's one member in the office of the Minister that is not here that I know. It's always also working in the office of the Minister. So I do not recall. I don't want to make that mistake again.
But what you are sure about is that he said as one of the staff members in the Minister's office.
Yes.
Yeah, but on record here, he has said this email belongs to Minister Senzomkun himself.
Hence, I'm saying I don't want to lie whom, but he did indicate it belongs to one
And
of
it
the.
does seem that there is confirmation to that effect.
Thank you.
Okay, let's pass. Now, you see this letter that there is an intention to deactivate the existence of the PKTT. What then, as the acting National Commissioner, what became your reaction to it, your first reaction to it? Please take us through.
I became confused.
What was confusing? Because it does seem like in the letter it's specific on 3 particular aspects of what the minister intends to do.
The tone confused me.
Okay.
The tone of
Take
the
us
letter.
through. What did you think about it?
As the person who has some experience in operations, if you are to call off the operation, it will at least give the team a time frame of 3 months or so that other processes should be undertaken. So what confused me at the time was it cannot be correct. It cannot be true that I'm seeing or hearing that the team should be disbanded, and the team that has been working for this long, that are having the dockets that were problematic cold cases, the nature of that particular task team that has the investigative capacity. I think the majority of what the task team was doing was the dockets, and more than 100 dockets that were in their possession. It was not going to be feasible for the team to be disbanded in the manner and the tone. I think the tone that I'm referring to is the word that has been going around. I don't know how to spell it.
Which one?
I can't spell it.
Immediately.
Yes.
So according to you, immediately means what?
Now,
We have made a serious, numerous interpretations.
me, it's now.
It's now.
Yes.
Okay. So what was the reaction of the National Commissioner when you informed him of the letter?
He appears not to, the specific words is that I have received this WhatsApp because I think all of us called him that morning. I was not the first person to call him. And on the 31st, the team informed me that they have sent him the WhatsApp sensitizing him of the email that the minister have sent. And he said he did not apply that much attention on it. And now that we are calling, what he will guide me, because the purpose of my call was for guidance, it's that we need to continue or start the process of preparing the reports, and he will deal with the matter when he comes back.
Okay.
Because I did not see him, he was on the other side. I can only imagine having interacted with him.
But what is confusing us is that numerous testimonies before the ad hoc committee say there had been numerous meetings set in preparation for the dissolution of the PKTT and numerous task teams. So your confusion is confusing us also. But if that's the case, you are the top brass of the South African Police Service. You ought to know that there is a plan to do away with task teams on the basis of effectiveness, on the basis of the study. And what's the name of the study?
Murray report.
Yeah, there's a study
It's
that,
called Murray report.
that actually helped the department to look at the organizational design. There's an issue of the budget as well. Now, if you are the acting National Commissioner on the 31st, but both you and the National Commissioner are surprised with the letter when there would have been preparatory meetings towards the letter.
Because in my recollection, there wasn't preparatory meeting to disband the PKTT.
Okay.
In my recollection, it might have happened in the meetings that I was not part of. In the meetings where I was part of, reference will be the meeting that was held on the 1st of November, 2024. Mention was made to present what the task teams are, what are they doing. The work study came to the fore, and recall this work study, it's 2019 work study. We are in 2025. So it cannot be that there was engagements in preparation for the dismantlement of the PKTT. That's one point. The second point, that it will not be correct that it was preparing. When the minister took office, all the task teams that were in existence were presented to the office of the minister. So he was aware of the number of task teams that are national intervention task teams, and he said he will support them. They cannot be disbanded because he's in office. He will support the operations, he will support the National Commissioner on operational matters, and he will guide on policy matters.
Okay.
And shortly before the establishment, I think in December of the same year, there was a new task team in the purview of the minister that was sent to Eastern Cape to deal with the taxi killings. And taxi killings were also mentioned on the letter of the 1st of November. So it's November, we mentioned the PKTT, you also mentioned the taxi killings. But in December, there is a direction to intervene in Eastern Cape because there was a problem with the cases of tax, and it were dockets as well in that space. There was a problem in the Western Cape. I have sent the team, lockdown 3, in the Western Cape to deal with Cape Flats. So it cannot be that task teams should be disbanded.
Okay, so I take it from your statement that both you and the National Commissioner were ready to accede to the call for the dissolution of the PKTT, except to the fact that the mannerism, the manner in which the task team ought to be disbanded was the crux for different views on the approach. Is that so? That you were ready to do it, but you had a different form of doing it.
It's correct, which is the standard procedure that we undertake when you dissolve the team that has been established.
What stopped you from proceeding with that, with the dissolution process?
That is why the presentation of the gradual or winding down, because with every operation that you have, prior to the dissolution,
I'm
you
saying,
will
General
have-
Sigedi, the letter has not been withdrawn. It's the 3rd of March today, 2026. The letter was returned on the 31st of December, 2024. What has stopped you from proceeding for the dissolution of the PKTT?
because there was no conclusive directive to dissolve.
Okay.
On the 6th of March, 2025, the direction was to have a revised plan that talks to the winding down of the team or gradual disbandment of the team.
Okay, so do you think that the directive to disband the existence of the PKTT must proceed? No, I'm not putting you in a corner. I see how you're looking at me. Do you think that we should proceed?
It's a task team. And if...
Look, I'm asking this because we're investigating this matter. And there are a lot of allegations surrounding it. We are concluding our process. We are to make findings, we are to make recommendations. So would you advise us to recommend that, well, the directive, there's nothing wrong with the directive, and therefore the dissolution must proceed?
The fact that we presented or advised on the gradual
Yeah, even if it's
demobilization-
gradual, even if it's immediate, even if it's sudden, but generally the dissolution itself, would you advise us to recommend that there must be process on dissolution of the PKTT? What is your take?
which might be replaced by another task team because
Why?
task teams are still continuing and we still
No, we
establish-
don't know about what will replace it. We're talking about the PKTT.
I will not advise.
Okay. So did General Masemula over the phone with you brief you that he has spoken with General Sbeya over the phone over this matter?
No.
Why on paragraph 25 do you sound like you doubt if even the call between General Masemula and General Sbeya was in existence?
Because he did not make.
You say at the end, I don't know whether that conversation with the National Commission actually took place or not. That's casting doubt on what General Sbeya is saying. Why do you think that there is a possibility of him lying about the call?
Not necessarily lying, but because I spoke to the National Commissioner and National Commissioner did not confirm speaking to other people on.
To ask him if he has spoken to any person.
I did not ask him.
Okay, so we get the information about the phone call for the first time from General Sbeya, but you are casting doubt on it. Why do you think that it's possible that General Sbeya can come and lie to the acting National Commissioner about a phone call between him and his boss?
Maybe not to lie, but my concern was, why do you talk to the National Commissioner knowing very well that the National Commissioner is on leave?
No, you say you don't know if General Sbeya briefs you about his cell phone and Masemola's cell phone. And you say, you don't know if this thing he is telling you is actually correct.
I did not know, but I did not make follow-up with the National Commissioner if he has spoken to General Spear or not. I did not do
You
that.
hold General Spear in high regard. Apologies for putting you in a corner, but please answer.
I don't.
You don't know.
Don't.
Do you think that General Spear is the rotten apple you are talking about?
Until proven, no.
So
I
what is your
don't think.
suspicion?
Until proven.
You are running away. Okay, let's now talk. You say on the 3rd of January, then the General Toko writes a letter to the affected sister departments or government entities that are part of the PKT, as it is a multidisciplinary team. You say on paragraph 27, Brigadier Litoko sent 3 emails to various heads affected. So you'd assume that it's NPA and everyone was part of the PKT. Or I don't know.
No, my reference here, it was supposed to be clear that within the department, because there were different other environments within SAPS itself that was affected by the directive.
Okay. Okay. Now I get you now that you explain it. So PKTT is a product of a interministerial committee. Do you think that there should have been at least a resolution of the interministerial committee for the deactivation of the PKTT and a possible replacement to the PKTT as a recommendation?
I think so, and I believe so.
You believe so?
Yes.
We have asked here Mr. Cedric Nkabinde of what becomes his role in the SMS meetings. And he said it's only to support the minister. Are you telling us that the chief of staff actively participate in deep policing matters, in the senior management meetings, and he would have actually lied to Parliament?
I think I also confirm that his role, he do sit, he's a senior manager. Remember, he's a chief director. In that position of chief of staff, he do sit, he do support the minister. And it's a common practice that the minister cannot sit alone. He will need somebody that will assist, especially at the level of the chief of staff, because he is the chief of staff that will, after the meeting, have to direct different directorates within the minister's space for the reports, including to keep the minutes of the meeting. So it wasn't wrong for Mr. Nkabinde to be in that meeting.
So Mr. Nkabinde disagreed with you and General Masemola that there must be a processed way of deactivating the PKTT and said immediately. Do you think that the deactivation was rushed?
I believe so, yes.
Do you think there were external forces influencing the rush?
With the evidence that has been laid in different platforms, again, if proven, I will say, yeah, this suspicion or these allegations were informed by these particular forces outside of the service.
Okay. So you have mistaken on paragraph 33. I was glad that you you corrected it on the supplementary affidavit, because I was asking the chief whip here on the correctness of your paragraph 33. At that time, the chief whip was a leader in KwaZulu-Natal. So because Mr. Senzo Mkhunu was last a premier in KwaZulu-Natal in 2016. So have you mistaken him with Willis Mkhunu?
That's correct.
Okay, so you officially withdrew that.
I have officially withdrew it. It was a pure mistake, and I profusely apologize for making such a mistake.
Apology accepted.
Thank you.
What parts of the directive do you think that are impeding or tampering with operational issues?
The filling of the posts for me have adverse, which even to date, we are unable to, KZN in particular that has a vacancy, Western Cape has a vacancy of the head. As we all know that this is one of the 4 provinces that we are having problems. If filling of the post and senior management posted, the department has, in terms of the DPSA, have only 3 months to fill them. Not that other posts are filled, but the critical nature of the crime intelligence in the police, I believe it is way too much. 1, 2, operations, with my experience in the operations and how operations are developed, what needs to go into the plan of demobilizing. Yes, I believe that was a concern for me. The third, on the border management, at first, the minister wanted the review and we presented the review. As I've alluded earlier, that preceding meetings over time, it became clear that the presentation that was made to the minister was the incorrect one that might have informed him of wanting the review. Although the initial letter did not say the police existence at the border needs to be reviewed. He just said, how are you going to work in that space to make sure that there is efficiency and effectiveness of the border management control in the country. So the first 2 issues, I think, yes.
Let's pass that part. Then your money gets stolen with your belongings. What did you say was the source of the money again?
S&T.
I didn't get you talk about funerals, you talk about a lot of things. What is the source of the 10,000 rands that was in your car and got stolen?
It was the S&T from the department as I was undertaking an
Why was it cash? Because it is our belief. We do have an S&T in Parliament as well, but it is directly deposited to the account you use for your salary. Why was it on cash in your car?
Normally, I take cash depending on when the approval was granted before the trip, because normally it will reflect on the account 2 days. Even coming here, I had to take cash to pay the hotel.
So you mean
it's
you
not
interim Thank you. Honorable Skosana will proceed on the rotten April thing.
Yeah, he's on the microphone.
Let me check the time, it's 17:13. Right, I'll go up to 17:43. Thank you.
No. Before you start, we must explain this. Yeah. The first speaker, when they started speaking, it was at 41. And that is why when Honorable Nomvalo spoke, it was until 11. And then when Honorable Sols had to start questions, Honorable Matthews wanted to make a statement. and there has been a time lapse. So it must be explained why the lapse is now at 43, it's no longer at 41 or 42. And you have not started, yeah. That's why I want to check the time before you start speaking. So for the 2 minutes that we have used now, your time starts at 5:15. Yes, and then you will run for 30 minutes. Your time starts now.
Ngithokoze mgcini sihlalo. Ngiyakulotshisa General.
Dumela, honorable member.
Namhlanje ilanga labomma lokukhuluma isikhethu noma ngabe ukhuluma yiphi language. Ngicabanga ukuthi nesikhethu esiyasazi mhlambe ngibethe nesuthunyana lapha nesipedi mara ningangihleka ni mara ngizokhuluma isikhethu. But for the sake of time ngizakubetha isikhuwa msinyana.
Is the language called skid?
Isikhethu isiNdebele.
Oh. I
Iye.
didn't know.
Ya uyasazi mara isiNdebele ngithi.
Ke mme wa ka Letebele sena.
Asitebele ke indebele. Yeah, ngithokoze Lieutenant General, the Deputy Commissioner. Chair, I think in this country there was this misconception that the Deputy Commissioner is only General Sibiya. There's 3 Deputy Co-Commissioner and one of them I think is yourself, am I right?
Yes, you're correct.
And you've been in the police for many years. Your CV is very impressive, I must say. And I guess I'm going to start with one question which has been going on, and I've asked many generals about this matter of Senzo Meyiwa. I'm not sure whether you were still with the province at that time when Senzo Meyiwa was killed.
That's correct.
You were still with the province.
Yes, I was in the province.
Now, in your opinion, are you happy with that investigation from the police of Senzo Meyiwa? Let's forget about the court for now. What is happening in court is something else. But are you happy of what exactly happened in the scene where Senzo Meyiwa was killed in Vosloorus?
With what was presented to me by the team, I think they were still on the right track.
I'm sorry?
With what was presented to
Yes.
me by the team at the moment, I think I did indicated earlier that at the time that the incident happened, I was the acting provincial commissioner in the absence of the then provincial commissioner, Lieutenant General Mutiba.
Yes.
What was presented to me, I was satisfied that the team is still on the right track. What differs will be the pressure that the team had to finalize the case with speed.
So are you convinced that the people who were arrested are the right people?
I'm convinced.
And are you convinced that it was correct for General Sibiya to be on the scene on the day?
I called him.
I'm sorry?
I called him to the scene.
So it was correct for him to be in the scene because he said he was called by someone.
I called him. He should
Not
have said that.
necessarily you.
Yeah, but I'm confirming that it's me who called him. Maybe somebody else called, but I called him precisely because he was the provincial head of DPCI at the time.
Because what he presented on the Nhlanhla Commission, he said that almost everyone who's in the DCPI was under him.
In Gauteng.
In Gauteng.
Yes, he's correct.
Yeah. Now, I think the displeasure of the family and because of Senzo Meyiwa, he was the national hero. There's issues, there's holes. They poke a lot of holes in this matter. Hence, the matter is still in court. We are watching with interest of what is happening there. But there's an issue of unhappiness that the conduct of the police in that scene where Senzo was killed leaves much to be desired.
It is a regrettable state of affairs, but what the team presented at the time that they attended to the crime scene, hence the provincial leadership of the detectives
I believed that they did what was expected of them at the time.
So what was the role of General Sibia in that incident?
Normally with high profile cases, you will have a multidisciplinary team so that they can guide and assist one another. Both General Sibia and General Taiwe were the head of detectives. General Taiwe and General Sibia was the head of the Hawks.
So there's no interference at all, in your view?
From him, no. At the time, no.
At the time?
At the time. And
But
I will
of
qualify.
what we know now, what would be your view?
With what is presented, again, must be investigated and he must be proven.
Now, General, let's come to the statement. I just want us to clear these paragraph, and I think I said it to you, because we are under oath and you know, there's a case against you of perjury, so I don't want to compromise you. I just want us to clear this once and for all. Paragraph 29. On March 6, 2025, I attended a meeting with Minister, Commissioner, the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia, Lieutenant General Kumalo, Chief of Staff, Kabinde, and the Regional Commissioner, Detective Forensic Service, Lieutenant General Sintumeleng, and Lieutenant Colonel from Crime Intelligence, Lieutenant General Kumalo, made a presentation on PKTT at the meeting. And I think Honorable Nomvalo said it. I think he started to say the presentation proposed that this establishment and the disbandment of PKTT, if considered, will take form of transition from the National Political Task Team to the component serious and violent crime, murder and robbery within the division of the Detective and Forensic Services. Then when you go to paragraph 36, I do not recall any meeting in which it was suggested or even directed that the task team as a whole should be demobilized or disbanded. I can confirm that I was not in any meeting where the minister raised the issue of the PKTT, in particular on the disbandment of the PKTT. I can recall the initial engagement with the minister in terms that he should, whether certain operational matters and initiatives were presented, indicated that the new ministry support existing initiative and that the status quo of the current operational intervention in various provinces must be maintained. He reiterated that he has full confidence of the National Commissioner. Now, these two, they contradict each other. I would just want you to clear up, you know, and then we start to depart on this, what we presented and what you have attached on your submission.
Paragraph 36 maybe chronologically was supposed to come before paragraph 29, but it's no, I will clarify that a confusion that you are raising. Paragraph 36, it's referring to matters prior to the letter of the 31st, meetings that were held prior to the meeting of the 31st. And I think I was looking at the minutes of the meeting of the 1st of November before the directive was issued. On paragraph 29, it is now where the team was requested to present, and we were discussing now. It's after the 31st of December 2024. And paragraph 36, it's making reference to any other meeting prior to the 31st of December 2024.
So it's the issue of the chronology here that
It's
it
the
was.
issue of chronology.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Now, General, because the issue of the PKTT is being exhausted many times here. Now, I just want to say that the honorable members, I think they've asked that you know, because you've been in, I think at that time you were an acting national commissioner, am I right?
That's correct.
And you only knew about the matter on the 2nd, not on the 1st, am I right?
I did not pick it up. It was on the email, but because it's festive season, it's the 31st. I did not open the laptop. I was on the ground.
Yeah, in
So
fact,
the
yeah.
emails I did not see, and I will not say the emails will be in the office. I have the iPad, I have the laptop, but because I was already on the ground, I did not see the email on the 31st.
Yeah, in fact, we were surprised because it happened on the 31st when everybody was in a good mood. In fact, the minister took that decision unilaterally. So, but I think that has been canvassed enough here in this committee. Let's come to this issue of Paul O'Sullivan. Paul O'Sullivan, do you have confidence in him?
I don't have confidence.
Do you have trust in him? Do you think that this so-called forensic, I call it fraud, for a forensic company, because of what is presented to me now, alleged for now. And I'll have some backing on that, but that will be the decision of this committee at the end, whether is it authentic or is it involved in all these shenanigans which happens in the top echelons of the SAPS and other security agents in this country.
Okay. Maybe to conclude on the confidence part.
Yes.
That now, after everything that is happening, you do not just trust the person. I think the intuition of a police officer in me, you do not just trust. I think it was coming from there and after everything that was said. But in terms of forensic, I will not, without facts, doubt that the forensic investigation team that he was involved with was authentic.
Yeah. Yeah, because himself is not a qualified forensic investigator. I mean, we found out here he claimed to be an engineer, and now he knows beyond reasonable doubt that he's not. You know, but be that as it may, we will, because it's coming back here. Let me ask you now on this matter, because Honorable Mantheis, I think, is the one who asked about him. Because it was alleged that the matter, let me start by asking you, do you know Bandile Masuku?
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
No.
Now, because there was an allegation, why I'm saying that?
Bandile Masuku in Gauteng.
An MEC.
No, I know him.
At that time, you know him.
I know him.
Have you ever spoken to him?
No, I don't think so.
You don't remember?
Unless
Maybe.
when we are attending an event in Gauteng.
Because if you remember well, there was an allegation because your Paul O'Sullivan and these some journalists, Stratcom journalists, Mariam Tam, you name them, Karin, the name is Van Veek, Paula Van Veek and others. There was an allegation that a forensic report which was commissioned by Gauteng Health MEC Bandile Masuku has cleared him of any wrongdoing in the Gauteng personal protective equipment scandal. And the allegation was that the person who in fact sent the integrity committee of the ANC and that you recommended Paul O'Sullivan to Bandile Masuku. And in return, Paul O'Sullivan made a report to clear Masuku and send that report to the Integrity Committee of the African National Congress. But the allegation is that Paul O'Sullivan was recommended by yourself. Is that true?
It's not true.
Now, you never send any email which recommended Paul O'Sullivan or copy him or singing his praise on the issue of Jackie Selebi.
No, I don't remember.
Are you aware that the ANC Integrity Committee preferred Paul O'Sullivan on the report over the report of the SIU in concluding or alleged Masuku and Loiso involvement in the PPE issue in Gauteng?
I'm not aware.
You're not aware at all.
No, no.
So you distance yourself from this.
I do distance myself. I did not recommend, I did not send email recommending.
So you never recommended Paul also Sullivan anyway.
I don't remember doing so.
Now, is it true that the SAPS, in fact, let me start by asking you this question, because Paul O'Sullivan said he opened dockets. You can go to any of his interview. He'll say that I've opened a docket. In my understanding, a docket can only be opened by a policeman or policewoman. Am I right?
You are correct. He can give statement, but he cannot open the docket.
But he's the one who's saying he's opening docket against people. It's not me.
No.
And I'm saying, what are you going to do about that? Because now you know that he has done that and he's doing that and brazily so, posting that I've opened a docket against this person and this person. I've said this police station are not opening a case. It says it's opening a docket.
Maybe we need to clarify and which context of opening a docket. Maybe the reference of him opening a docket is when he either give the statement that will then be taken into the cover SAPS 3M, but he will not open the docket himself because he cannot commission a docket. He will give the statement only the commissioner of oath. In the case of a docket, a police officer will have to commission the statement that is presenting. He is not a police officer.
Yeah, in fact, because he's coming back, you'll have to answer us on that because it's himself many times that is opening docket. And I was surprised as well that understanding that there's this allegation that he has contaminated the top echelon of SAPS, IPID, IDEC, and if I may ask you, in terms of IDEC, or IDEC, in your view, for them to have all the powers of arresting, because we are told that they are intimidating you as well as the top echelons in the police service. What is your view on that? Can you make a comment?
They do have arresting power that was conferred to them on the proclamation that was made by the president. So they will arrest. But intimidation, I think they need to investigate cases to arrest members, and it should be the matter that warrants the arrest. They have not intimidated me because I think you said you and others. I have not yet been intimidated. Maybe they are still coming. Maybe they are still coming. So far, they haven't.
And in terms of IPID, are you happy with the way they conduct themselves?
Look, they are my colleagues. We are working, we are engaging. The fact that it's taking long to finalize my matter, the fact that they had the docket that they were not supposed to have will not make me not to have confidence in them. I think it's the matter of correcting what is wrong. That is what I believe in.
In your submission, you submitted one of the honorable members a statement, yes, one affidavit, Honorable Fidel Adams. Am I right? The background check, qualification verification, and the competitive interview process were ignored. Is it true?
I don't know. I'm not in the HR space. Maybe HR can confirm whether that happened or not.
But have you ever heard of that, or is it first time?
I saw it on the statement.
Now, there's allegation against you to say that there's a cover up in the case where your cell phone, and I think you explain it vividly for us here to say that because of the SIM card, I think if you have to clear yourself, this is the time. That he is alleging, because he's still going to come here as well. So it's good that we are here before him. That the evidence suggests that the stolen cell phone linked to a theft was traced to Pulani Mutaung, and relevant to the incident was reportedly obtained. However, the case was abruptly closed by Major General Sibula and there's no record confirming whether the footage was reviewed by independent investigators. Major General Sibula, a close ally of a national commissioner, was assigned to oversee and close the file, which raised serious concern about a conflict of interest. My question is, because he is alleging that this was closed prematurely. Because you remember that you said yourself that you were still traumatized because you were once upon a time held at gunpoint. You know, hence I'm saying this country, I don't know what is happening. At your level, a general, people will have the audacity to come and hold you at gunpoint. Now, understanding that this troubled you, as you said, but for him to allege that we are concealing an evidence is a serious allegation. Can you really just clarify the issue of a SIM card that you borrowed a phone, you know, a handset, you know, and perhaps you did the so-called SIM swap, I guess. I don't know, but can you explain for us in short?
Because of my position and the operational nature, I cannot go beyond 2 to 4 hours without a contact.
Yes.
So immediately when I reported the case, I used the other phone, and the office started the process of getting the SIM swap, and they did the SIM swap and presented the card to me that they don't have a handset. Therefore, I will need to find the handset in the meantime, and the following morning, because it was already late, they will make arrangements with the office that is having loan phones to borrow the handset. So in the meantime, as I was waiting to get the loan phone, I had to improvise to get the handset. I did not have an alternative handset, hence I borrowed the handset to insert the SIM card so that I am reachable. So that is the reason why the phone was activated. It is the SIM swap that was activated whilst I was awaiting to have either a loan phone or a replacement of the phone, considering that the matter happened on a weekend. So I had to find the handset immediately so that I'm reachable, including that if the investigators will want to get hold of me, they will reach me. So I had to activate my number.
Thank you very much, General. How many times have you acted as the acting national commissioner in this country, if you remember?
If I include the past week, including weekend until Sunday when the national commissioner was out of office, I think it will calculate to 11 times.
Now, you've got an extensive experience for 36 years or 38 years, if I remember. That's what you told us today.
36 and a half to be precise.
Now, I want to go to the issue of border management. BMA. The role of the Border Management Authority and yourself, do they have the capacity as well to arrest, to open dockets? What is your view on that as well? Like, as I ask you about IDEC, I'm asking you now about this BMA.
With the powers conferred on the BMA officials and in terms of
Section 5 of the BMA.
Section 4, 2, and Section 5.
Yes.
The BMA Act, yes. But their arrest, they will hand over the arrested person immediately to the police for further processing. That is why it is important that the police should not work very far from them.
Do you agree that we have serious challenges in the border post? Entry and exit.
I agree, we have.
And what are you doing about it?
Prior to this directive that was given to have a revised plan, the directors general of the cluster have already summoned the NAT joints we establish what we call priority committees to have teams and persons that will work. There will be a chairperson of the priority committee that will later on report to the NADJOINT's leadership, which is myself, alongside the other two co-chairpersons and the DDGs, the Deputy Director Generals of the department as appointed to be sitting on the NADJOINTs.
Now, this, I think you've raised the issue that the BMA is not mandated to detect or disrupt criminal networks. Am I right?
That's correct.
And the power furthermore do not override the need for a dedicated capacity to detect and all those illegal activities as is exercised by SAPS. Now, my question would be, with the current scenario which South Africa is facing of illegal immigrants, I see you spoke about rotations, that they are rotating members. In terms of percentage, are you happy as the management of SAPS, especially as a Deputy National Commissioner, of what is happening in our border post? With all illegal immigrants coming in and out, posting, videos, how easy, and understand that as well, the South African Defence Force are involved as well in the issue of making sure that this country is protected. But this alleged corruption in the border, post, hence I'm asking, what measures are you taking? Because this thing, it's viral. It's like we don't have borders in this country.
I believe we do have borders. We just need to have a proper management of the borders, hence the establishment of the priority committee that Director Generals are aware of, and the fact that we are working side by side with each other in the borders. And I think what will have to come out clear is that the capacity will never enough.
Yes.
Looking at the magnitude of the problems that we are having at the borders.
With my 4 minutes left, I'm going to be quicker as well. The issue as well, because yourself, you raise it, that there's a high volume of illegal activities, such as smuggling, human trafficking, illicit trade, is often concealed under the guise of legitimate cross-border movement. Now, don't you think that there's duplication between yourself and the BMA? Hence, we have this high volume.
I don't think there is a duplication. There's a need for the coexistence. Hence, the BMA will coexist with other structures such as customs, as well as the National Defence Force, equally with the police that will then be discharged with a classical policing at the borders.
Now, you remember that there was a plane landed at OR Tambo.
Yes, I know.
Those people had nothing. How possible is that? How do they bypass the immigration? Wherever country they come from, Pakistan, Bangladesh, or Ethiopia, or anywhere in the world, or Nigeria, to come to our airport, land there. What is your take on that?
Maybe it was correct that they did not pass.
Yes.
It became
pass,
topical.
yes.
It became topical because the team was alert and they were able to intercept. Engagements happen. I was called. I engaged the directors generals responsible, and the necessary implementations were undertaken, including at the ministerial level. So they did not pass any security measures. They were attended to.
Yes, I understand that. But what I was saying is that they had to be kept for hours and hours at OR Tambo. As you said, SADC, like myself. Is it a problem of the SADC countries for them to allow people to leave their countries and say, you know what, South Africa is free for all? But because they came with a aircraft, maybe that's where the problem was. But if they were using what these, our neighboring countries are doing, crossing through the rivers, it means they will have been in this country, am I right?
Should they have used
Yes.
other forms?
Yes, yes.
And we should recall as well that they used a chartered flight.
Yes.
And it was intercepted because information have reached the intelligence communities that were operating.
Thank you. General, my last comment is that General Mkhwanazi was very brave to go in public and say there's a rot in this country. We have to reset the country. And I hope that with your experience as well in the police service and your colleagues, let's not let down this country. Let the South African Police Service maintain its integrity. And let's reset, because we know now, even if it's still allegation, but there's some evidence which even a kindergarten kid can see that there's a problem in this country. Do you accept that?
I do accept.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, General.
Dali. Honorable Cameron. Honorable Cameron.
He sent his apologies to you, Chair, so I'm filling in for him.
Honorable Kola Barnard. Your time starts now.
Thank you, Chair. Lieutenant General Mosikili, you've admitted that the email that we were discussing earlier originated from home13404@gmail.com. Now, given that the source was never traced or authenticated, how did you or anyone in your office verify the authenticity of what was presented as a ministerial directive?
Whether the email is correct or not.
Where it was from?
It,
Could have
no,
been
the email with the directive came from the Chief of Staff, not from email home 13404.
Okay.
The email 13home@1304 dot,
Yes.
I think it's here. It's one of the recipients of the email that was coming from the official email, SAP's email of the Chief of Staff.
So we don't know who that belongs to. It could be a hacker, it could be anybody. And no one has ever traced where that email went to, came from, who it's linked to.
I think I did indicated that with my engagement with the Chief of Staff, he did indicated that it is in the office of the ministry. And it was confirmed in this meeting that it belongs to the minister
A
himself.
person.
Yes,
You don't
to the
know.
minister himself. I think confirmation is that Mr. Nkabinde said it's the minister's email,
Okay.
private email, yes.
Yes, private one.
Yes.
In your capacity as chair of NatJoints and given its mandate to coordinate national security, did NatJoints receive any formal intelligence or informal warnings prior to the 6th of July 25 regarding the existence of a sophisticated criminal network allegedly infiltrating the SAPS, the NPA, and the State Security Agency?
No, it was never received by
So
NatJoints.
if no such intelligence was received, how do you explain what appears to be basically a complete intelligence failure at the highest level of national security coordination?
It may not amount to intelligence failure. And I will qualify because General Kumalo is part and parcel of the NICOC, and he has this information. It might have been discussed in the NICOC. NICOC, it's National Intelligence Coordination Committee. of the infiltration within the ranks. But I think the infiltration needs to be qualified as well. That what I referred to earlier is the cartel, not necessarily on any other matter of infiltration or the involvement of collusion. I think even myself in some of the presentations that I would have made before the Portfolio Committee of Police, we did consider that there is a problem of collusion, there is a problem of corruption. It is living with us. I cannot sit here and deny it, knowing that it's happening. The only issue that I cannot confirm is on the drug cartel.
You see, Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi described what he termed a functioning criminal network embedded within the state. Now, did Nat Joints ever discuss the rather extraordinary fact that he felt compelled to go public, flanked, of course, by armed special task force members, because he apparently had no confidence in the internal security channels under your coordination?
He never raised it with the Nat Joints per se, and prior to the July 6th, there has been number of operations and task teams that were formed, including those that will be coming from intelligence community itself and presenting to the Nat Joints and the structures on matters to be attended to. And I think the issues of criminal networks, in simplest terms, where you will have a form of collusion, it is a value chain in the criminal network where you will need to have somebody at the NPA to know that your matter will go, and you'll have somebody from the police that you know if the investigation is done and it's presented to NPA to prison. That is the network that I think General Mkhwanazi is referring to. Hence, I am confirming the issues of collusion, that when you have the chain, in the chain of a criminal justice, you will get away with some of the things. And I will sit here and confirm that that has been detected and that is happening. That is why I will talk on number of officials, both from Home Affairs, that in the cluster itself, that were found to be on the other side of the law, members of the South African Police Service that were found to be on the other side of the law, and they are all have been investigated and sent to prison. The NPA, I think you know that there are senior, very senior, some acting NDPPs, DPPs that were found on the other side of the law, and they were dealt with accordingly. So actions were taken.
So they were dealt with prior to him making his...
Prior to him making his.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, the president described the allegations as a matter of grave national security concern. Was Nat Joints consulted before he placed the then Minister of Police on leave?
Before placing the Minister of Police?
Yes. Did he come to Nat Joints? Did he consult with you at all before placing the then minister on leave?
No, I don't think, no, it's not the matter of Nat Joints to place
And what about the suspension of Deputy National Commissioner Sabia? Did he mention this to you?
No, it's part of the administrative justice. It's not part of Nat Joints. It's actually the operational arm of the cluster to investigate, to undertake all the operations.
So his appointments had nothing to do, they had no reason to be brought to you?
To Nat Joints, no.
Okay.
No.
Now, the General Mkhwanazi presented WhatsApp communications and financial records allegedly linking associates of the minister to criminal suspects and suggesting advance notice of police operations. Have you conducted, as Nat Joints, conducted your own internal audit to determine whether other sensitive operations were perhaps similarly compromised?
I think in this case, when such is detected, it will then be referred to a relevant investigative body to continue with the investigation. It is now beyond the Nat Joints itself.
Now, the task team investigation linked, sorry, could I ask you to lean back, Albert? Sorry. Thank you so much. The task team investigation linked weapons ballistically to at least 10 high-profile murders, including the assassination of DJ Somebody. Now, given that NatJoints is meant to oversee intelligence fusion across provinces, why was this apparent modus operandi of a single hit squad operating across provincial lines not identified and disrupted at an earlier stage?
It is the investigation that is already on the investigative arm of the cluster itself. So there is no need for a proper further coordination of the NatJoints bodies to do, because it is already on the task team that is multidisciplinary in nature that is doing that investigation. So there is a distinction between the matters that will come to the NatJoints and from the NatJoints to be operationalized. Sensitive matters of this nature, you will not want to see that bigger team of the NatJoints to be dealing with the matter that needs to be dealt with by the investigative capacity. So in this case, it was detected by the already established PKTT, and they will undertake that operational requirements that it's sitting with information at hand. So it will not require to go back to NatJoints, because if that happens, there is a possible leak and infiltration of that particular information.
Did NatJoints interrogate the rationale behind the disbandment of what many have described as a highly successful task team?
No.
No. So you just accepted the developments without actually scrutinizing what was going on?
Because there's already a project in place, and the project is reporting to the higher body from the NatJoints.
Okay. The president's now established 147.9 million rand Judicial Commission of Inquiry into matters that a single provincial commissioner exposed in a 1-hour press briefing. Now, given NatJoints' mandate to ensure coordination and prevent exactly this type of systemic failure, do you accept it's possible that NatJoints actually has failed in its duty, looking at what the Lieutenant General Mkhwanazi has stated?
I don't believe NatJoints has failed.
So what personal accountability do you take for not bringing the crisis to the fore through formal national security channels before it actually reached the stage where he felt he should stand up and speak as he did?
Maybe I should qualify that by making an example. NatJoints have now developed the organized crime strategy or plan. From the strategist plan, now it's going to be operationalized. There is no need for the investigative team or that task team to come to the broader meeting of NatJoints to come and present, but rather to report to the structure. With the development of every plan, there will be a governance structure that is developed within the plan itself that will determine where the reporting lines should be. In this case of the example that I'm making, after the team, we call it the National Organized Crime Combat Group, their reporting line will be to the NatJoints chairpersons, not the broader NatJoints meeting, and will report to the JCPS ministerial team and to the National Security Council. So it's not all matters, depending on the weight or the gravity of the matter, that will go back to the lower structures. It will then be reported to the higher authority as approved.
Was this formulated before his press conference or after his press conference?
No, it's a recent, the example that I'm making is the recent.
We can say as a result of, perhaps.
Part of, yes.
Partly.
Yes.
Okay. We understand the PKTT was funded via national allocations, but there have been many claims from KwaZulu-Natal, from whence I come, that stations are experiencing severe resource shortages, of officers having to pay for detainees' food, tires and vehicle repairs paid for out their own pockets because funds, they claim, were reallocated to the PKTT. Now, from your position, is there any evidence that such funding decisions were being taken?
No,
No.
it's not correct.
Okay.
And I think General Dimpani, my apologies for interjecting, General Dimpani did indicated how funds are allocated. and how accountability goes into the funds that are allocated to the provinces, to the stations, and to the task teams. There is a task team separate budget, and this is where the budget of the PKTT and other task teams, national task teams are coming. And that is in my office to manage all the task teams that we are undertaking in the
So that's
country.
completely false.
It's not correct.
Yes. So I ran through some of the witness statements that have been made over the months and months we've sat in this room. One witness testified she acted after receiving reports of physical and emotional abuse by members of the PKTT, tubing, unlawful searches, fabrication of evidence, delayed court processes, and pressure on officers to fabricate statements. Have you heard any such complaints?
I heard it for the first time when it was presented in here.
Yeah.
And maybe it did not come to me because of the proximity to the team itself, but it might have gone to other leadership that is very close to the way the claims were made. In this case, the immediate commander of where the PKTT is, which is the project leader, or the commander of that particular team.
And you've not heard of any reports of systemic abuse within the PKTT? Or any evidence that they shielded certain political actors rather than prosecuting them?
Not to me directly, no.
Right, concerns were also raised about mandate creep, I think is a good phrase, particularly the definition of political killings was unclear, and that the PKTT took on dockets with no political motive, and sometimes outside of the province they were assigned to. What's your information there?
That is not correct as well.
Okay.
Any other matter that the team will undertake, it's because of the directive that they will have given. And if my recollection is correct, when the matter was raised, it's because of the investigation that they would have undertook on the Fort Hare matter. They were requested to assist the Eastern Cape team, and I was sitting in that meeting, myself chairing, General Sibia, General Kumalo, General Mene, who was then the Provincial Commissioner of Eastern Cape, with the National Commissioner in Eastern Cape when the decision was taken that this matter, it's sensitive, is taken long because of the capacity, that capacity in terms of the manner of the approach of the PKTT. Can they assist in the Fort Hare matter?
Okay.
And I think with the Nhlanhla matter as well, which is in the Eastern Cape, they were also requested to intervene and assist the team in that regard.
Okay, just finally, your comments on 4 reasons that the minister, the then minister, gave for the closure of the PKTT. Please just comment. I mean, he claimed duplication of work, that it duplicated the functions of already existing units, such as murder and robbery and serious and violent crime units. Was there a measurable duplication? Was the PKTT addressing a distinct intelligence-driven gap?
Minister would not have requested the intervention in the Eastern Cape taxi violence if PKTT had that challenge, because it is the similar approach that I sent the team to Eastern Cape to intervene on the taxi killing. It is the similar approach of the team that was sent to Western Cape, Lockdown 3, to intervene. So they are similar task teams, and this happened after the PKTT story, or the PKTT came into play, or his assessment of the budget and budgetary constraints that the department was experiencing on the PKTT.
Okay, he also stated that the PKTT, quote, no longer required nor added value as a standalone structure. So what metrics was that conclusion based on? Do you know?
The fact that there was a further request to submit a close-up report, only if that report was presented at the time. If one will be rational, then it will only then be with what you are presenting with this close-up report. Then this is what I am deducting from this. So therefore, it is no longer relevant. So you can't prematurely say it is not relevant when the report has not yet been submitted. I
Final-
believe.
The final two would be unsustainability and national scope of crime. It was argued that the PKTT was an unfunded temporary structure and that its functions should be embedded within the SAPS for institutional accountability. Now, if institutionalization was the goal, why was this team dissolved rather than restructured and formalized?
I think there were attempts to have a team. In my personal view, we will end up having task teams or units for everything if we are to take every challenge or commodity criminal wise and establish a unit. Hence, the position to have task team to dismantle the challenge, and when it's dismantled, will allow the normalized situation to be undertaken by the business unit concerned.
Okay, finally, the former minister argued that political killings occur nationally, which they do, not only in KwaZulu-Natal, and that a regionally focused task team was insufficient. Now, if that was the concern, why was the solution closure rather than national expansion?
It will be extended or national expansion if the threat has not yet been neutralized. I will make an example that I made earlier, that we experienced the same in Limpopo, in Jerusalem. The team was sent, the threat was neutralized, the main suspects were arrested, some were sentenced, some were eliminated, and the team, the lifespan was ended. So there was a call again that the similar approach that we have of the PKTT be extended to Gauteng because the similar challenges were experienced.
So you're saying once the political killings have dropped,
Subsided.
subsided massively in KZN, they should just disband the PKTT. That should have been the decision.
And put the alternative in place,
Yes, of
because you can't disband without putting an alternative. The experience, the history has taught me that if you just disband without having neutralized the situation, the recurrence, it's likely to happen.
Yes.
That is why from time to time, we must intervene in the Western Cape, in the Cape Flats, because
Absolutely.
the threat has not subsided.
No, you need that unit here, frankly. Ma'am, I thank you, Chairperson. I'm done. Thank you very much. Thank you, Lieutenant General.
Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Honorable Diane Kalabanat, Honorable Vessels.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I'm covered. No questions from me. Thank you.
So much, Honorable Sangone.
I am also covered. Thank you, Chairperson. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Honorable Matthys. I'm exercising my benevolence, but this is not even an act of benevolence, it's an act of leadership. When your time expired, you were asking the witness about a very sensitive matter of the unfortunate passing away of Senzo Meyiwa. And I'm going to give you that opportunity for the witness to respond to that question. It's a matter of national interest. I understood that at that time, your time had expired. But we have to do justice to this matter. On that one.
Only, Chair, because
Yeah.
we just have some questions of clarity. It's not
On
a
that
question.
one, and please do not abuse your fellow members.
But Chair, this is a very serious matter of clarity that we need.
Let's get to the question first, the question that
I
you wanted to
said
ask.
earlier that you will allow a round of questions of clarity.
No, let's get to the question of Mr. Senzo Meyiwa first, and then we will hear the next that you wanted to.
Okay, thank you. So, yeah, it was on, Lieutenant General, it was just about the particular crime scene on that night. But I think you answered that you went to the hospital. You answered Honorable Sauls. You went to the hospital first. And then you said you went to the crime scene, which is the actual house of the Kamalo family in Phosphorus about 2 p.m. Was it 2 p.m. or around 9 p.m.?
AM. The early
Oh,
hours.
sorry,
of
yes,
the
I beg
morning.
you. So it was 2.
And
It
I
wasn't
think
9 p.m.
Yeah, it happened very long time ago. But my reference to 2 a.m. is because when I arrived at the house, at the time it was just after 3. So I just estimated that it could have been because I did not stay long, not more than 20 minutes at the house, and I proceeded home, which is from Phosphorus to where I was staying next to Alberton. It would have taken me 40 to 45 minutes drive.
So the forensic team, had they collected and finalized collecting all what they needed to at the scene when you arrived?
No, they were
They
still
weren't.
busy.
They were still busy at about 2 a.m. when you arrived.
Yes.
Did you find a bullet in the door?
No.
You didn't, so you weren't involved in that. The reason I'm asking that when you got there, was the crime scene still secure when you arrived at 2 a.m.?
It was still on. The crime scene was
crime
still
scene
on.
was
It
still
was still
secure.
cordoned off. Yes.
So if there were 2 witnesses, well, at least one, who was just an ordinary citizen who knew the family, and they arrived there and no police stopped them. They walked through the door, through the kitchen, turned left and went into the bedroom. No one asked them any questions and the scene was not secure. What would you say to that?
After the cordoning off of the scene, no one can cross the line.
But
So I
what
don't
if
believe.
there was, and what if it was, I was one of that, or I was one of those 2 people who got access? Nobody.
Before the cordoning off of the
During-
scene.
yeah.
It's before the cordoning off of the scene.
The police, there were a lot of police there. And I hate to bring myself and make this matter about me, but this issue of the crime scene being contaminated is very serious. And I went there along with a friend, but that person will have to come forward. And we probably got there at about 11 o'clock, about 11 p.m. After we've been told. Nobody asked us who we were. We literally walked in. We walked through the kitchen. That place was there was not a trace of blood. Nobody stopped us. And we went to go and sit in the room with the baby and the kids. That's what happened.
I was not there.
No, I'm not saying you
I
weren't,
don't
but I'm
take-
saying when you got there, the scene was secure.
Yes.
And nobody was allowed in and out. And I'm saying that I'm one of 2 people that I know for sure that went there. So that scene was contaminated. So are you satisfied, as you were head of detectives, you were the acting national provincial commissioner at that time, and you said you were satisfied that forensic had done a proper investigation?
With what was presented, I said, when I arrived, I was briefed what was presented. And if I was aware that you were on the scene, I could have requested a statement if you have
I
passed through.
didn't know that there was an issue around the scene. So when I arrived there, I would have thought that's why I asked whether forensic had completed. And I would have been shocked if they would have completed it in such a short period of time, given that the place was very clean. There was not even a trace of blood that we saw visibly. So I would have thought that if that was the case, they would have to do some other forensic cleanup to see where the blood was removed or whatever. But I don't have experience in that, but I'm just imagining from what I've watched on crime scenes that, or crime TV, rather that's what would happen. I'm not saying that is what would happen.
I wonder what you have said to the team to allow you in.
That's my point.
No,
I just
cannot
went
be
in.
correct.
I'm not lying. And they
It's
didn't know who
not
I was.
correct, but because you are mentioning it, I think from time to time with the challenges, we take the gaps, we go back and we teach our teams because education happens from time to time. And it was a mistake if you were allowed to be on the crime scene when the scene was cordoned off. Actually, if you were not related, if you did not say you were related to the family, what was coming next was the arrest for contamination of the scene.
Me?
That is what was supposed to happen.
But I didn't force myself on there. I didn't know.
Honorable
But
Soms.
that's fine. If you'll have to arrest me, I will expect. Okay, but Chair, I'm begging you, but this is in relation to something that's very important.
Honorable Sols.
Yeah, but it's a question of clarity, please. It's just about, please, I'm begging you, Chair. It's a question of clarity on the testimony that Lieutenant General gave on whether she sent an email to the Gauteng Health MEC about recommending Paul O'Sullivan. It's something that is very important, and I have an email that I would like to submit to, but before I do that, we don't want to harass the witness. So it must go through the evidence leaders, so Lieutenant General can comment on the email.
Okay.
And I forward the email to our WhatsApp group as, what would you like me to do, Chair? Can you give guidance?
You have not,
She didn't send an email.
you have not
She
sent,
didn't remember.
you have not sent it.
No, I haven't, because I needed guidance. It's a
Yeah.
screenshot of an email because Lieutenant, Commissioner, listen to me. Honorable Kusana asked about an email. So
Yeah, let's
initially,
let,
Lieutenant
let's
General
let's
said
live
she did,
let's
then
live
she said
by
she doesn't remember.
let's live by our decisions and our customary practices. And you know the matter that we are dealing with was suggested by you how we must process it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I want to send it to the group. I don't want to
Yeah.
raise it now.
If you had intention to ask, you were supposed to
Just
have
got
done
it
it.
now, like literally.
And you do it immediately when we are listening to Honorable Sols will come back.
No, we didn't have it then. I wouldn't have done that.
Yeah, but now do that process. We listen to Honorable. Sols.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. General, just for clarity on the questions I asked you about the statements you made under oath on your experience at Macro. Is TSM 10, do you confirm that it is your statement?
Reference?
Yes, TCM 10.
Yes,
It is your statement.
yes.
General, TCM 10, your statement is different than the typed statement. In content.
Are you asking a follow-up question, Honorable Sols, or
No, sir.
Are you raising a new matter?
No, sir. Remember, part of my initial questioning was that the general submitted 3 statements, 2 handwritten and 1 printed. And I said it was 3 different statements. The general said it was the same statement in content. It was just one was handwritten, the other was typed.
So you are clarifying.
Now I'm clarifying.
The point that you earlier asked.
Yes, sir.
Go ahead, you are allowed.
Thank you, Chair.
You don't have to justify yourself anymore.
All right.
I'm just trying to make sure that you are not raising new matters, but it's a clarity seeking questions.
Yes, sir. It's a clarity seeking question.
Thank you so much.
The General, you just confirmed that TCM 10 is your statement.
I still confirm yes.
It is materially different in content to your typed statement.
If the material difference can be explained, but I'm going to explain again the difference between
yes,
the type. The type statement, it's not meant for the docket. It was the extraction of the first statement that is before the TCM 10. TCM 10, the other one is TCM 9.
Yes, that makes it even worse. it makes it even worse because the handwritten statement number 1
Yes,
is similar to the printed statement.
yes,
The second statement, handwritten, that you also say it's yours,
yes.
I'm saying those statements in content, all by yourself, is materially different. You asked me to explain the difference. Here's the difference. In TCM 10, that you confirmed is yours and done by you under oath.
Yes.
You say you met Tato at Mekro. You further go on to say you left Mekro. You heard a voice say hello. When you looked, you saw it was Tato. You went into the other shop, not Mekro, some plastic shop. When you came out, Tato met you at the exit. Then yourself and Tato had a conversation. Then yourself and Tato left to have something to eat at Burger King. After having something to eat, he asked you to drop him at the gate of Mekro. When you dropped him, he ran. Then you realized your belongings was gone. You tried to chase after him, you couldn't find him. That's TCM 10. The printed version of a sworn statement now also says, you met Tato at Mekro at the door. Tato accompanied you in to assist you doing your grocery shopping. Then you got to the line at the cash register. You realized your purse was gone. So was Tato. Entire Burger King and all that is not in that statement. So I'm submitting to you based on what you have given us. There's 2 statements under oath, different in content.
Can I respond?
Please.
I have explained the first statement. Let me refer to the type statement because it's the same statement as the first statement. I have given, looking at the issue of the loss of property. So it was a shorter version. Investigators then requested to give step-by-step account of what happened, hence the supplementary statement. And the 2 statements were kept in the docket because the other one was the expatiation of the first statement that was short. And I don't see where I met Tato at the door on the statement. I said I met Tato in the shop. There is no door on the type statement. There is no door that is mentioned. But if that is what the member is saying, given the shorter version of the statement, which was also explained that the shorter version was given, and given the investigation process, I then have to expand on movement by movement that I have undertaken.
You are a police official. You know that when you state a version of events, you must state the version of events as it happened. You don't do summary versions of your statement. Paragraph 59 says that you say, I made a subsequent handwritten statement to the SEPS investigator in addition to the first statement on 6 August 2024 regarding the theft. And that's TCM 10. In addition, you're saying that the added details should have been now on the second written statement, the added details should have been on the printed one. Because the printed one now is what you're saying, here's the final one. And I'm saying the content is not the same.
I never said the.
Let me
type
just ask you
is-
this. Let me just ask you this, and then I.
Can I correct that, because now you are saying I said it is the final, it's not the final statement, it's the extraction of the first statement. That was meant for the loss file, not the docket. It is the same statement typed for the purposes of the loss file.
Is the printed statement the same as TCM 10?
As the first statement,
Is it the same?
a shorter version of
And that's-
TCM 10.
So it is different.
It's not different. It is, the second statement was expanding on the movements that I have taken from arrival to the time that I realized the loss. It's not the.
And that should be the one statement, because that's the complete version of what happened, because you're explaining it, you're explaining the crime or whatever the case may be. That should be the version, but then you give a different version.
Honorable Souls, let's get,
Can I clarify? It's not. a
can we
different-
get your response?
Yeah,
and-
it's not a different version, Chairperson. It is the first statement that was short, that was just reduced in typing. It was the same statement that was typed.
That left out information.
That left out information that was added now on the supplementary statement. And it happens often to submit a supplementary statement. Hence, even today, I submitted a supplementary statement, and it's the supplementary statement of the other version. It's not replacing the version, it is supplementary. Hence, the two statements were kept in the docket. If it was meant to be a different version, the other statement could have been taken out of the docket.
Okay. Honorable Skosana, where is he? Honorable Matthews, did you do what you wanted to do? Yeah. Okay. Can I check who else has a question so that we don't abuse other members where ANC? Do we have one person who wants to speak?
No, the ANC doesn't have any additional questions. Thank you.
MKP? No. DA?
I think your chair we covered.
Bangazita?
No, Honorable Chairperson, thank you.
Honorable Vessels?
I'm covered, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Souls?
Nothing, sir.
Okay. So the last two speakers will then be Honorable Matthews and Honorable Souls. I mean Honorable Skosana. Honorable Matthews.
Thank you, Chair. Has that screenshot been sent to who it needs to be sent to? Has Lieutenant General received it? Because she can't respond to something she hasn't seen. That was the whole point of putting it in the group, because we can't bombard witnesses with things. It hasn't been done.
I thought you were, I thought you were doing it when we gave you time.
Chair, I sent it in our group ad hoc committee. How it gets to the witness can't be, that is a process the secretariat and the evidence leaders must do. So I assumed that was what was happening. Or was I supposed to send it directly to the witness?
No.
Okay, so I did the right thing. It's in the group.
We said we run by the legal team.
Okay, I don't have access to the legal team. Okay.
I received it on my phone.
Okay. Let's hear the question, Honorable Matthews.
Okay, so Lieutenant General, this is information that we received from the public and we just want you to respond. I don't know if it's legit, if it's not. I mean, it's obviously something we can investigate as a committee, but can you respond to the screenshot of that email that appears to be sent from you to the then Gauteng MEC for help?
Thank you, Chairperson. This is not my email. The names are mine, but this is not my official email. I've never used the email that will have my full names and the surname in the subs. In 2022, I have long left Gauteng. I was never in Gauteng. I was at head office at the time. So this is not my email.
Okay, thank you. So at no point have you ever solicited any business from your contacts on behalf for Paul O'Sullivan? To do any forensic work? Because there's a difference. Lieutenant General, you make us worry when you say you don't remember opposed to I haven't done it. Because you started off answering, I didn't. And then when we said email, when Honorable Kosana said email, then you said, I don't remember. So those are regular things that witnesses do when they're not sure. So it makes us suspicious because it's like, this is a red flag. So it makes us think, okay, if you not remember, do you not remember this or you didn't do it?
I did not do it.
Okay.
The email that you have shared does not belong to me.
Okay.
I am refuting
Okay.
any knowledge of this email, and it is not the email that is in the subs.
Okay.
Otherwise, it was created for somebody for nefarious reasons. It's not my email. I don't
And
use
any
this.
other emails?
Never,
You have never recommended Paul O'Sullivan to do any investigations?
never.
Okay.
Maybe it's my English to say I don't remember doing it, but I meant I have not recommended Paul O'Sullivan to do any investigation to anyone. I've never done that.
Thank you, thank you.
Honorable Skosana.
Thank you, Chair. Chair General, I just wanted a clarity on this one because the issue of General Sibiya being at the scene of Senzo Meyiwa, it was alleged, you might know because you've been in charge of at that point in time. We were told by the media that General Sibiya was on leave. Is that true?
General Sibiya was not on leave. I wouldn't have called Sibiya if he was on leave.
Thank you. Hence, I'm saying we want to clear these things here. This is a right platform because out there's a lot of issues. Thank you.
Advocate Mkhwanazi or Advocate Mkhize, is there anything you want to clarify with the witness?
No, Chair, nothing from my side. Thank you.
Okay. General Musigiri.
Chairperson, let me take this opportunity, if it's my time, to thank yourself and the committee.
Before. Your colleagues who have come before us here as witnesses have corroborated each other that one of the major reasons why high-profile cases are jeopardized or contaminated is because there often is parallel deployment of investigating teams to one crime scene. Is that correct?
If not properly coordinated, it has the likelihood of causing problems. But if you want different skills, like calling them at the same time, it will not be confusion or conflict at the crime scene. But
what they said here is not that the teams went there, go there to complement each other. They say parallel. investigative teams.
Parallel has likelihood of causing confusion
Yes.
and contaminating the scene. Yes, I
Yes.
agree.
That is the observation that was made by your colleagues. They said it under oath here that what jeopardizes our investigations is that often we have parallel teams going to the same crime scene. And we were asking ourselves, where is the line of authority? You're serving the senior management of the SAPS. Where is the line of authority in the SAPS if things like this can happen? Where people can just rock up at a crime scene.
The crimes.
The case in point is one case where Advocate Batoi came and told us that there were multiple teams, and General Kumalo also came before us and said, in most high-profile cases, the interest becomes so more than sufficient that you have multiple teams rocking up the scene.
What the organization has taught me and the experience is that when you arrive first at the crime scene, as the investigator, and you take control of the scene, irrespective of the level or a rank, you cordon off the scene, you take charge and command of the scene, meaning you will have to direct who walks in and who walks out. That is the principle.
No, I agree with you. I want to hear it from you, whether it has also been your observation that we are failing to succeed in the following cases because of this multiple or parallel deployments of investigators. It harms our opportunities. It's like police officers are fighting over cases. Is that happening in the SAPS?
I'm thinking of the incident when and where it happened.
They mentioned the Senzo Mewa case as a typical example. It was said by the director of public prosecutions when members were asking why for so many years now, it's 10 years now, why aren't we moving DPP, NDPP? We had your head of intelligence coming here asking, we asked the same question, why? And the answer is one.
Chair, if we're making reference to this case in particular, if coordination is not done properly, the likelihood of contamination, yes, or parallel investigation, there is a likelihood. But if there is a proper coordination and we follow up all the protocol, investigative protocols as set out, as we have trained members to do, chances are very little, meaning you will indicate to the other team that the skill that I require from you, it's this particular one, so that we supplement each other not to do the same thing. But it cannot be correct that in all material times, if you have two teams, if they are properly coordinated. If they are not coordinated, yes, there will be a challenge.
And do you agree with this committee that in cases where there is a more than sufficient interest from police officers, there should be a suspicion of corrupt behavior?
If there wasn't a coordination and you were not supposed to be at the crime scene, yes, there will be suspicion for corruption. Why would you go to the crime scene if you are not supposed to be there?
Okay. This ad hoc committee is investigating, amongst others, alleged corrupt behavior by members of the South African Police Services. You have been here for 36 years as a police officer. Do we have corrupt police officers in the South African police services?
Yes, Chair.
Do we have corrupt officers in the senior management of the SAPS?
Alleged, yes.
No, you must help us. We're not saying mention anybody by name. We're not saying give us details. Do not answer the question that I have not asked. We want to know here as Parliament, we must deal with the problem.
Okay.
In the many years that you have been in the SAPS or in the senior management of the SAPS, have you observed corrupt behavior in the senior leadership of the SAPS?
I have not seen, but I've heard of the allegations. Hence, I'm saying to you as
And how serious were those allegations?
very serious, Chair.
Those allegations, as you heard them, do they have potential to erode the public confidence in the SAPS?
My personal belief is that they will if they are not attended to and addressed sufficiently.
That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
The little, even if you have had one or two, the little that you have had, let's say I'm an ordinary member of the public, I want to hear whether the SAPS is coming or going. So in your position, if you have had these allegations of corrupt behavior and you say they are so serious, I'm asking you, are they so serious to the extent that they can erode, like you say, if they are left unattended, if nothing was to be done? Are these allegations so serious that they can erode public confidence in the SAPS?
Yes, Chair. If they are not attended, yes, they will erode.
We have been told here about a report of a report of a consignment of cocaine to the value of 500 million that was transported from Durban or from KwaZulu-Natal to Gauteng, allegedly by members of the SAPS. Have you heard about that report?
No, Chair.
You haven't heard about it?
No.
If a report like that was to be true, because it's not something of today, it's something of years ago. If a report like that was to be true, and you were the head of the SAPS, what action would you have taken about, especially that I hear that you sometimes act as a police commissioner? What action would you have taken where you get a report that there is a consignment of cocaine transported by members of the SAPS illegally from KwaZulu-Natal to Gauteng? We're saying this because we've been told that the alleged perpetrators are still at work as we speak today.
I will summon intensive investigation to be undertaken into that matter. I'll monitor constant reports, and if need be, I'll get the team outside of the area that is mentioned for objectivity and for the speedy investigation of the matter. It has to be investigated immediately.
The allegations that you have heard, which have now gone viral, coming either from the platform of this ad hoc committee or from the Nhlanhla Commission about your colleagues in the SAPS, some of them saying them themselves. How do you feel about such statements? When you watch on television like now, your colleagues are aware that you are here, they are following us with you. You might have watched the appearances of some of your colleagues either here or at the commission. And there have been some spine-chilling revelations that have been made about some of your colleagues. As a senior police officer in this country, how do you feel about such spine-chilling revelations?
Embarrassed, Chair. They are embarrassing, but they need to be dealt with, because my belief is every allegation needs to be investigated. One person that is rotten cannot taint the whole organization. SAPS, it's too big to be tainted by one person. While I'm admitting that—
It's not one person, it's not one person. There are many. If you had, if you have been following the proceedings, there are many, and they themselves implicate themselves in the statements that they made. You are in the absence of General Masemola, is you, like you were there on that day of Christmas Day and New Year's Day.
New Year's Day, Chair.
Yes, it was you.
They are embarrassing, Chairperson.
Yes, and you were presiding over an institute at the time, or the days that you were in office. The institution you presided upon included the very officers who now come before us or before the Matanga Commission and say, this is who we are.
Chairperson, it's embarrassing. And I think with the current proceedings, it will send a clear message and it will serve as a deterrent for others who wish to follow the same. But to all the investigative teams, they need to find a way of rooting out. Hence, there are parallel investigations that are undertaken as and when these revelations are being presented to different platforms. So the department is not sitting back. The investigations are happening. If they need to be criminal investigations are instituted. Departmental investigations are instituted at the same time as the commissions, to make sure that we clean and we leave this organization as pure and clean as it should.
Okay. So the last question from me would be that with the evidence that has been presented before us since we started, where you are standing, even if you were to form an incomplete opinion, would you say that the SAPS has been captured or was on the verge of capture?
Maybe on the verge of being captured, Chairperson.
Okay. No, thank you so much. Honorable members, no, I'm not going to. No.
Chair, it's not a question, it's a housekeeping matter.
Yes, no, we will come to that.
Oh, okay, thank you.
We must release the witness. Is there anything, General Msikiri, that you will wish to say before we formally thank you?
Thank you, Chairperson. Just to thank yourself, Chairperson, and to thank the members for the opportunity that I had to come and present and clarify. And I hope the evidence that I have shared with the committee today will assist the process going forward. Thank you, Chairperson, for your time. Thank you for listening to me as well. Considering that it is March, Chairperson, I think it came very silently that we are to observe a Women's Day very soon in a month.
Yeah. Thank you so much. Let me thank you in this way that you are the first witness today to start with us and finish with us after what happened last weekend. We think you have set a very good example to the witnesses that will be coming this weekend. And next weekend, we hope that we can have witnesses like yourself who will stay the course of our proceedings. We want to thank you so much for being exemplary. And because we have come to the end of the proceedings with you, I'm going to release you. Or is there anything related to the witness that you want to ask? Okay.
Thank you so much for indulging me, Chair. I'm not asking a question. I just want to greet the General. No, Chair, I thought that maybe we would ask the General to submit to us in writing her thoughts on reforms. I kept quiet because I know you like that question, but I thought you would come there. On what reforms you would want to recommend that Parliament looks at in order to strengthen some of the weaknesses that you would have identified over the last couple of years. Thank you. It can be in writing, Chair. Thank you.
It can help us. You have been there for over 30 years. Yeah, you are an old bait that cannot be caught with chaff. Honorable Scosa.
I will, Chair.
Yes, she's done.
Ngiyathokoza Mgcinihlalo ke re a leboha General gore re fedise le wena be ke re ko kwala mnyako today because the last time I could not. Thank you.
Honorable Scosa, you know, you couldn't close the door last week. No, listen to me. You couldn't close it when you were led in a combat. You know, Bonani, Honorable Sangoni, he whispers to me and say, how does the witness leave the chambers when we have the MK in uniform? No, it's just on a lighter note. Thank you so much, General Msigiri, General Van Rooyen, and you said the other colleague is?
Lieutenant Colonel Parsons.
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 Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Parsons. Thank you so much for your stay here with us. We want to thank you so much. We always give credit. The women that work with us here, they know how much credit we give for the excellence that they give us. And we want to thank you so much for the work that you are doing in the SAPS and the people of this country. And for sure you heard what Honorable Sangoni has suggested, that if time permits, just make for us a submission on the reforms that you think we can introduce so that we have the SAPS that can serve the people of South Africa in a better way. Thank you so much. All the best. Honorable members, I want to give no, sit down, honorable members. Sit down. Remember, we have the second witness that we must take here. Yes, we have the second witness. I want to give Advocate Mkhize to make a presentation here on the second witness who has requested that the committee must give him an opportunity to make a written submission. Advocate Mkhize.
Chair, Honorable Skosana is standing up again when the witness is going towards the exit.
No, Honorable Skosana, just get the point that Honorable Nomvalo is saying. Because you see, when you go out, I see members of the media want to follow you. I see, I see they want to follow you, and at least today, there is nobody outside to talk to you, pointing a finger at you. Well, Advocate Mkhize. Just a formality, yeah.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, I do confirm that the witness arrived today. We consulted during lunch, and he informed me that, which I had already known and was aware of, not only from his statement, but I was aware of the fact that he had previously suffered a stroke, and particularly today, he will be unable to give oral evidence because the type of stroke that he had, he struggles to articulate, to speak, it impaired his speech. So we have agreed that he will give his submissions in writing to be circulated to the committee.
Do members accept that?
Yes, we accept.
MKP? DA?
We accept.
EFF?
Accepted, but noted that we should have known beforehand, before the witness came here, that he was unable to do that. Thank you.
Bangazita?
Accepted, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Sals?
We accept, Chair.
People are already saying we are a small ANC. So just to be clear, the PA speaks for themselves. We are not ANC light. We accept, Chairperson. This is not my chief whip.
Thank you so much. Honorable Vessels?
Accepted, thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Honorable Matthias, you raised a housekeeping matter.
Thank you, Chair. I know everyone wants to go and I can already feel the daggers in my back. But on the matter of the screenshot of that email, if we had a forensic investigator, apparently we have one, but I don't know who it is. Ideally, we should have referred that because we can't just take the witness testimony that it isn't. So I'm going to request that our legal team in Parliament writes 2 SAPs, and they must tell us if this is a legitimate email address, has it ever been used, and all the emails that have come from that. In addition, there's also the GPL, which is the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and we must get official. They must investigate properly, not just randomly send us reports that are based on Paul O'Sullivan's investigations. And they must also tell us if that is a legitimate email, was it ever a legitimate email, and if it can be done urgently, please, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. And then earlier during the day, when you made a request for application of certain responses, the Secretariat was not here. Yeah, I'm just saying that the request that you made for further responses to be made to the committee, if you can remember it and sound it with the Secretariat so that
it's on record.
It's on record, and
in the minute.
They don't miss it.
Thank you. It was on the case of the Lieutenant General, the one that she opened, the theft case, that she has indicated that IPID still has the docket. So we need to understand why IPID still has the docket. And then the actual IPID docket on perjury for the Lieutenant General. What is the status of that case? And the reason we're asking is that these open-ended cases against factions in IPID and high-ranking officials is costing this country, and ordinary South Africans are not getting justice because they spend more time opening cases and investigating each other instead of closing the matters. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Sangon.
Thank you, Chair. Just a housekeeping matter, whether we've received a response from SAPS corroborating General Pahlane's evidence that the information Ms. Trent was downloaded legally. I'm worried that she's coming here in a day and we need to resolve that matter. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, a follow-up will be made on that matter. The last, honorable members, you can see at the rate at which we are going per day. Tomorrow, the committee has approved that 3 witnesses must come here. Is it going to be possible? Yes, no, I'm bringing it to your attention so that if there is any decision that has to be made here. Remember, we have Advocate Mashukha, and I suspect that you are going to need to have a full day with him. We have Honorable Faisal Adams tomorrow, and we also have Chetty from Public Submissions. Is it going to be possible from your experience? It's very possible.
Chairperson, our understanding is that public participation witnesses are managed differently. They're given a set time for presentation, which I think was 45 minutes. So we do that 45 minutes and then we question. It should be possible, Chairperson. We submit. Thank you.
Okay. And then we take Mashukha, we take Adams.
Chair, I always believe in raising a hand, but I see like you're not recognizing me.
No, I'm rotating.
Oh, you're rotating?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll wait, Chair. Thank you.
It's your time.
Thank you. I guess that I think once upon a time it happened here that we gave the witness an hour with the evidence leader. It will depend who's the evidence leader anyway. And perhaps when I read the Mashukha, Advocate Mashukha, you are correct. That alone, that submission, by this time will not finished. To be honest, when you read it, you can go and read it again. You know, and perhaps unless you say that you'll give us 20 minutes, the members, and you give an evidence leader at most two hours. Then we can have 2. Adams, we can end up with Adams. Adams is one of our honorable members. Even if you shift him for next week, it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair.
Honorable Kola Barnett.
Yeah, Chair, I'd be very hesitant to say put Adam somewhere else. It's been hard enough to get him here. I think he's been put off, and they're not available and not arriving and disappearing. I think we need to stick with him above all others, because if we say come another day, then it'll be ducking and diving and trying to find him again. So I'm not wishing to be rude, but I am being.
Okay. Honorable Matthews.
Chair, it's very difficult because sometimes we don't have these statements, so we don't know the extent of what it is being told. And Honorable Adams, he's already told me on the corners that he is going to spill beans. So I think we must just give him his time because he has been heavily implicated. So I think we must just put him.
Bangazita.
Well, thank you, Honorable Chairperson. I would also request that we get the statements in time, especially Honorable Adams' statement. And if he's going to be spilling beans, I think we have heard that before. And Mkhwanazi was
And
here,
the
he
bill-
said,
the beans were never spilled.
I'm yet to see the pins being spilled, yeah. Thank you.
Honorable Souls.
Yeah, indeed, we must get the statements, Chair, but I also agree that we must give him enough time to ventilate whatever it is that he believes he has as evidence, and it must be tested.
Okay. Honorable Vessels.
No, thank you, Chair. I also agree that we shouldn't postpone Honourable Adams, but I am worried about 3 witnesses. I don't think we're going to get through them, especially with the Honourable Adams, that I think we'll be busy for a while with him. And but then, Chair, there's a few public submissions or public submission witnesses statements that's on the group that I'm worried about. I'm worried about the relevance. And we've had the situation here before with someone that appeared here that was very irrelevant, with all due respect. And I'm really worried that if I look at those statements, we are again going to have something that's really not relevant to our terms of reference. So I'm also pleading that we have a look at that, because that can change the program and make some space on Friday maybe, if we can just relook at those submissions if it's possible. Thank you, Chair.
Okay. No, it's fine. Honorable members, let's stick to the 3 witnesses. And if there is anything coming up tomorrow, the legal team can advise. We'll allow the public submission witness to present. And maybe after presentation, instead of us going through questions, we can put a motion on how the matter should be handled. And where there is a need for clarity-seeking questions, we can allocate 5 to 10 minutes than to spend 15 or 20 minutes on a, yeah. Agreed. Thank you. And then there were 2 other public submissions that are supposed to appear before us on Friday. We will take their submissions and forward them to the legal team to make an assessment whether we must refer them to elsewhere or if they, yes. Because I heard from the Secretariat that there are matters in those submissions that may not be for the attention of the committee. Yeah. Thank you so much. Honorable members, we are coming back here tomorrow at 10 o'clock. Thank you so much.